It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires et amendements des députés. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-249, encouraging the growth of the Crypto Asset Sector Act. Standing in the name of Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Resuming debate. Oh, okay, that's not what I have on my list here. You have 7 minutes. The honourable member, okay, I'm glad we got that straightened out. Yeah. So, as I said, resuming debate, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just not enough time, I tell you, to be able to cover such an interesting issue. You know, it wasn't that long ago, actually, not that long ago at all, Mr. Speaker, when a leader of the Conservative Party was out canvassing and trying to generate support, and we understand and appreciate he got overwhelming support from the Conservative Party membership. But, you know, it was really interesting. There is one aspect, actually there's a number of aspects of the Leadership Convention that sparked a great deal of public policy debate, but one in particular, and that was the issue of cryptocurrency. And that's the reason why I'm somewhat surprised that the Conservative Party would be having legislation to deal with cryptocurrency. Because this is something in which many members will recall not that long ago when the leader of the Conservative Party said that one of the best ways you fight inflation here in Canada is by investing in cryptocurrency. In fact, I can recall vividly the leader of the Conservative Party actually out making a purchase, suggesting that Canadians get on board as if we were falling behind, invest in cryptocurrency, spend cryptocurrency, not recognizing the true value of the Canadian dollar, Madam Speaker. And to say to Canadians that the best way, or one of the best ways to fight inflation was to invest in cryptocurrency? Imagine, if you will, those Conservative delegates and possibly others that would have actually been listening to the leader of the Conservative Party and actually invested in cryptocurrency, many of which might have been seniors on fixed incomes, using part of their life savings to invest in something in which was being recommended by the leader of Canada's official opposition party. You know, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has talked a great deal about what it is that we have been doing in terms of supporting Canadians from coast to coast to coast during this difficult time, a time in which we do see inflation that concerns all of us, Madam Speaker, as we try to take and make policy decisions that are going to be there to support Canadians. At the same time, we have the leader of the official opposition who has still to this very day demonstrated, I would suggest to you, a lack of good judgment by not coming forward and saying to Canadians that he made a mistake back then, that it wasn't appropriate for people to be investing in cryptocurrency, speculating, let alone hedging it on inflation. Now we seem to have a bill that wants to kind of put it into, in a very real way, a part of the Canadian agenda. Cryptocurrency is a worldwide currency in which nations around the world are having to deal with it. Here in Canada, whether it's the national government or provincial governments having to deal with it. It was a surprise to hear an endorsement to the degree in which the Conservatives came on side. And the lack of a response to the statements that were being made just months ago by the leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. You know, it does make me wonder in terms of how many Conservative MPs followed the advice of today's Conservative leader. And I've said in the past, and one of the ways in which one could indicate that, Madam Speaker, would be to pose the question to those Conservative members that are there. Hands up, how many of those Conservative members have actually invested in cryptocurrency? Madam Speaker, I don't see any hands. I don't see any hands at all. Mind you, the leader, well, I can't say who's here and who's not here, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you, I suspect that there might have been some.
And the honourable member does know we cannot mention absences or presences in the House. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. The point is that as the leader of Canada's official opposition, there is no doubt many that would have invested in cryptocurrency based on the recommendation of the leader of the Conservative Party. And for those that did make that investment, would have suffered a 60% loss or higher. Imagine being that person on a fixed income. Or even if you're not on a fixed income and you invested, $10,000 and you've lost $6,000 of that $10,000 plus, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed when we look in terms of the policy enunciations that are coming from the Conservative Party today. Many would argue that we're looking for policy ideas. They're very good at critiquing, Madam Speaker, and opposing everything. We have taken a number, for example, of options for Canadians to help them through the inflation issues, Madam Speaker. Whether it's rental support, whether it's GST doubling of credits, whether it's dental support, whether it's relief on interest for students, Madam Speaker, permanently. These are the types of policy ideas that we're coming forward with, most of which, what I just listed, the Conservative Party has just said no to. The only idea that they've generated to fight inflation is cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker. I think they need to take this issue back to the drawing board, and the leader of the official opposition owes Canadians an apology. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This morning, I have the privilege of speaking about this bill tabled by the Conservatives. This bill relates to the cryptocurrency sector, crypto assets. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to require the Minister of Finance to develop a national framework with a view to support the growth of the crypto asset sector, and the framework would be completed within 3 years after the adoption of this bill. There would also be an obligation to consult experts of the crypto asset sector, as well as provincial counterparts and partners. There are also reporting and follow-up requirements. Madam Speaker, there's also a rather ideological section of this bill, more ideological than factual, which states that crypto assets have some economic and innovation potential for Canada, major potential, and that the government should focus on reducing barriers that limit access to the crypto asset sector, that the government should also protect workers in the crypto asset sector and lighten administrative burdens. I won't keep you in suspense for long, Madam Speaker. I'll let you know right off the bat that the Bloc Québécois is against this Conservative bill. Before explaining our stance in greater detail, I'd like to remind the members of this House of some financial advice that the Conservative leader gave all Quebecers and Canadians in the spring, the member for Carleton. It's no secret to anyone that the leader of the Canadian Conservative Party dreams about Bitcoin and has other crypto asset fantasies in his bed at night. Just 7 months ago, in April, he organized a little show for the media. He went to a restaurant in London, Ontario, and paid for some shawarma with Bitcoin. He took advantage of that occasion to recommend to Quebecers and Canadians that they should invest their savings in cryptocurrencies in order to protect themselves against inflation. What was his logic? What logic was there behind that advice? Well, it was in fact really oversimplified and dishonest, intellectually dishonest advice. He blamed the big bad central bank for the inflation crisis and in the same breath offered decentralized cryptocurrency regulated by the ultra-free market as a magic solution to inflation. The problem, though, with this so-called freedom of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin is that they also can totally crash. I have a lot of empathy and compassion for Canadians who took this advice because those who followed the financial advice given by the Conservative leader and invested in Bitcoin in April 2022, well, in fact, they saw about 70% of their hard-earned savings disappear, just like that. They were powerless, and they just watched it happen. I'd like to know what the Conservative leader has to say to these Canadians who trusted him, believed in him, and who likely today feel totally abandoned and left high and dry by the Conservative leader. The Conservative leader says that he cares about helping families put food on the table. If that's the case, how can he use his platform and the credibility that comes with it, the power that comes with it, to offer such irresponsible and dangerous financial advice? As I mentioned earlier, the Bloc Québécois stands against this Conservative bill. My colleagues and I strongly believe that crypto assets do have some potential for innovation, but we feel that it's important to build a strong regulatory framework to make the digital and financial ecosystem that they are evolving in more transparent and responsible. Unlike the Conservative Party, we feel that we need to legislate responsibly. We feel that legislating only to support the growth of the sector, to decrease barriers, and to decrease administrative burden, we feel that that would be, in fact, inappropriate and irresponsible. The sector has, no doubt, experienced massive growth over the past few years. What the sector needs now is not support to grow more. What it needs is a regulatory framework to limit the risks associated with owning and transacting in crypto assets. There are many issues which make it such that we, as policymakers, need to act responsibly and carefully. The first issue is, of course, the volatility of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency has very high volatility. It can often be very unpredictable, too. For example, there can be a single tweet or something in the media which can cause the value to drastically go up or go down thousands of dollars in just a couple hours for some currencies. Some professional investors feel that using cryptocurrency, crypto assets, is more like playing the lottery than serious investment. Paul Baudry, Assistant Governor of the Bank of Canada, says that it's a speculation tool rather than a true currency or means of payment, as fans of cryptocurrency like to say it is. Another issue that we absolutely cannot ignore when we are talking about crypto assets is energy use. Because to create crypto assets, there is mining, not traditional mining in mines, but a different type where supercomputers, very powerful ones, are operating at full capacity to do incredibly complex calculations. The total activity of crypto mining produces as much energy and uses as much energy as a country like Norway, about 130 terawatts. Just for comparison, Hydro-Quebec's electricity sales were 50 terawatts in 2020. This gives us an idea of how much energy it uses. It would be a euphemism to say that crypto assets use a lot of energy. Europe is currently undergoing an energy crisis, so we should ask ourselves whether we should perhaps prioritize heating our homes, our schools, our hospitals. We cannot forget the environmental impact of this sector. There are states which don't produce as much clean energy as Quebec, so the pollution caused by crypto mining is substantial. A third issue related to crypto assets that we absolutely cannot ignore is how it is used to fund criminal and terrorist activity. There is a real, proven possibility that, in fact, crypto assets can be used for money laundering and to fund terrorist activities for two reasons, which are tied to how crypto assets are used. First, it's anonymous, and second, there could be a multiplication of instantaneous transactions. Money launderers are profiting from the sector in addition to profiting from traditional banking in order to convert the profits that they make from illegal activities into legal money. There is a lack of regulation currently, which makes it such that money launderers can get away with this. The current law makes it such that someone can convert up to $1,000 a day at a crypto ATM without having to do identity verification. There are about 8 companies in Quebec which operate these types of ATMs, crypto ATMs. So one person can use each of them and deal with thousands of dollars each day. This is like a Christmas present to criminal organizations. Terrorists can also use this for similar reasons and in similar ways. It's difficult to identify the beneficiary or recipient, so it's possible to transfer money from one end of the world to another end of the world to fund terrorism without the authorities being aware and without them being able to protect us. So for a party that says it defends law and order, this is surprising. I'd like to conclude by reminding this House that the crypto asset sector has grown massively the past few years, but there are a lot of risks. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are very volatile and can crash, so we must be cautious and responsible when legislating on this technology, which is so risky and uncertain. We will vote against the bill. We will now resume debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great honor to rise in this House and discuss what the Conservative Party have put out as their key platform for dealing with inflation, cryptocurrency. It's a really good opportunity to look at what the Conservative leader has as an economic vision. And it's perfect that it's happening here just after the weekend when FTX, the crypto exchange site, collapsed, destroying $32 billion worth of savings in 48 hours. That is a record for complete financial collapse. Could we say that that money was vaporized? Because if we look at what we have offered as New Democrats for responding to inflation, we put forward the need to get children dental care. Well, the Conservative leader whose kids get their own dental care paid for by the taxpayer opposed that. He said all that money to help children would vaporize. We talked about doubling the GST tax credit. The Conservatives were against it. They said that money would vaporize because of inflation. And of course, our work to get rent support for low-income housing. The Conservatives were dead set against that. They said inflation would vaporize it. So what did the leader of the Conservative Party offer as his one solution for fighting inflation? Ponzi schemes, cryptocurrency. It is a two-part strategy, the Conservatives. One was to spin cryptocurrency that you could go buy yourself a shawarma with it, that you could put your life savings in it. But the second part of the Conservative strategy, I think, is even more important to look at. It was his full-on attack on the basic principle of having financial regulations to keep people from being scammed. Now, I really appreciate the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for bringing forward legislation that talks about the need for legislation. Like she has rightly pointed out, that if we don't have regulation, this dark money system could easily be a form for money laundering. It could easily be a form for terrorist financing. I mean, who else would want to have a financial system that there's no checks and balances and you can't trace where the money goes? So I appreciate that we know that there are members of the Conservative Party who are not in the thrall to whack job economics. Unfortunately, her leader is a complete, devout believer in whack job economics because he's dead set against this principle of regulation. He said, quote, Canada needs less financial control for politicians and bankers and more financial freedom for the people. He's referred to financial regulations as, quote, cobwebs that need to be blown away. And of course, he has this other great folk devil, the gatekeepers. We've got to attack the gatekeepers, which is why he wants to get rid of the Bank of Canada. A full-on attack on basic regulations. Now, the reason that we have these so-called cobwebs, Madam Speaker, is because we've seen time and time again hardworking people's savings wiped out by flim-flam artists. Bre-X, Bernie Madoff, junk bonds, the derivative market that destroyed the savings of millions of people. They would love this leader of the Conservative Party. They would embrace him. They embrace their notion of freedom as the freedom to swindle, the freedom to hustle, the freedom to rob people out of their savings. So the leader of the Conservative Party was promoting crypto, but then we found out he was an investor in crypto. And I think that that's really, really telling. Because with a Ponzi scheme, you'd only get your money back if you sucker other rubes to put their money in too. So we had the leader of the Conservative Party using his platform to tell Canadians who were worried about their savings, hey, invest in crypto. This is where I'm going to get my money back. Highly irresponsible, Madam Speaker, because who pays the price when $32 billion just vaporizes? It's not Goldman Sachs. It's not Jeff Bezos. It's ordinary working class and middle class people who were afraid they did not have enough savings. And I met many people who were investing in crypto because they were told, they were guaranteed that it was going to give them the kind of return on investment that they couldn't get anywhere else. They trusted the leader of the Conservative Party. And of course, he explained what his financial knowledge was. He stays up late into the night watching YouTube videos. Now, Madam Speaker, I stay up late in the night watching YouTube videos too. I love watching old Motown videos. You know, when I gotta fix my toilet, YouTube is a great place to fix my toilet. But one thing I learned from the pandemic is just because Buddy with a baseball cap sitting in his mother's basement claims he's an expert on immunology and vaccinations, YouTube is probably not a good place to get medical advice. And what we've learned from the leader of the Conservative Party, who stays up late into the night learning economics, not really too bright to trust the leader of the Conservative Party on getting his economic vision from YouTube. Saying we're going to get rid of regulations. We're going to get rid of the Bank of Canada. We're going to get after all those cobwebs that have protected people from financial scams year in, year out. So that takes us to the collapse of FTX because there were a lot of dodgy crypto sites, but this was supposed to be the good one. This was a really good one, apparently. So it was set up in the Bahamas, of course, because there's almost no regulations there. They have very, very limited financial regulation. It's set up in a tax haven with no reporting obligations to anybody. So it's like this opaque financial black box. Isn't that exactly what the leader of the Conservative Party thinks is good for getting people investing and believing in crypto? They didn't have a board of directors. They weren't under the oversight of any American regulators like the SEC, the CFTC. So you have this black box run by a bunch of 20-year-olds who probably would love to party with the leader of the Conservative Party as they talk about crypto conspiracies. But here's the thing, what we found out with FTX, they also ran a hedge fund. So people were putting their savings in, trusting this black box with no accountability, no regulatory oversight, and they were moving anywhere from between $1 billion and $10 billion into this side hustle. That's why we have proper financial regulations, Madam Speaker. It is really irresponsible for the leader of the Conservative Party to feed on the fear of people in a time of uncertainty by hustling a Ponzi scheme. That's what he was doing. And to say, trust me on the Ponzi scheme because I'm going to get rid of any regulation so that you can't really tell what's happening, but that Ponzi scheme will be there for you whenever you need it. Well, it's not, Madam Speaker, and we've seen the results. So I'm certainly pleased that the member for Calgary-Nose Hill is one of the few Conservatives willing to stand up in the face of this party that is now committed to anti-science, anti-vaccination, and of course now anti-economics, that they feel that any kind of regulation on hustlers and swindlers is somehow an attack on the freedom that we all enjoy to take our hard-earned savings and get hustled by some scam artist down in the Bahamas. That is not what we should be doing, Madam Speaker. We have to have rules in place, we have to have oversight, and we have to ask questions about a system that is supposed to be financial, that is trading something that doesn't exist in order to have no financial tracking of it. Because if you have an ability to transfer money through sites without tracking, of course it is going to be where money is laundered. Of course this is where criminal activities is going to be. Is that the freedom that the Conservative Party believes is so important to protect? The freedom of gun runners and gangs to clean money through cryptocurrency? We need to shine a light on this practice, Madam Speaker. And for the people who lost $32 billion of savings in 48 hours, what kind of freedom do they get? Because those are hardworking people who trusted when they saw this guy standing there eating his shawarma, telling everyone, you know, this is the best thing to do. Your kids shouldn't get dental care. You shouldn't get the GST. What you should get is an investment in cryptocurrency with no oversight, and you'll be better off. Now, I just want to say in my final minute, Madam Speaker, the Liberals aren't clear on this either. You know, before crypto collapsed, they were thinking this was pretty good stuff too. In fact, I know that the Liberals did put investments in cryptocurrency into the Deputy Prime Minister's riding. So before we start promoting these kind of dodgy financial hustles, we need to say, what are the rules that are in place to protect people, protect their savings, and have proper oversight? That's something this leader of the Conservative Party refuses to do, and he needs to be accountable for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Being debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on Bill C-249. You know, the member from Winnipeg North speech is a fine reason why they're dropping in the polls in popularity with Canadians today, Madam Speaker. And I just wonder if he'd say the same thing as he was repeating there about any other tradable asset in Canada. After all, Canada does depend on trade and regulations. But first, before I get into the speech on why we need to move forward and have an open view of getting this bill to committee, I want to thank my good friend and colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill for introducing this very important legislation, as was said by the other members here as well. Her passion and zeal for good public policy is to be commended. She has an innate ability to cut through the claptrap and get straight to the point. And she is results-oriented and always comes to the table with a plan. So I think her private member's bill is a great example of just that. I know she has carefully crafted the legislation to allow the Finance Committee ample room to put forward amendments once expert witnesses have had an opportunity to testify. Unlike some legislation that its crafters guard against amendments, any amendments, I think my colleagues will find in this House that the honourable member from Calgary-Nose Hill is ready to work with everyone. This legislation will start the conversation about how the Government of Canada can begin the process of developing a national framework to protect investors and to encourage the growth of blockchain technology across the country. None of us are naive not to notice the recent uptick in media coverage on crypto assets. The markets are down. Some NFTs have failed spectacularly. And when cryptocurrencies are being written about by political commentators, you know they've finally broken through to the mainstream. With the recent collapse of FTX and the financial fallout felt by many, there is no better time for Parliament to start this conversation. Those involved in the industry want a regulatory system that will help them build trust. And that's a key point, Madam Speaker. They want a system that will provide clear guardrails and will provide more stability for all those involved. Legal clarity and better education will lead to more innovation. I also want to stress that we cannot let this issue get polarized where it gets to the point that it becomes too toxic to discuss it. The fact that the industry is being disparaged for political reasons is short-sighted and thoughtless. I would encourage all my colleagues in this House to go back to their respective caucuses and stress the need to support this bill and to turn down the rhetoric. And I'll tell you why as we move forward, Madam Speaker. During the first hour of debate on this bill, my colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill laid out a compelling argument for why it's time for the Government of Canada to start working on a national framework. As she said in her speech, and I quote, "Many innovators and proponents of crypto assets in Canada are actually calling for the federal government to use its convening power to provide policy clarity to the industry. The current lack of clarity, particularly on safeguards to protect those working in the space, is seen as an impediment to investment." End quote. Across the country, there is a mixed match of policies. While we respect the jurisdiction of the provinces, the federal government can help facilitate a much more harmonized set of policies for crypto assets. There are some recent examples of this happening in other countries. Recently, the President of the United States issued an executive order for the federal government to start drafting a plan. The EU has also started working on a plan, so various countries and industries are in sync. The acceptance and use of crypto assets are on the rise. That includes cryptocurrencies, utility tokens, security tokens, and stablecoins. Crypto assets will only continue to grow in prevalence in the years ahead. And according to the latest statistics, close to 5% of Canadians now own a crypto asset. And across the globe, there are now thousands of crypto assets, and more will be made available in the years to come. So regardless of if someone wants to invest or purchase a crypto asset, hundreds of thousands of Canadians are currently engaged in the industry. It's about time we started to think about a national framework and to get various jurisdictions working together, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Securities Administrators are now working in collaboration with the investment industry. They even released guidance for platforms to ensure they are in compliance with regulatory requirements. Securities regulators in individual provinces are now starting to regulate crypto trading platforms to protect Canadian investors. Just last week, there was a meeting on Parliament Hill with many of Canada's leading blockchain companies. It was encouraging to hear how they too want to start engaging in with policymakers. In Canada, we have some of the best and finest innovators in this growing industry. They have the talent and a solid foundation to further expand their operations. And they are optimistic about the future of blockchain technology. Our government should also have the same optimism and can-do attitude. What we don't want to see happen again are more lost opportunities, such as when Ethereum, which was mostly designed and developed in Canada, right here, moved to Switzerland. Other countries are quickly realizing the potential of the entire industry and are quickly seizing this moment. As companies are looking around at countries in which to set up shop, I want Canada to be at the top of their list. I want Canada to be known as a jurisdiction where governments work with and listen to those in the industry, while also educating the public and protecting its investors. Those in the industry are already talking about making our country a blockchain hub. They see this technology as a way to have a more transparent, internet, and one that will help drive better skills training for the jobs of tomorrow. The Web3 economy is here, and as Morva Rahane, the executive director of Web3 Canada said, quote, blockchain and related technologies have unleashed a wave of innovation and creativity for a generation of entrepreneurs, end quote. And the key to this speech, Madam Speaker, is at its core, that is what this bill is all about. As the industry grows, I want to see those jobs and the wealth created by these innovators' ingenuity stay right here in Canada. I want Canada to be the best place in the world for the Web3 economy and blockchain innovation. As with many new innovations, they have the capacity to be used in many ways that were never originally imagined. For instance, blockchain technology can be utilized in various financial services, including remittances, digital assets, and online payments, because it enables payments to be settled without a bank or other financial institution taking a cut. Furthermore, the next generation of internet interaction systems, including smart contracts, reputation systems, public services, and security services, are among blockchain technology's most promising applications. As the Canadian Web3 Council said during their meeting on Parliament Hill last week, blockchain technology can be used for social good. Whether it be energy, climate, and environment, to healthcare and even agriculture, the potential of this budding industry is endless. So in closing, Madam Speaker, excuse me, I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Let's send it to the Finance Committee and have the thorough consultations that are long overdue. I believe it would be prudent for all of us to continue to learn more about blockchain technology. This is an exciting opportunity for the Canadian economy, for our innovators, and most importantly, for helping create the jobs of tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-249, an act to support the growth of the crypto asset industry. I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member for Calgary Nose Hill, for bringing this important issue before the House. This bill requires the Minister of Finance to develop a national framework to support the growth of the crypto asset industry, and to that end, to consult with industry designees from the provinces and territories. I believe it is important to study this bill carefully. I understand that it is well-intentioned, but we also must consider the risks to the country and to all Canadians. Financial innovation can certainly bring significant benefits, for example, by making payments more efficient, offering a greater variety of services, and by reducing costs for consumers. This change can also lead to more inclusive financial services that are more responsive to the changing needs of consumers and businesses, Madam Speaker. In fact, on March 22nd, the government announced that it was taking the next steps to establish Canada's open banking system. Open banking, or consumer-directed financing, is a system that would allow consumers to transfer their financial data between financial institutions and accredited third parties in a secure and user-friendly manner. The modernization of the open banking and payment system will benefit consumers and businesses through greater choice of financial services at lower cost. These initiatives will also enhance the safety and soundness of the Canadian financial system. The government remains committed to responsible and prudent payments modernization. It must benefit Canadians while maintaining the safety and integrity of the financial system. However, Madam Speaker, going back to C-249, it's important that we all understand that while crypto assets are innovative financial products, they pose significant risks to consumers and to the safety and integrity of the Canadian financial system. The recent protests in downtown Ottawa and at border crossings across the country are a prime example of this. Crypto assets largely funded the organizers of these protests, which threatened the country's national security for several weeks. There is no doubt it is essential that any regulatory regime governing crypto assets balances innovation in the financial system with the risks associated with it to ensure a safe and secure financial system that benefits all Canadians. Simply promoting the growth of the industry as proposed in this bill is certainly not the approach that is in the best interest of our country. Crypto assets and illegal activity, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to remind my colleagues that crypto assets play an important role in the facilitation of illegal activities such as fraud, cybercrime, and money laundering, among others. And this is because not all crypto asset transactions are subject to the same anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing rules or consumer information requirements. It's important to understand, Madam Speaker, that crypto assets are decentralized and based on blockchain technology. And this means that crypto asset transactions can take place across national borders, either through numerous exchange platforms, and there are 8 right now on the market, or through peer-to-peer exchanges. And this creates serious risks for consumers and investors engaged in these activities. For example, the lack of a consumer and investor protection framework makes them more vulnerable to fraud. And as we saw recently with the protests across the country that were funded by crypto assets, there is a very real risk to our national security. And unfortunately, Bill C-249 does not address any of these risks. And rather than blindly supporting the growth of crypto assets, I believe that the government should focus its efforts on finding solutions to adequately address the role of crypto assets that they play in facilitating illicit activity. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, given the global nature of crypto assets, I believe that the government must work with the provinces to adopt an approach to crypto assets that will be consistent with international standards and best practices. By adopting such an approach, we will limit the risk to Canada's financial system and protect the interests of Canadians. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, imagine all our seniors that would have invested in cryptocurrency after the recommendations of the Conservative leader. What position would they be in now? Madam Speaker, the bill introduced by the member of Calgary-Nose Hill raises some very complex issues. The main problem, in my opinion, is that Bill C-249 only focuses on encouraging the growth of the crypto asset sector without also taking into consideration the significant risks it poses to the Canadian financial system and to Canadian consumers. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, crypto assets play an important role in facilitating illicit activities such as fraud, cybercrime, and money laundering, amongst others. The recent protests across countries are a good example of this. We always have to assume that there are risks, and it would be preferable, rather, for the government to work towards a comprehensive approach to the regulation of crypto assets that allows for both growth and the mitigation of risks to the financial system and consumers. Madam Speaker, according to the Conservatives and their speaking points, cryptocurrency is always a good investment. And with the crash in cryptocurrency we're seeing today, this could have undermined the investments of all those in the middle class, our seniors, who were told by the leader of the Conservative Party to invest in cryptocurrency as early as 7 months ago, as late as 7 months ago, rather during his election campaign. He incited Canadians to invest and to avoid inflation by putting their funds into cryptocurrency. And today, we all know that healthy financial management does not involve cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker. The government has to adopt a more global approach, and this is what we need, with regulations that are stricter for crypto assets, that allows for both growth and the mitigation of risks to the financial system, and to help consumers. Cryptocurrency would not at all help consumers to find a balanced investment portfolio. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity today to speak about cryptocurrency. And I hope that everyone will be united in voting against this bill. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, obviously, we've already stated our position with respect to this bill. I won't go back to the fact that cryptocurrency and crypto assets are not very well known. They are growing. We have no control over them. There is money laundering and there's speculation. And when you talk to economists, they have a hard time knowing about the details of this. So what I want to do today is, since we've talked a lot about this at the block, I would like to do more of a macroeconomic analysis, if I may. Cryptocurrency brings issues with respect to the state intervention into the economy, and I'll explain why. First, in 1796, when Mr. Smith wrote a document about the wealth of nations, and he said what? Currency, we shouldn't be looking at it. It was like going to the theater and to see the actors behind the curtains, and we only looked at the curtains. We weren't able to observe economic life that was taking place behind the curtains. That's what they said at the time. Don't look at money. Don't look at the currency. Look at the actors and what the economy is itself, with the very different agents that intervene. And then later they said money is not necessarily something that is useful. And then we saw the crisis in the 1930s. There were 25% of people on unemployment, and it was an absolute catastrophe. And when they analyzed that economic crisis, they realized that everything was in place for collective ruin. There was monetary delinquency, as they called it at the time. They didn't give currency enough importance in the society, and they realized it made the crisis worse. And now, when we had a severe economic crisis, they rose interest rates. And then there was another, Mr. Keynes, an economist, who said, governments, you have a role to play. You have to intervene in the economy. And then he said the state has to use both arms of your power. You have a budgetary arm and a monetary arm. And he allowed people to understand that currency could take an important position in the economy and change the macroeconomic situation of different companies. So Keynes said that we have to intervene on two levels. And the Bank of Canada was created after that, and not by chance. Why? Because we had to make sure that the state, the Canadian state, could intervene more intelligently to ensure the economic well-being of its citizens. And what was the fundamental objective of the Bank of Canada? It was to ensure the economic welfare of Canadians. And at the central bank in Canada, they had one of the best economists and most recognized and prestigious economists, and they were there to serve Canadians economically. And no recognized economist is against the Bank of Canada intervening for ensuring the well-being of Canadians. Everyone thinks that. So then they created monetary intervention with fluctuations in interest rates to help the economy. And then they realized, some economists said, Bank of Canada can have an impact on production, but in the short term. When it intervenes, it often creates inflation in the longer term. And then we have monetarists, monetary specialists that said that all that the Bank of Canada should do is to control inflation. And this goes back to the 16th century, Madam Speaker, with the Jean Baudin theory. And he used to say, everything we do when we produce money is to create inflation, because the American explorers at the time used to have a lot of gold, and then they used to change it for money. And then we realized that the prices skyrocketed and that things didn't really change. And then at that time, we understood what was important when we studied currencies was to look at long-term inflation. And that's when the Bank of Canada in the 1990s used the central bank only to control price levels. So its fundamental target was the well-being of Canadians, and it transformed into an economic one to stabilize prices. And we had a range for inflation of 1% to 3%. It was the second bank to be as transparent after the Bank of New Zealand. So why is it so transparent? Because when the Bank of Canada intervenes to change interest rates, and when it has an impact on inflation, there are economic changes that can last 2 years. It's very complex. That is why economists at the Bank of Canada aren't just actors miming. They are intelligent, they work hard, they have extraordinary tools, and they can tell us what is the value of the monetary mass and how much money is circulating in our society. That's what the Bank of Canada does. And so they said, the more we're transparent, the more we're specific, the more efficient we'll be in the longer term. And that was to make the central bank more effective. And then the cryptocurrency came, and it disturbed things. People said, you are weakening the link between the central bank and the interest rates and on the inflation rate, and therefore on the economy. There's another currency that comes into play that we don't know, that we don't control, and that disturbs this intelligent link that we created between the Bank of Canada and the inflation. And then, on top of that, when we used to talk about the link between monetary mass and inflation, it is no longer the case. The more we have cryptocurrency, the higher the inflation will be. No, they're saying no. Those who produce money, let's produce it so we can drive up inflation? Are there any economists in that party?
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill for the right of reply.
Speaker. And particularly to my colleagues in the bloc. I do have a degree in economics.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill is speaking. Thank you.
To my colleagues in the block, I do have a degree in economics. And I want to talk about why this bill is so important and just ask you to reconsider. When Bernie Madoff ran his Ponzi scheme, we didn't seek to ban email or ban phones because he used those to lure victims. And we didn't try to vilify the entire investment services industry because of one bad actor. What we did was we sought to strengthen safeguards on ensuring that bad governance and too good to be true schemes weren't taking place anymore. We sought to educate people so that they wouldn't be lured into schemes. And most importantly, we said we need to do these things so that this important sector to our economy can continue to grow. I am very concerned that Parliament, the words and the speeches towards this bill, which is fully amendable, this can go to committee and every single different party can edit the scope of the framework. I made it purposely nonpartisan. But the reason why growth is in the title, my colleagues, is because the toothpaste is out of the tube on Web3 technologies. And cryptocurrencies are but a small, infinitesimal drop in the bucket on how our economy and our society is changing by blockchain technology. It's called Web3 for a reason. If you think about Web 1 as being just being able to read a site on the internet, and then Web 2 being things like Facebook where you could read and write, Web 3 means that individuals can own data and digital assets. And for each of us in this place, and probably in the broader Canadian economy right now, the production value of our data might be greater than the value of the labor that we provide. So how can we sit here and say that we should not be putting together a growth framework that provides all of the safeguards that we've been talking about here for an area of the economy that we so desperately need? I represent a riding in Alberta, and I hear day after day colleagues of different political stripe talk about how the people who work in my community in natural resources-based jobs need to transition away from these jobs into digital economy-based jobs. Guess what, guys? Digital assets jobs, those are the very jobs you all are talking about. It's those jobs. And then we've had the Bloc Québécois who on behalf of their colleagues and their people in Quebec make this argument. We need less natural resource-based jobs, more digital economy jobs. And the speech that they said was, we need to not support this to grow more, but to restrict it. And similarly, the government said the same thing. I don't want to ascribe motive that that's what you meant to say, that my colleagues meant to say, Speaker. But I want you to understand what investors hear when they listen to this debate. And investors are listening to this. They say, don't invest in Canada because politicians in Parliament are willing to take cheap political points and debate. Like we are talking about making a decision on an industry over cheap political points instead of doing something that resembles work at committee. I could have picked any private member's bill. I could have picked the National Day for something and got a big win. But instead, I tried to pick something that was one of the hardest things for us to deal with as a parliament, and I tried to do it in a nonpartisan, non-prescriptive way. So if this bill got to committee, everybody in this place, Speaker, could amend it. Why would we leave this to happen behind closed doors in the government, if it happens at all, without the input of industry? If we allow this to happen, Speaker, things like Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin's organization, which now has a market cap of over $150 billion, all of those jobs, all of that capital, even though he's Canadian, guess where that is? Switzerland, because they have a legislative framework. The Americans are having a legislative framework. The Europeans are having a legislative framework, yet we're sitting here trading partisan barbs instead of talking about how we grow a sector that could be the solution to all of our job problems in this country. Yes, we need safeguards. Yes, we need better rules. But we're the ones that are supposed to do that. Why are we abdicating this responsibility? I don't want to look back in 10 years on this debate and say that we missed an opportunity because of partisanship. Go back to your colleagues on Wednesday, have a caucus meeting, and support this bill through to committee stage.
The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Gardner, seconded by Mr. Law, moved that Bill C-249, an act respecting the encouragement of the growth of the crypto asset sector, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes that there be a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 23, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Oh, the Honourable Leader of the Government for the Leader of the House for the Government.
That's it, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Tourism, that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the...
The Honourable, yes, we have point of order. Is there no... Il n'y a pas d'interprétation, c'est ça? There's no interpretation? Is it working now? The Honourable Leader of the Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move with the Minister for Tourism.
C-32, an act to amend, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill. And further, Madam Speaker, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Sunny ways.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moves that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions, shall I dispense? Conformément à l'article 67.1 du...
Pursuing to 67.1 standing orders, there will be a question period. Members wishing to ask questions should please raise or use the raise hand function so that the chair has a general idea of how many members wish to participate in this question period.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. The other way around.
I just cannot believe that this is happening again. This Liberal government ran on promises in elections that they were not going to shut down debate. And yet they do it all the time. It's no wonder there are no Canadians that believe them anymore. But I'm surprised that the NDP that's supporting this unholy marriage, this costly coalition, they used to have principles on time allocation and used to not allow it, Madam Speaker. So it boggles the mind. My question for the member is this. How are the people of Sarnia-Lambton supposed to have their voices heard in this place when I've not even had a chance yet to speak on C-32?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Lambton for her question, and I think some facts are in order, Madam Speaker. Already with this very important piece of legislation, which will get much needed supports to Canadians. We've had 18 hours of debate, 120 interventions, and there will be a lot more opportunity at second reading for members in all parties to debate this really important piece of legislation. The time has come for us to get to the next stage with this really important piece of legislation because, Madam Speaker, Canadians that I've talked to are very much looking forward to having no more interest on their student loans. They're looking forward to the supports in the fall economic statement, and that's why we need to get to second reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we should have the time that we need to debate this bill. That's what a parliamentary democracy is. The opposition, Conservatives and Bloc at least, have noticed a lot of things missing from the economic update. For example, support for seniors over 65, support for seasonal workers as well. The minimum amount of insurable hours has changed for them. So it is necessary that we have the time and space needed to debate this bill and to perhaps improve it, to propose solutions to the government. I am absolutely shocked and floored when I hear the Minister for National Revenue, who is shocked that the opposition doesn't want to adopt this bill lickety-split very quickly, shocked that we don't agree with this time allocation motion, and accuses the opposition of having complexes or some mental issues, which is a pretty serious accusation. The minister did so last year in responding to an opposition member and did so also when speaking to the radio. So I wonder what the minister feels about this. The Honourable Tourism Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the utmost respect for my Bloc colleague, and I thank her for her question. It's important to know that with regard to C-32, which is a very important bill, we want to do our duty as parliamentarians to get the necessary support to Quebecers and Canadians everywhere. As for length of debate, we have had 18 hours of debate on C-32 thus far. There have been 120 members who have risen to speak. We know that the bill will be studied in further detail in committee. There will be further opportunity for debate on the bill at third reading as well. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have listened to my Bloc and Conservative colleagues. It seems that they are misunderstanding our democracy, our democratic system. Bills have to go to committee. We have had 1 week of debate on C-32. There are, of course, important measures in this bill which are important to raise and debate. For example, we are cancelling the interest rate on student loans. With economic statements, though, we've seen that Conservatives have tried to block them for months and months. The Conservatives have tried to block these statements, which contain very important measures. The NDP wants to move forward with C-32 so that we can help students. We also want the bill to be sent to committee to be improved. Why don't other opposition parties want this bill sent to committee to study amendments? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his very good question. We thank the NDP for their support in the House. We are grateful for their support in moving this bill to committee. This is a serious and important bill. There are support and relief measures in this bill which will help Canadians who need it the most at a time when they really need the help. As my colleague said, we want to decrease taxes for growing businesses. We want to make the purchase of a first home more affordable. We want to cancel interest on student loan payments. My constituents are asking us to take action here in Parliament to get them this relief and this support, and that's what we're trying to do today.
Go violence.
Madam Speaker, and rising on this yet again time allocation debate, I'm reminded of when in the previous parliaments, when the Conservatives under Stephen Harper used time allocation again and again and again. I sat in that corner with the Liberals when they were the third party, and consistently every time they said, if we allow this to happen, eventually Parliament and democracy will be diminished, and time allocations will become so routine that they are used over and over again in future parliaments. So I think I'm the last standing member of the opposition to Stephen Harper's use of time allocations for almost every bill. It has, as we worried, become routine. I will never vote for a time allocation on a bill, even when, as is the case here, I support Bill C-32. I object to the truncation of time. It diminishes Parliament's work. I do, though, sympathize with the governing party in that because we have ignored our rules for so long, nobody remembers that it's against Westminster parliamentary rules to give a written speech. I maintain that House leaders, when meeting together, should give an honest assessment to each other of how many members they really have who can speak to a bill without a written speech, without notes, and contribute to a thoughtful debate. I lament where we are right now, Madam Speaker. This can be regarded as more a comment than a question, because the Liberals have completely forgotten all the reasons that they used to warn that use of time allocation for almost every bill was anti-democratic.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for her comments and her support of C-32. And I was not in the opposition benches at those times. And Madam Speaker, as a member, I can say right now that, and as a minister, I talked to Brad this week in my riding, who thanked us for making sure that we got C-30 and C-31 done so quickly, because he wanted and needs the $500 housing support in that legislation. And on the weekend, I talked to Mike and Laurie, who thanked us for our childcare supports, and they said to me at the All Is Bright Festival, it's making a real difference, and we're able to make it through this inflationary cycle. And there are millions of other Canadians waiting for us to get to work, to get to committee stage, to get C-32 passed, so that the people who need the help the most can get those supports when they need it the most.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, the very fact that we're having this debate is disappointing enough, but it's even more disappointing to hear once again how the NDP have completely surrendered to the Liberal Party and have become literally the lapdogs of the Liberal government. I was on the Finance Committee.
For Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I know the member's a little cranky and a little upset because nobody's paying attention, but the word lapdog is unparliamentary. I'd ask him to withdraw that.
I do not know if it is unparliamentary, but it isn't very nice. But I will take note of the comment and verify. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I'll spare you the research, and I will withdraw the term if that would please you, Madam Speaker. But the very fact, I was on the Finance Committee with the House Leader of the New Democratic Party, and I remember a time when he took seriously his obligation as a member of the opposition to oppose legislation where necessary, and to be actually to take seriously parliamentary norms and parliamentary duties and responsibilities of a member elected in opposition to this government. And it's very disappointing.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Very much, Madam Speaker. The member knows that the NDP takes things seriously. That's why we have dental care now in this country, rental supplements, and a double...
That is debate, and I will let the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge finish this comment.
Let that part of it speak for itself, the extent to which this costly coalition is imposing itself on Canadians. But back to the bill itself, we heard an absurd speech from the government House Leader last week on motion 22, where he completely dismissed the idea that members should speak to legislation and justification of the draconian actions they take to limit debate in this House. So we have a bill that gives Canadians more debt, more spending, more taxes, more inflation, and higher interest rates, and yet the minister would have a shutdown debate before members have been able to weigh in and let their own constituents know by using their voices in this House of Commons to put their opinion on record on this bill. He should be ashamed of himself, and I'll let him weigh in that and comment if he may.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, the only dog that we have in this fight is getting supports to Canadians. And I'm never going to apologize for or run away from lowering taxes on growing small businesses. And maybe the Conservatives have a difficulty reading that, because every time that we've lowered taxes on Canadians, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives had voted against. And so what we're talking about here is actually taking off student interest for federal loans for apprentices and for students. We're talking about reducing taxes for small businesses. We're talking about making housing more affordable. And Madam Speaker, 18 hours of debate, 120 interventions, more clause-by-clause time when it gets to committee. It's time the Conservatives stop obstructing, get us past second reading, and get these supports into the hands of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Leader, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like members to have a bit of a flashback and think about last year in 2021, where the fall economic statement was brought forward. And what we saw, Madam Speaker, what we saw was the Conservative Party continue to filibuster that legislation. In fact, that legislation passed earlier this year, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party held back to 2021, saying they want to be able to speak, they want to speak, they want to speak. It went well into 2022 before it ultimately passed. There is substantial aspects of this legislation, of this fall economic statement, to help Canadians through a difficult time of inflation. And it is important, it is imperative that this legislation pass. If we leave it up to the Conservatives, they will never stop talking on the bill. Can the member talk to us as to why it's so important we pass this legislation?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And the point of the matter is that the fall economic statement does three things. It provides supports to Canadians who need it the most at a time when they need it the most. It provides and gives us extra fiscal firepower so that we can manage whatever the world throws at us in the coming months. And it also puts generational investments in the competitiveness of our economy and the ability of our economy to grow so that we can actually grow and see inflation over time reduce. And Madam Speaker, we're talking about families who want the ability to save for their first home, embedded right in this legislation. Students who already said, please, thank you, get rid of the interest on our student loans. I'm an apprentice, I'm a student, I want that interest gone. And, Madam Speaker, we're going to make it easier for companies to grow and scale in this country, paying lower taxes. The
Questions et commentaires. La députée d'Avignon-la-Métis, Madame Matapésia.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, as you know, last week, the House passed motion number 22, which allowed extending sitting hours up until midnight. To justify this abusive procedure, the government said it was to limit the use of time allocation. We see today that that really was not the truth. Can the Liberals explain why, once again, they have misrepresented what's happening? Madam Speaker, the ship of the state is directing many bills. That's why we need many bills. That's why we need all of the time available and all the tools available to navigate the process. The fact that we want to extend sittings here in the House has nothing to do with today. The fact that Canadians need support. There's been 18 hours of debate, 120 speeches. We're going to have a clause-by-clause study at committee level. Canadians need these supports, and that's why we are doing this today.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member opposite is all too happy to drive the our driver of the economy in his home province into the ground. In this book of the fall economic statement here, it talks about how our closest partners are shifting their strategic reliance from dictatorships to democracies. Now, however, it doesn't give any plan about how this government's going to shift their support from dictatorships to democracies for themselves. Now, what this member is doing is systematically driving our industry in the ground so that the dollars go to dictatorships and not to democracies in the oil and gas sector. So when they limit debate on this, it limits our ability to be able to go through this book, go through this plan, to be able to take it apart, and show how we can better support Canadians and help make sure that we are supporting democracies and not dictatorships. What does he have to say to that?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is about to vote against tax credits that, quite frankly, are essential to Alberta. Tax credits for green investments, tax credits for hydrogen. I'm not sure if the member heard, but my Honourable colleague, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, was very clear in this House on Friday, talking to the House and to Canadians about the fact that we had a $300 million investment in air products in Alberta. That's going to build a $1.6 billion largest net zero hydrogen complex in the world right in Alberta. And Madam Speaker, I'm never going to sit up here and say that we're somehow restraining or constraining the oil and gas sector in Alberta. Madam Speaker, in fact, we're doing the opposite with Pathways and with our shared contribution to making sure we get to net zero. We are going to make sure that we get to net zero with the oil and gas industry, making sure that Alberta and Canada continues to be the fourth largest producer of oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives can vote against tax incentives for Alberta Petroleum. I won't.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, well, let's talk about kicking the dead dog here. You know, I've never met a Conservative who supports any investment in green energy or green tech in Western Canada. But what I also find fascinating is that my Liberal colleague here has said that they are going to ensure that Canada remains the fourth largest oil and gas producer. We went to COP27 with more oil and gas executives than anything else. Canada is seen as a country that is ignoring their obligations internationally. The Canadian Energy Regulator predicts that Canada's oil and gas production in 2050 will be the same as it is today. So I'm asking my honourable colleague, how can this government claim that they're going to meet the International Energy Agency obligations to rapidly reduce and transition and to work with Alberta energy workers who are pushing a green economy? But what we see from these Liberals is they will continue to pump money into big oil time and time and time again.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I respect the Honourable colleague and his views on this very serious matter of the existential threat of climate change. And on Friday, in my riding of Edmonton Centre, I met with the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour, Gil McGowan, and we had a long and detailed conversation about greening the economy and about making sure that we're working with workers who are going to be responsible for greening the sector. Who is going to green the sector, Madam Speaker? It's not governments, it's workers and companies walking down the path of making sure that we focus on emissions, which is why we put billions of dollars in Budget 22 for carbon capture, use and storage. And my friend from Calgary can, be all upset about the fact that we're actually supporting Alberta industry, which is more than he did when he was a provincial minister. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are here focused on oil and gas, focused on the future, focused on reducing our emissions. Today is about getting to vote so that Canadians can have what they need in their pockets, which is more money.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, the government's key piece that it likes to talk about in the economic statement is the interest relief for students going to school. The question is fairly simple. How many more students will get to access post-secondary education from this government change than otherwise would be the case? They don't actually have an answer. They're actually giving a windfall to students who are already there and spending $500 million a year of money that we don't have. Instead of making sure that more students can actually access post-secondary education, they're spending $500 million giving it to students who are already there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I heard my honourable colleague's remarks on this, and I agree that the value of a post-secondary education accrues to the student, and that on the average, they are able to have a good life, whether they're an apprentice, whether they're a student in arts or philosophy or science or engineering or STEM. The point, though, Madam Speaker, is that this is a mechanism that we can use to make life more affordable to the students and young professionals and young workers that we need right now to make sure that they're able to make it through this inflationary cycle. And the honourable colleague knows very well that admissions numbers are part of the post-secondary system at the provincial level. That's why we made sure that Indigenous students, that non-Indigenous students could have access to more grants, more loans, so that they could continue to study. And Madam Speaker, it is this government and not the former Harper government that has invested billions of dollars in research to make sure that our universities actually can compete on the global stage. So if they want to talk about who boosts the post-secondary system, let's have a coffee and I'll give them the answer.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Guelph Highlands.
Madam Speaker, I know that the topic now is time allocation, but perhaps it's important to note what happens when we let Liberals talk more in this place. Rather than hearing that they're climate leaders, we have it confirmed from the Honourable Minister of Tourism. We're focused on oil and gas, he said. We're putting more investment in oil and gas. I hate to have to remind this government that a statement like that flies in the face of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warnings. It causes more Hurricane Fionas. It brings on more heat domes, more wildfires. We must be focused on a very rapid move to net zero by 2050, which, as the former Minister of Environment in this place, Catherine McKenna, recently pointed out at COP27, it is greenwashing to talk about net zero by 2050 without a pathway that starts with immediate drops in production that are substantial and at least cut in half by 2030 oil and gas production globally.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, that's not what I said, and I guess my honourable colleague is really good at clipping subsets of comments. Madam Speaker, I said we're focused on emissions. We have invested $100 billion in greening this country, and if you go back to the last campaign, whose plan was the best rated to actually deal with the climate change crisis? It wasn't the Greens, it wasn't the NDP, it wasn't the Conservative, it was the Liberal Party. And so we are focused on emissions, we are focused on making sure that we have hydrogen as part of our energy mix, we have phased out coal, we are making sure that we have industry partners that are part of this reduction of emissions so that we can heat our homes and that we can power the world, and we can do so in an environmentally friendly way.
Honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je trouve ça.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it deplorable that the Liberals are repeatedly using time allocation. Now here we are with C-32. What's really remarkable is what is not in C-32. We talked about all the provinces who are asking for an increase in health transfers because their health care systems are vulnerable. And nothing in there is going to counter that. Nothing in there is going to improve pensions for people 65 years of age and older. What does my colleague have to say about that? Why are they not increasing health transfers? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Madam Speaker, as we know, in the fall economic update, we clearly demonstrated that we're going to continue increasing the GST credit, which is going to benefit many throughout the country. We were also clear on the fact that conversations will happen with ministers of health at the provincial level. What counts today is forgiving interest on loans for students and apprentices. We're also eliminating some taxes on small businesses who want to grow, and we also have to make housing more affordable for people. That's important for Canadians throughout the country. Very important measures are in this bill, and that's why we want to move on to third reading.
Provencher.
Madam Speaker, and once again, we see the Liberals stifling debate when they realize that they're don't have solid platform to stand on. What do? They remove the platform and they shut things down. If they really understood what this economic statement and budget is going to do, giving away more free money to people is going to further exasperate inflation. Increasing taxes, especially payroll taxes and the carbon tax, is going to increase inflation. Actually, harming the very people that they're claiming to help, Madam Speaker. What about economics do the Liberals not understand?
Minister.
Speaker, I understand the economics of making sure that supports are in place like CPP and EI for people who need it the most when they want it the most, and it's a particular conservative trope to go and try to raid these important supports that Canadians build up over a lifetime, Madam Speaker. But let's just be really clear that in our supports in the fall and in the supports in the fall economics statement, they've been very carefully calibrated to provide supports to Canadians who need it the most at a time when they need it the most, but not to increase inflation and to put billions of dollars on the deficit, against the deficit. Madam Speaker, Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7, the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, a AAA credit rating based on Moody's and the other agencies. Madam Speaker, the economic fundamentals of this country are strong, and we need to get this bill to committee and to third reading so that Canadians can get the supports.
For Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. By my count, I think the vast majority of last week was spent debating Bill C-32, and unfortunately, the House can't debate two bills at any one time. So as a consequence of last week, Bill C-20, the important oversight legislation for both the CBSA and RCMP, has been bumped to tomorrow. Now, people have been waiting for years for an effective oversight mechanism for both of these agencies. The CBSA has never had this kind of oversight. And so there are other interests in play. I know the Conservatives would like to keep on debating C-32, but Indigenous people in Canada, racialized people, so many people have been at the wrong receiving end of both the RCMP and CBSA, have been waiting for years for this important accountability and oversight legislation. So I hope, Madam Speaker, that after we get through C-32 and it's sent to committee, that I have a commitment from the government that C-20 will get the priority it deserves. We waited in the 42nd Parliament for Bill C-98 when that member was here. We waited in the last Parliament for Bill C-3, and we now finally have C-20. So I want to see a commitment that this bill will get the time it deserves.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I respect my honourable colleague and his comments on making sure that we use time efficiently in this House, and I will take his comment under advisement and discuss that with the government House Leader. Madam Speaker, today is about making sure that we can get C-32 to committee so that we can get it back here for third reading, and that we can get housing supports to people, we can get student loan interest removed from apprentices and students, that we can reduce taxes on small businesses, and Madam Speaker, we can do all of the other good things in growing the economy that are included in the fall economic statement. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The fall economic statement would have been a perfect time for this government to actually take their commitment to just transition communities seriously. There are many communities in my riding and in other ridings in Saskatchewan, but also in his home province that are on the path to being completely left behind in their reckless plan to eliminate the workforce from a lot of these communities as they go through this coal transition being forced upon them by this government. So I want to just a straight answer from this member. Why has he turned his back on these communities and is not allowing for the certainty that these communities need and deserve by making sure that there was proper wording and allocations in this economic statement for these communities, which they have promised to do and have failed to do so?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I'll point the honourable colleague to my mandate letter, which talks about working with a number of colleagues in Cabinet on the Futures Fund. And quite frankly, we are moving past this conversation of just transition to really talking about the evolution of energy and, more importantly, Madam Speaker, sustainable jobs. Working at the community level to make sure that people have the training and supports they need to have the job that they want to need in a whole range of industries. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to do what we need to do to heat our homes, power our communities, power the world, reduce emissions, and make sure that good-paying jobs are in rural Saskatchewan, rural Alberta, and across rural Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les délibérations et de mettre au voie.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith the question before the House. The question is as follows.
By Mr. Boissonneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of said bill. And que 15 minutes avant l'expiration du
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Recorded division.
Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes avait l'expiration.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to this consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
McKay.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Zaid.
Zaid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Hefner.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Workington.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison
If members were unable to vote due to technical reasons, they
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and their...
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vote oui.
Guilbeault pour 4.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile.
The table will now compile.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 141, 141.
Je déclare la...
I
declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022, and on the amendment in the name of Mr. Halan.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country has 1 minute left in questions and comments. Does the honourable member wish to take the minute? No? So resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak here today. It is always a pleasure to speak in this House on behalf of the people of Calgary. Midnapore, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a month now, Madam Speaker, that I've been in this role of Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board. I would like to once again thank the Leader of the Official Opposition, the member from Carleton, for this role. And because, Madam Speaker, it gives me an opportunity to work very closely with two of my favourite members of Parliament. One is the member for Leeds Greenville Thousand Islands, of course, the Shadow Minister for Ethics, on which we've been doing continuous work on ArriveCan. And in addition to the member for Leeds Greenville Thousand Islands, the member for Calgary Forest Lawn, who, yes, exactly, serves as our Shadow Minister for Finance. So it really is a pleasure to have this role, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you're aware of the crippling inflationary numbers here in Canada, 6.9% in the most recent reports, down a slight bit from the 8.1% high we saw in June. Food, of course, is at a 40-year high. Madam Speaker, I'll inform you that I actually just came from Government Operations Committee, where we had the Minister of the Treasury Board there on the supplementary estimates. And I'm sorry to report, Madam Speaker, that the government has asked for another $21 billion. I am not making this number up, $21 billion. Madam Speaker, we have a $36.4 billion deficit this year. That's because of $6.1 billion in new spending, even though we're supposed to be moving past the pandemic now. Well, Madam Speaker, one thing is clear about this Liberal government, and that is that they just don't get it. As I said, Madam Speaker, inflation is at a 40-year high. Madam Speaker, did you know 1.5 million Canadians are using the food bank in a single month? 1.5 million. In the GTA, pre-pandemic food bank usage was 60,000 people per month. During the pandemic, it was 120,000 people. Now, under this government, it's 182,000 people per month. Grocery prices, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, are up 11%, the highest rates in 40 years. 1 in 5 Canadians, Madam Speaker, are skipping meals. They are skipping meals, and more than half of Canadians, Madam Speakers, are living paycheck to paycheck. What's their solution, Madam Speaker? It's to give up your subscription to the Disney Channel. Like I said, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government, they just don't get it. Madam Speaker, consumer insolvencies rose 22.5% compared with a year earlier. This is the largest percentage in 13 years. Small business insolvencies are on the rise. 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors. This is very dear to me, Madam Speaker, since I come from a small business family. The average credit card balance held by Canadians was at a record high of $2,121 at the end of September, Madam Speaker. And the Royal Bank of Canada estimates that households will soon have to allocate 15% of their income to debt servicing alone. 9 in 10 Canadians are now tightening their household budgets, Madam Speaker. But yet, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister says not to worry, not to worry. Moody's gave us a AAA credit rating. Very frankly, that won't put food on the table, Madam Speaker. This government, they just don't get it. Mortgage interest rates costs rose by 11.4% on a year-over-year basis, the largest increase since February 1991. Mortgages up for renewal this year will pay $7,000 more compared to 5 years ago. The average rent, Madam Speaker, is now $2,000 a month. The average rent for a one-bedroom in Toronto is $2,474 in September. In 2015, 7 years ago, Madam Speaker, it was $1,100. In Vancouver, it's $2,300. In 2015, it was $1,079. Toronto, Madam Speaker, is the worst housing bubble in the world, and Vancouver is the 6th worst, according to UBS. But yet, Madam Speaker, this government says, don't worry, here's $500, here's $500 when you need $2,474 1 month alone in Toronto. They just don't get it. Madam Speaker, there's been a 32% increase in violent crime since 2015, 124,000 more violent crimes last year than in 2015. There were 778 homicides in Canada last year, 611 in 2015, a 29% increase. A 92% increase in gang-related homicides since 2015. 61% increase in reported sexual assaults since 2015. Police report hate crimes have increased 72% over the last 2 years, yet this government pushes through C5, making it easier for offenders to stay home and play video games, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government, they just don't get it. Madam Speaker, 31,000 Canadians lost their lives to overdose between 2016 and 2022. 7,169 deaths from opioid overdose in Canada occurred in 2021. 21 people a day, Madam Speaker, are dying from overdoses. Before the pandemic, it was 11. More than 6 million Canadians, Madam Speaker, don't have access to a family doctor. And as we've seen, as brought to light, thank goodness, by the member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, there has been a shortage of children's Tylenol and Advil, and no other country anywhere in the globe is experiencing such shortages, Madam Speaker. Oh, but don't worry, if your child is sick, there's $10 a day daycare, Madam Speaker. This government, they just don't get it. Madam Speaker, when it comes to immigration, a backlog of 2.6 million people. It's grown by 800,000 people under this government. 57% of the files in the system are beyond the processing timelines set by this very own government. And what are they doing? They're putting up incredible new targets, which we know that they will never achieve, which is not fair to the people who are applying or the people who are backlogged in the system already. Madam Speaker, this government, they just don't get it. Madam Speaker, Toronto Pearson's Airport ranked the most delayed airport in the world, with Montreal's Trudeau International Airport right behind them. Madam Speaker, we've seen how horrible it is to get a passport in recent days, how difficult it is for families that just wanted to go away on vacation after the difficult 2 years that they've had. But it's been impossible to get a passport. We know this, but what does the Minister of Transport say? He says it's Canadians' fault. Yeah. They don't know how to travel anymore. This Liberal government, they just don't get it. We have the second slowest time for building permits of any country in the OECD. The average permit time, Madam Speaker, is 250 days. In South Korea, it's 28 days. Yet this government continues to shove money into the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Millions of dollars after millions of dollars. This government, they just don't get it. Madam Speaker, in 2015, there were 15 major LNG infrastructure projects under proposal, and yet not a single one has been finished. This is the government that gave us C-68, C-49, the carbon tax, bringing energy production to a halt in this nation at a time when we need it the most. This government, they just don't get it. Well, I'll tell you what they do get, Madam Speaker. They know how to spend, and they know how to tax. Under a Conservative government, Madam Speaker, there will be no new taxes. For every dollar of spending, we will find a dollar of savings. But until that day, Madam Speaker, we are unfortunately stuck with this government. And you know what, Madam Speaker? This government, they just don't get it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I genuinely believe that the member and opposition really and truly just don't get it. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it is about inflation. Canadians are hurting, and the Conservatives consistently vote against policies that's there to help Canadians. And that would be my question to the member. You know, whether it's the doubling of the goods and service tax credit for 6 months, we can talk about the eliminating of interest for student loans. We can talk about the dental services for children under the age of 12. We can talk about the rental subsidy, some $500. Many measures that are there to help Canadians deal with inflation. That is in good part what the fall economic statement is about. Can the member tell us specifically why it is that the Conservative Party today is not supporting Canadians by allowing measures of this nature to pass quickly?
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would say we are supporting Canadians, and we want to support Canadians. We want to support them with measures that actually help them. If what the member was proposing was actually helpful to Canadians, why would we have a 40-year food inflationary high? Why would we have 6.9% inflation in this country? Why would we have 1.5 million Canadians who are using the food bank in a single month? It's very clear, Madam Speaker, why these things are happening. The proposals that this government is bringing forward are not working. A Conservative government will change that.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The colleague spoke of many problems affecting people in her riding. As you know, on top of all the problems she referred to, there's the fact that some people in my riding are also ill and in hospitals. Quebec and the provinces have unanimously asked that health transfers be increased by 35% in order to do it unconditionally and immediately. Since the arrival of the new Conservative leader, I get the impression that there's support for the 35% of health transfer, that their support has diminished. Can my colleague confirm today that the Conservatives do support Quebec and the province's request to increase health transfers immediately? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think it's a very difficult question. It depends on both parties. The first party is the provinces, and the other party is the federal government. And we have seen repeated failures when it comes to Canadians' access to medicine. Failures from the federal government for children's medication. Unfortunately, dear colleague, I don't have a lot of trust that the federal government will find a way to work with the provinces. But I still have hope. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. And you know, I just wondering if she could break it down a little bit more, just about some of the regional issues that she's facing in her community that are being not addressed or being failed by this fall economic statement.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the Member of Parliament for Cypress Grasslands for that question. He is a member I have so much respect for. In fact, I was just talking him up to the canola growers the other day. As they face additional failures and frustrations with this government, I didn't even have a chance to address as well, including access to fertilizer in a time where not only we as Canadians, but a world are facing significant food shortages, certainly as a result of the situation in Ukraine as well. But I know that my colleague, the member for Cypress Grasslands, is no stranger to the frustration that we both feel as members of Parliament from the prairies, and the, frankly, the slogging that our region has taken on a continuous basis from this government, and not only to the detriment of our own regions, but I would say to the detriment of Canadians as well. For him, as I mentioned, agriculture. For myself, which I touched upon in my speech, the problem of energy and our inability to create it and share it with the rest of the world, which I believe is truly a gift from Canada for the rest of the world. But I really appreciate the opportunity to highlight just a couple of the small challenges we face at.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The overall quality of life in Canada is in significant decline under this NDP Liberal government, and we have this evidence all around us. Government is costing Canadians more while achieving less. Violent crime rates are increasing under this Prime Minister. Food inflation, as it's already been said in this House today, is at a 40-year high. The cost of living crisis is ballooning, and basic necessities are becoming more and more out of reach for far too many Canadians. In fact, a record number of Canadians have used the food bank this past year alone. And reports are telling us that 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. Those records, Madam Speaker, are truly shameful. The fall economic statement was yet another opportunity for this NDP Liberal government to take meaningful action to tackle inflation, an opportunity to course correct and to help the growing number of Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. Instead, this costly coalition is continuing with its out-of-control inflationary spending and activist-driven policies that are in fact hurting Canadians. At the most, this NDP Liberal government doled out more platitudes and offered remarkably out-of-touch budgeting tips to Canadians. Unlike this costly coalition that thinks they can keep spending and spending and spending and that the budget will balance itself, Canadians already understand that they have to have a budget. The 1 in 5 Canadians who are skipping meals to help make ends meet certainly don't need the advice about canceling a Disney Plus subscription from this out-of-touch finance minister and her government. They need a government that's going to stop pouring fuel on the inflationary fire with endless deficit spending and to stop hiking taxes. Canadians need a government that isn't going to keep making it harder and harder and harder for them to pay their bills, heat their homes, or to put food on the table. Madam Speaker, the reality is Canadians are getting hit on all sides. A paycheck is not going nearly as far as it did. Not only is the value of the dollar in their pockets decreasing, as costs of basic necessities soar, taxes are also going up. In fact, Canadians have never paid more in taxes. Well, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, Canadians are they're out of money. That's why Conservatives put forward 2 clear demands ahead of this fall economic statement. Stop the taxes and stop the spending. There should be no new taxes on Canadians. This costly coalition shouldn't be profiting off the empty stomachs of Canadians just so they can go spend those dollars on their activist-driven agenda. Keep those dollars in the pockets of Canadians so that they can spend it on their own families' priorities. This costly coalition's plan to triple the carbon tax is cruel. The cost of home heating is expected to be doubled this winter, and they want to triple the carbon tax on that bill as well. A carbon tax, I might add, that has no meaningful impact on the environment. A carbon tax that has failed to help this NDP Liberal government meet a single one of its climate targets. And a carbon tax that has only succeeded in hurting Canadians, especially those living in rural and remote areas. This costly coalition wants to triple the hurt. Cold winter weather has already arrived, and those higher home heating bills are already a reality. Basic necessities like home heating shouldn't be out of reach for Canadians. In a country with an abundance of natural resources, affordable energy should be a reality for all Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, it's far from a reality when we have an NDP Liberal government that is so dead set on keeping our energy in the ground. This is the same NDP Liberal government that seems to have no problem at all importing energy from foreign countries with lower environmental and human rights standards. Only a Conservative government will remove the obstacles that they have put in place to strangle our resource sector. And, Madam Speaker, not only Canada but the world needs more Canadian energy. Never has that been more obvious than in this last year as Putin wages war in Ukraine. Canada's failure to meet its energy potential is actually failing our allies. And just the same, Madam Speaker, food insecurity is a growing concern globally. And then adding insult to injury, the Finance Minister had the audacity to stand up in front of Canadians and proudly say that we grow food to feed the world, while she full well knows that her government is destroying the viability of our agricultural sector. Their fertilizer reduction plan, it not only threatens global food security, but also food security here at home in Canada. Not to mention its impact on food production and the cost of groceries. And then, when it comes to their failed carbon tax, our farmers and our producers are some of the hardest hit. Their excessive tax bills are in no way offset by this government's measly tax credit. And, Madam Speaker, it's truly a slap in the face to our farmers, who are not only producing high quality of nutritious food, but who are also doing far more to help the environment than this failed NDP Liberal carbon tax. Madam Speaker, there are obvious solutions to reverting the decline in the quality of life in our country. But this NDP Liberal government can't keep doing more of the same to tackle the cost of living crisis that we find ourselves in because the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending. We have to bring government spending under control. It's one of the reasons why Conservatives called on this government to cap government spending. We asked the government to commit to matching any new spending with equivalent savings, just like I'm sure many Canadians have to balance their own household budget as so. But this fall economic statement continues down the path of spending beyond their means, at the expense of the Canadian taxpayers and the future Canadian taxpayers. Now, Madam Speaker, the members on that side of the House will be very quick to stand up in this place, and they'll try to tell Canadians that all their deficit spending was and is necessary. They did it to support Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, the nonpartisan PBO has already said that more than a third of the government spending had nothing to do with the pandemic. And the long list of wasteful spending continues to grow. Whether it's the overpriced Arrive Scam app, luxurious hotel stays exceeding $6,000 a night, CERB checks that were issued to prisoners, wage subsidies given to corporations paying out dividends. There is obvious wasteful spending under this government's watch. And the reality is, the NDP Liberal government's wasteful spending does nothing to support Canadians. But it does make more and more Canadians vulnerable and in need of support. Only Conservatives, Madam Speaker, are committed to stopping the inflationary deficit spending and to stop funding government programs with printed cash. The potential for growth is immense. But we need to cut red tape, remove the gatekeepers that are standing in the way of our economic drivers. Instead of more cash chasing fewer goods, we need more goods. The Prime Minister will find every and any excuse to lay blame elsewhere for this current cost of living crisis. But his failed and costly policies have directly contributed to the challenges that Canadians are facing today. The bills for his activist-driven policies are due, and unfortunately, it's Canadians who are left to pay for it. Madam Speaker, the fall economic statement is inflationary, and it fails to address the very challenges that Canadians are facing because of this NDP Liberal government. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Hence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. She certainly talked about her concerns around the price on pollution. But what I've asked members in this House to His Majesty's loyal opposition is why they ran under a platform to actually price carbon. So just over a year ago, this member actually ran under a Conservative platform that would have established a price on pollution for a plan that, actually would have rewarded those who are actually emitting more. But she did run under it. So I find it a little bit facetious a year later for her now to stand in this House and say how terrible of an idea it is. Can the member explain to her constituents and indeed to all Canadians why there's been such a change over the last year in her position?
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. If you look in Hansard, I have always been against a carbon tax. This carbon tax has done nothing for the environment. The Liberals and the NDP have not met their targets that they have set over and over again. And I've seen the bills from my farmers. $10,000, $20,000 to dry their grain. I have seen the GST being collected off of the carbon tax. So a great question for the government would be, why are you collecting GST on a carbon tax? A tax on a tax. It's hurting Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech, and all throughout talking about inflation, she made no mention of the fact that corporations in Canada prevented themselves from paying $31 billion in tax last year. No mention of the obscene profits that oil and gas companies are making, or Loblaws or the big grocers. So, when it comes to talking about inflation, Conservatives, with all their might, will never, ever talk about obscene corporate profits. It's like they're kryptonite. Yeah, in the United Kingdom, Madam Speaker, the Conservative government there not only has a windfall profits tax on oil and gas companies, but they raised it to 35% because they realize that those companies are making too much money and it's time to level the playing field for the British people. So through you, Madam Speaker, why is it that United Kingdom Conservatives have the courage that Canada's Conservatives are so obviously lacking?
I'm Liberal.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very disappointed in that member for that question. I am here because the people of Battleford's Lloydminster has sent me here, and these damaging NDP Liberal policies is destroying their lives. I've spoken to constituents who can't get their kids to the hospital. The hospital's where? 2.5 hours away. I've spoken to seniors who can't afford their medication because they have to pay obscene tax to get Madam Speaker?
Can we allow the Honourable Member to answer the question that was asked? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about the ability for my constituents that live in small, remote, rural communities to get to a bigger centre, to get their prescriptions, to get their kids in sports, to get groceries, to get the mail even. The carbon tax is hurting the people that I represent. And I would prefer if the government would take their hands out of the pockets of these families and let them spend the money that they need on their families and not have the middleman tell them where it goes.
Yeah. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to know what my colleague thinks about, Bill C-32 is remarkable for what it doesn't contain. We saw old age pensions increased for people over 75 years of age, and it means that we had to have a two-speed system, one for those who are over 75 and one of those who are 65 to 75. And I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. Should we not just have one OAS pension increased the way it was for all seniors?
Honourable member for Battle Fords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. One thing that I noticed is this Prime Minister is great at turning people on one another. He found a way to have two tiers of seniors, just like the child care. There's a lot of people in my constituency that they can't access this $10 a day child care because they don't qualify. They don't work 9 to 5. They work shift work. Some of them work all the time, and they can't access it. This government is very good at railroading the provinces, not having discussions with them, and then doing whatever he wants to anyway, and making Canadians be pitted against one another.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in today's debate on the Government of Canada's Fall Economic Statement. We live in very uncertain times. Canadians and all the citizens of the world are struggling, not just with one crisis, but with multiple crises. Our world is struggling with an inflationary crisis, with an increasingly devastating and costly climate crisis. Canada and our allies are trying to combat the rise of extremism, of isolationism, and the aggression in authoritarian countries like Russia, China, and Iran. Although members of the opposition may wish to minimize the climate crisis or misrepresent the inflationary crisis as caused by Canada's leader or by Canada's efforts to combat climate change and our government's efforts to support Canadians through the COVID-19 pandemic, Canadians, including those of my constituency in the Yukon, know that these issues have a much further reach and more complex origin than any message bottled into a TikTok video. Canadians of all ages are dealing with a host of crises simultaneously that has not been seen before, a stress in particular for our children and our grandchildren, the younger generations whose very future is at stake. They face a radically changing planet because older generations have waited too long to listen to our scientists and elders who have pleaded that our climate was changing. They face unsustainably high costs of living. They face a growing tidal wave of right-wing populism, channeled out of frustration with the status quo and directed against the very measures that would help alleviate that discontent. Lester B. Pearson once said, "The choice is as clear now for nations as it was once for the individual, peace or extinction." Although his words are somewhat chilling when we reflect on Russia's current illegal war in Ukraine, I would also add today that the choice now includes addressing this climate crisis or facing extinction. Baby boomers and Gen Xers like myself and many of my colleagues have been particularly blessed in generations of global stability, high standards of living, and mostly peace and prosperity. But despite all we have been given, the future is increasingly uncertain. Our children, grandchildren, younger parliamentary colleagues, candidates, staff, activists, constituents are the ones who have to face that incertitude, that uncertain future, a future fraught with the very destiny of our planet. Turning towards the Fall Economic Statement, this statement that we are now debating is well positioned to address the times and the challenges, as well as the opportunities that we are presently living. One of the key components of our economic update is to give younger Canadians a helping hand by making Canada student loans and Canada apprenticeship loans interest-free. 30% or more of what a government student or apprenticeship loan borrower in Canada repays to the government is interest. More than half of Canadian students utilize Canadian student loans. Someone from Dawson City who travels to Victoria or Edmonton or Ottawa for an undergraduate degree and takes out a $40,000 loan for that degree will currently pay an additional $13,000 in interest alone, to say nothing of their cost of pursuing a graduate degree or professional degree like engineering or medicine. With the passage of this bill, that's money they can reinvest in the economy now or save for a down payment on a home. This is a big step forward for Canada and for our younger Canadians. I've just returned from my riding after a long day of travel yesterday, and I can tell you that many have spoken to me to tell me how much they welcome this support. Young people are not alone, though, in feeling the brunt of rising costs in an uncertain future, which is why our affordability plan is already in place, and that's included increasing the Canada Workers' Benefit, cutting average childcare fees by 50%, increasing old age security pensions by 10% for those over age 75, and more. Rising costs of living are particularly felt in northern and remote communities like those in the Yukon. This has hit families across the Yukon hard. Now, while our government is working hard to help those at the lowest income levels, our middle class is also struggling. Our economy is building an economy that works for all Canadians. Contrary to what we sometimes hear from across the aisle, there is no magical solution to the pinch of inflation, including removing the price on pollution, which would literally be robbing Peter now to pay much more to Paul later. Times are indeed tough. According to Statistics Canada, in the past year alone, the cost of heating oil in Whitehorse has increased as much as 80 cents a litre and currently sits at almost 60 cents a litre, more than it did last fall, with a similar increase in the price of diesel and regular gasoline. Since 2019, the price on pollution has increased about 13 cents a litre. Though, due to the fluctuations in oil and gas prices in September 2021, Yukoners were actually paying less per litre than they were in January 2019, the year the price on pollution was introduced. The increase in the price on pollution earlier this year is about 3 to 4 cents, while the price per litre overall has increased 60 to 80 cents. So our price on pollution, some referring to as the carbon tax, represents less than 5% of that overall increase. And Yukon government does offer its own climate action rebate program. Much of the increase in the fuel and the cost of living is tied to inflation, higher oil prices and global pricing decisions made by OPEC, along with the global economic impact of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, as well as the lingering supply chain impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Pricing pollution is the most responsible and economical way to reduce emissions in the long run, and while it has increased, it is not having the dramatic impact on inflation and rising prices that the opposition accuses it of. They are more focused on suggesting that devastating forest fires, melting permafrost, more severe storms are not happening because of anthropogenic global warming, and suggesting that climate change is not wreaking havoc on our infrastructure, our people, and our economy, rather than either coming up with alternatives to combat climate change or proposing concrete measures to support Canadians with these rising costs. Not only does Canada and the Yukon offer rebates on the price on pollution, putting more money in the pockets of the average citizen than the price on pollution costs, but we're working to implement measures that will support Canadians through these difficult times. Our government has not only introduced measures like the doubling of the GST tax credit for 6 months to help Yukoners struggling the most with higher prices, but we're investing in a net zero emission that runs on clean energy so we won't be beholden to the decisions of OPEC. For Yukoners who rely on home heating fuel and are looking for an alternative, I hope they will explore the Canada Greener Homes Initiative, which offers grants of up to $5,000 and low-interest loans of up to $40,000 to help transition your home and lower its emissions. Our government is investing in the jobs of tomorrow as demonstrated by our economic statement and is working to build the economy of tomorrow with investments in the Sustainable Jobs Training Centre and launching the Canada Growth Fund. The CGF is Canada's low-carbon financing initiative, which will attract private sector investment in Canadian businesses and projects to help reduce emissions and deploy clean technologies that drive growth, achieve climate targets, and capitalize on Canada's natural resources and critical supply chains. Our fall economic statement also introduces a competitive clean technology tax credit of 30% of the capital cost of investments to ensure that Canada can compete with the United States in attracting clean technology developments. This credit will be critical for business, communities, and individuals in the Yukon as we look to green our economy and energy grid, which is heavily reliant on fossil fuels. Mr. Speaker, I just came from the Yukon's Geoscience Forum, where our government's critical mineral strategy and our investments in moving to clean energy were welcomed enthusiastically. Clean energy needs mines, and mines need clean energy sources, and the Yukon has a great future in both. The Clean Tech Tax Credit will be available for investments in electricity generation and storage systems, including run-of-river, tidal, and small modular nuclear reactors, all of which are potential components of long-term efforts to green the Yukon's energy grid. It will also be accessible for low-carbon heat equipment and zero-emission industrial vehicles, such as those used in mining and construction. As one of the strongest economies in the G7, an excellent international credit rating, and a debt-to-GDP ratio that continues to decline, we are facing headwinds in a strong economic position. Our communities in Yukon deal with long winter nights every year. But we know that spring and summer and the sun await us all as they await all Canadians now. Our government will be there to continue to help Canadians through what could be a dark winter. We will continue to base our decisions on data and facts, and will continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon will have 5 minutes of questions coming to him when we return to the topic. In the meantime, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to send my heartfelt congratulations to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for the most successful regular season in their 92-year history. Although Winnipeg did not win the Grey Cup this year, your fans and the entire city of Winnipeg are grateful for the exciting season you brought us. I would also like to congratulate the Toronto Argonauts for their Grey Cup victory. Your team had an excellent season and put on a gritty and impressive championship performance. The Bombers were led by Mike O'Shea, who won his second consecutive Coach of the Year award, and quarterback Zach Collaros, who won his second consecutive trophy as the league's most outstanding player. A big shout out to the 4 hometown athletes who were on the Bombers roster this year, including Nick Dembski, Brad Oliveira, Jeff Gray, and Mike Benson, all of whom were born and raised in Winnipeg. We are so proud of you and the entire team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, like most members in this place, I took the time on Remembrance Day to honour those who sacrificed so much for us and give us the opportunity to participate in forums like this. At the same time, also recognizing the brave men and women of our Canadian Armed Forces. As too many Canadians take our freedom for granted, Mr. Speaker, and Russia's attack on the Ukraine should serve as a clear wake-up call. However, while we honor our brave men and women of the Canadian Forces, both past and present, this government must start reinvesting in our military. Our funding is inadequate, our equipment is out of date, and personnel are leaving the forces in greater numbers than are joining. Many of our veterans also need help, Mr. Speaker, and again, this Liberal government is failing to adequately address our veterans' situation. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the veterans that need help or our current state of our military, this government is failing.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay respect to Mr. Bill Saunders, a Newfoundland veteran of the Second World War, who passed away last week at the age of 101. Mr. Saunders joined the Royal Navy at 18 years old and was at sea when the first Allied vessel liberated Hong Kong from the Japanese in August 1945. He went on to be a dedicated member of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 1 for over 70 years, until the age of 98. The best way to describe Mr. Saunders is through a quote from the Legion Branch president. When he came through the door, everyone seemed to light up when they see him. And this just paints the perfect picture of the man he was: respected, a mentor, and a teacher. As the number of World War II veterans remaining falls, let's take this time to connect with veterans, hear their stories, and learn from them. What they experienced and fought for, we must never forget. We pay respect to Mr. Bill Saunders and think of his friends, colleagues, and family during this sad time. May he rest in peace.
L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we celebrate the social economy during the month of November. When you buy a product or a service that comes from the social economy, the whole community benefits. The social economy is about supporting businesses that have the community and local service at the very heart of their mission. The social economy is made up of businessmen and women who are committed to quality of life and civic empowerment. It's made up of administrators who put quality of life ahead of the pursuit of profit at any cost. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's social economy is significant. It's a $47.8 billion business. 220,000 Quebecers are employed by 11,200 businesses that are working to change our economic logic. I commend the efforts of the Chantier de l'économie sociale, which is the social economy working group, the 22 regional hubs, and all the consumers across Quebec who are committed to the social economy. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, happy Social Economy Month.
L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, each year around the holidays, the people of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges work together to make the holidays a joyful time for all. And this year, this is more important than ever. I'd like to thank all the individuals and organizations in my riding who play a leadership role. Organizations like Moisson Sud-Ouest, which give food to 92 food banks and soup kitchens in my community and the community of Montérégie. I thank the incredible people who are doing this hard work day in and day out, like Stéphane Spizak, Marie-André Prévost, and the entire board, all employees and dedicated volunteers. While they do their hard work, I invite and encourage all members of our community to support them, and the easiest and the best way to do so is to donate generously to the Guignolée des Médias on December 1st.
For seniors, families, and kids over the holidays and into the new year, and I invite all members of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges who can to give generously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, in the summer of 1995, John Davidson pushed his son Jesse in his wheelchair across Ontario in what was known as Jesse's Journey. The purpose? To raise funds and awareness for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. In 1998, John walked across Canada to continue the journey. Along the way, he would break a Guinness World Record for the fastest crossing of Canada by foot. But more importantly, he raised another $1.5 million for Duchenne research. Since then, Jesse's Journey has granted more than $16 million in research funding. 27 years after all began, Jesse's Journey is now Defeat Duchenne Canada. The name might have changed, but the purpose remains, a world where those born with Duchenne can live long and healthy lives. John Davidson, representatives from Defeat Duchenne Canada, and Duchenne's families, like grade 7 student James Allen, who is living with Duchenne, are in Ottawa today. And I hope all members will join me in welcoming them to Ottawa and committing to the hard work and research and resources necessary to defeat Duchenne and other rare diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Milton.
2, 3. Congratulations to the Toronto Argonauts on their record 18th Grey Cup victory, the most that any Canadian professional football team has ever won. Chad Kelly, the backup quarterback for the Argos, came on for the injured McLeod Bethel Thompson in the fourth quarter. A pair of touchdowns from A.J. Willett, and the Argos were once again champions with a hard-fought 24-23 victory over the strongly favored Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Toronto linebacker Enoch Mwamba had a key interception late in the game and was named the game's most valuable player and top Canadian. Enoch is only the second player in CFL history to be named both Most Outstanding Player and Most Outstanding Canadian in the Grey Cup championship game. After 11 years in the league, this is Enoch's first Grey Cup, and he credited the positive culture on his team and the support of his family for his success. To the players and the coaches, to the Argos staff and everyone in their locker room, to the families, supporters, and fans, to the incomparable, legendary Michael Pinball Clemens, we say congratulations and thank you for playing the Canadian game with 3 downs, a larger field, and our rules. Once again, congratulations, Toronto Argonauts, to the Double Blue on your record 18th Grey Cup victory.
The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I was honoured to march alongside Iranian Canadians as they demanded justice. Justice for PS 752, justice for Mahsa Amini, justice for victims of the Iranian regime's human rights violations. Canada shares their call for justice. Last week, our government announced another round of sanctions against the Iranian regime, targeting IRGC commanders, state-affiliated weapons firms, and UAV manufacturing companies. These sanctions prohibit dealings with the listed individuals and entities, effectively freezing any assets that they may hold in Canada and prohibit them from operating in our country. Canada will not hesitate to use all diplomatic tools at its disposal to respond to the Iranian regime's aggressions, whether in Iran or abroad. We will attain justice for victims of the flight of PS 752, for Massa, and for the Iranian people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Sunday is the first Sunday of what Christians call Advent. It is the first of 4 Sundays that anticipates the coming of Jesus. The Christian Church has seen this as a time of preparation to prepare for the celebration of the birth of Jesus the King. Here was God coming as a baby to live among us, to invite us into a personal relationship with Almighty God. Each Sunday in Advent represents God's promises of hope, peace, joy, and love. That's what God wants to bring into this broken world. We read in the Gospels of the wise men, the kings, the leaders of the time, bringing gifts to this baby, because something in this baby's coming they knew merged truth, justice, and mercy with this world. Still today, Jesus invites people to accept through faith the forgiveness that he offers and the gift of eternal life. Mr. Speaker, I wish you and all the members of this House and all Canadians across this beautiful country the hope, peace, joy, and love of Jesus throughout this Advent season.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, November 20th is National Child Day in Canada. This special day honors our commitment to upholding the rights of children through 2 historic events: the 1959 and 1989 signing and adoption of the UN Declaration and Convention on the Rights of the Child. This year's theme is 8 million rising. Across Canada, there's a growing movement of young change makers who are standing up for their rights and speaking up for their generation. National Child Day is an important occasion to reflect on the progress to date and for the challenges that remain, especially for Indigenous, racialized, and 2S LGBTQI+ kids. To support our children with the best start in life, our government introduced the Canada Child Benefit, lifting over 435,000 children out of poverty. It's building a nationwide system of high-quality, affordable childcare, and it's laying the groundwork for a national school food policy to help ensure children are well-nourished. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it's implementing the Canada Dental Benefit for children under 12. Mr. Speaker, children aren't just the future, they're leading in the present as well. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, listen to this list of Canadians. Vanessa, a single mom in Calgary who just wants to use her minivan to drive her kids to school, to dance, and to sports. Cooper in Chilliwack, who uses his truck to drive from his shop to his clients to use his plumbing skills all around the region. Flora, who heats her home in Newfoundland with oil to keep her and her husband, Peter, warm. Jackie, who thinks twice about turning up the thermostat a degree instead of deciding to just put on a sweater. Mark, who gets in his big wheeler in Milton at the crack of dawn to deliver food to grocers. What do these Canadians have in common, Mr. Speaker? They're struggling to keep up with energy prices under this Liberal NDP coalition, and to this Prime Minister, they're just polluters.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General recently released a report and the results are in. The federal government does not know if it is reducing chronic homelessness. 5 years have gone by since the launch of the federal government's national housing strategy, and yet there is no accountability for billions of dollars spent while more and more people are living in tents and cars. This is unacceptable, and it's only getting worse right across Canada. The federal government must develop a clear strategy with timelines and targets for ending chronic homelessness, including a definition with measurable targets. The Liberals' plan to allow large amounts of money with no follow-up and zero accountability is not working, and it's failing Canadians. Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation has already spent $4.5 billion and committed a $9 billion more to tackle homelessness, but cannot conclude if any of those funds have actually made a measurable difference. Canadians need leadership. Canadians need a plan. Canadians need homes built now. They can't afford more of this wasteful and bad bureaucracy from the Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind, order, if I can have your attention. I just want to remind everyone that statements are being made, and there's very important stuff being said. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear everything. So if you're talking amongst yourselves, try whispering rather than talking across three benches or even across the floor. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 89th anniversary of the famine genocide in Ukraine known as the Holodomor, when the Soviet Union closed Ukraine's borders and confiscated all food to destroy a Ukrainian population opposed to its rule. 19 people per minute, 1,200 per hour, and 28,000 per day were dying of famine at the height of the Holodomor. The world was silent, and millions died as a result. After World War II, we said never again. Year after year, here in this House, we commemorate genocides and atrocities, and we say never again. Right now, in Russian-occupied Ukraine, it is happening again. Russia is executing, Russia is torturing, Russia is raping women and even children. Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. Let us learn the lessons of the Holodomor. The only way to stop this is for the world to help Ukraine liberate all occupied territories. If we do not do this, then millions of Ukrainians will become victims of a genocide. We will show that we didn't learn the lessons of the Holodomor, and we will have lost the right to ever again use the words never again.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
We have a healthcare crisis in Canada. I witnessed this firsthand over the past year as first my father and then my mother fell sick and went into palliative care. I witnessed the immense dedication of Canada's nurses, doctors, and healthcare workers. And I know, as we all do, how underfunding by this government has created a crisis in public health care. That crisis is clear to see in children's hospitals, in emergency rooms, everywhere. Our healthcare workers are overworked to the point of exhaustion. Patients are sleeping in hospital hallways because there is nowhere else to go. The Liberal government has been irresponsible here. Instead of providing adequate healthcare funding to provinces and territories, they gave $750 billion in liquidity supports to big banks to maintain their profits. The same government allows over $30 billion in taxes to go to loopholes for the ultra-rich and overseas tax havens every year. It must be a top priority to restore adequate healthcare funding so that seniors, children, families, everyone receives the healthcare support they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Jean Lapointe has left us. He lives on in our hearts. He made his mark as a comedian who made Quebecers laugh for decades. He will be remembered as a prominent actor in Quebec cinema, in films such as Les Ordres, L'eau chaude, L'eau frette, and Le Dernier Tunnel. He made an impression on us with his role as Duplessis, one of the most beautiful performances in the history of Quebec television. He will also be remembered as a singer-songwriter. Just think of C'est dans les chansons, Cyrano, Si on chantait ensemble, or Chante-la ta chanson. But he will be remembered, above all, for his tenderness, his goodness that led him to help those who are in need. Since 1982, for alcoholics and drug addicts, being admitted to the Maison Jean Lapointe has been synonymous with hope, with recovery. Thousands of Quebecers, their families, and their loved ones are in his debt. Millions even of Quebecers are grateful to him. A huge part of us is now gone. Mr. Speaker, to his family and all those who loved him, I offer on behalf of the Bloc Québécois my most heartfelt condolences.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this government took office, failed Liberal policies have cost thousands of Canadians their lives. Unfortunately, in my province of Saskatchewan, drug overdose deaths are on the rise again this year. Addictions are terrorizing every community across this country and are the result of failed experiment by this Liberal government to provide taxpayer-funded drugs to addicts. This approach has failed in every jurisdiction it has been tried. Addiction can happen, Mr. Speaker, to anyone. It is a health crisis that unfortunately touches almost all families in this country. It feels like everything is broken in Canada, but there is hope. Our Conservative leader has a plan, a compassionate, health-based approach to provide recovery, treatment, and counseling. We need to fix the problem. We're losing too many sisters, brothers, parents, and friends to drugs.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians come from a vast range of nations, races, religions, and heritage. All Canadians can be proud of their identities, take pride in their ancestry, and have a sense of belonging. A community that brings Canadian society to life by sharing its identity is the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada. We can all attest to the generosity, resilience, and commitment of Ahmadi Muslims through Humanity First, Mercy for Mankind, Muslims for Life, Muslims for Remembrance, and the Run for Canada. These are just a few initiatives led by the Ahmadiyya community in support of Canadians. Despite facing persecution and discrimination in many countries, Ahmadi Muslims strive to live up to the simple but profound message of love for all, hatred for none. As chair of the Ahmadiyya Parliamentary Friendship Group, please join me in welcoming the Ahmadiyya community to Parliament. Also, join us tonight as we continue to promote adherence to the values of human dignity and freedom of religion for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Le Canada s'est rangé 58e.
Canada was 58th out of 63 countries in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They have missed every target when it comes to reducing these emissions, but they continue with the same strategy. In fact, they want to triple their strategy by tripling the carbon tax, even when that means Canadians are having trouble paying their bills to heat their houses. When will they realize that this isn't the way to fight climate change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has one of the most detailed plans when it comes to fighting climate change, and we will hit our targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. We also need to make sure that life is affordable for Canadians, and we have made investments to ensure that that happens. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Plan in the world. Why are they ranked 58th out of 63 in terms of performance on that plan? They have actually is a tax to drive up the cost of home heating, gas, groceries, and everything else. They want to triple that tax. Now we're going into the winter, where families are facing a doubling of their home heating bills right across this country. 40% of Atlantic Canadians already live in energy poverty. They cannot afford to pay any more. Instead of spending more inflationary money to try and solve the problem that they caused, why don't they just get rid of the problem itself and get rid of the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, this government has made enormous progress with respect to fighting climate change. We have one of the most detailed plans that exists in the world, but we were starting from a place where there was 10 years of Harper Conservatives that did nothing to fight climate change and to ensure a prosperous future for our children. We are working very hard to ensure that life is affordable for Canadians.
I'm just going to interrupt. I mean, we're going into what's pre-holiday season and known locally as the silly season. So I'm going to ask everybody to just take a deep breath and not shout out. I don't want to have to come down hard at Christmas and offer people coals. So please, no shouting or yelling. Et nous avons pas la traduction.
And we don't have translation?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't heckle the speaker. Otherwise, I might have to name you and throw you out. No, we don't want that to happen. Est-ce que nous avons? Do we have translation? Very good. We'll let the Minister of Natural Resources from the top so we can all hear what was said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has one of the most detailed climate plans in the world. We are on track to ensure that we are meeting the ambitious targets that we have set. But, Mr. Speaker, we started from a base where the previous Conservative government, the Harper Conservatives, did nothing to fight climate change for 10 years. We are very much committed, and we will achieve those targets. We will do so in a manner that is affordable for Canadians. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back when they pay a price on pollution. It should not be free to pollute in this country, and we are certainly making investments like the announcement we made this morning of $250 million for heat pumps to ensure that we are actually moving forward in a manner that is affordable and fights climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
By using technology and not taxes, the previous Conservative government actually presided over the only government that actually reduced greenhouse gases in Canadian history. While the economy grew. And now we have a government that has missed every single greenhouse gas reduction target that it has set, even as its carbon tax has gone up. And now they want to hit people with a tax just as home heating bills are expected to double. And their consolation prize is that sometime down the road, you might be able to get a heat pump when the winter is over, if you're lucky. Mr. Speaker, why don't they just get rid of the real problem, which is the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
I find the phrase that the honourable member uses, technology, not taxes, quite ironic for somebody who has actually spent his entire political career being paid by the taxpayer. I would note that as somebody who actually spent 20 years in the clean technology sector, that technology in and of itself is not a climate plan. It is part of a climate plan. It requires regulation. It requires putting a price on pollution. It requires investment in ensuring that life is affordable. Fighting climate change can generate prosperity, but only if you actually understand what you are doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Which he clearly doesn't, by virtue of the results. The results are higher emissions. They've missed their targets every single year. And now, with Atlantic Canadians, 40% of them living in energy poverty, rural Canadians facing a doubling of their home heating bills. Some families will be paying $5,000 and up just to keep the heat on. They want to go ahead and triple the tax. Why won't they get rid of the tax so that Canadians can keep the heat on and pay their bills?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we had a prime example in Prince Edward Island. What will happen if we don't continue to address climate change? We have massive destruction, winds over 200 kilometers an hour, destroyed our wharves, destroyed over half our softwood forests. We have to continue to make sure that we address the climate change. That's what our government has been doing and will continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And yet their taxes have failed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan. And now, having driven up the cost of home heating, they say that if you wait until the end of winter, you might be able to get a rebate for a heat pump if you are among the tiny minority of people in this country who will qualify for this program. So the tax the government imposed caused the problems, and now they say they have a government program to solve the problem. Why not just get rid of the problem and get rid of the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages.
Mr. Speaker, I really have to say I'm really quite stunned by the comments made by the other side of the floor here. When we look what happened this year in Atlantic Canada with Hurricane Fiona, I had the task of going to visit many provinces. I was actually in Prince Edward Island. One of the schools, the roof was actually blown off of the school completely. When I speak to Atlantic Canadians, they want our government to make sure that we take action on climate, and that's exactly what we're doing. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. On that side of the House, they really don't know what they're talking about.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, Global News revealed that China interfered in the 2019 federal election by funding at least 11 candidates. The Prime Minister was briefed as early as January, but as usual, he says he doesn't know anything. At the G20 summit, he discussed it with Chinese President Xi Jinping, so supposedly he doesn't know anything, but he knows enough to discuss it with the second most powerful man on the planet. Did he discuss something as serious as interference in our elections just on the basis of a newspaper article, or does he know the details and is hiding them from the public? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. We take safeguarding Canadian democracy very seriously. We have 2 independent, nonpartisan reviews that the 2019 elections were free and fair. We also passed Bill C-66 to deal with foreign interference through funding, and anyone who interferes with our elections will face serious consequences. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Okay, so either the minister didn't know who they were but isn't telling us, or knew about it and went to talk with the president of China. Either he's hiding the truth and knows that China's trying to destabilize our democracy, just like he hid the truth about the Roxham Road contracts, or he's revealing that he's diplomatically irresponsible to the point of being dangerous. Either it's not honest or it's not very bright. Which one is it? The Honourable Minister. The protection of Canadian democracy is a responsibility that we take very seriously. We're taking measures to fight attempts at foreign interference, starting with our police services, our officials, and intelligence officials who have led investigations. They use all the tools available. We are doing important work to preserve our institutions and infrastructure essential to Canada, namely through C-26 to reinforce cybersecurity and offer new powers to the RCMP. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. This government refuses to recognize just how the greed of large companies makes life more expensive for families. We now know that since 2019, large grocery stores increased their profits by 118%. In the meantime, the Liberals refuse to point out the excessive profits leading to an increased cost of living. But they have no problem blaming worker salaries for inflation. What hypocrisy? Why attack worker salaries? Why aren't the Liberals pointing out the greed of business owners? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague and his question. It's clear in our budget that we've asked banks to pay their fair share. We've increased taxes on banks, and in our economic statement, we're added a 2% tax on share purchases. We're asking all businesses and we're asking everyone to pay their fair share. That businesses pay their fair share is part of our plan.
Mr. Speaker, that didn't even come close to answering the question. A new report reveals that the profits of big grocery stores have increased by 118% since 2019. Wow. These companies are making massive profits while Canadian families are struggling. In Alberta, food banks have seen a whopping 73% increase over the last 3 years. Yet the latest government report, the Liberals blame workers' wages for inflation. They don't blame the billionaires. They don't blame the skyrocketing corporate profits. They're blaming workers. When will the Liberals stop protecting corporate profits and start taking action to protect Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians are concerned about how much they're paying for gas and groceries. That's why earlier this year, the Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation wrote to the Competition Bureau to make sure that it was using all of its tools to detect and deter unlawful behaviors in the food sector, following up to prevent businesses from taking advantage of high prices and profiting off Canadians. We've asked the Bureau to immediately look into these matters. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to make life more affordable for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Today's re-announcement of more government spending doesn't address the real issue of inflation and unaffordability. This Liberal government has demonized and kicked down Canada's energy industry for years. Instead of building energy projects in Canada that would have helped make home heating more affordable, the Liberals cancelled projects, killing good energy jobs while helping China build pipelines instead. As the government keeps spending, it drives up inflation, making gas, groceries, and home heating more and more expensive. Why won't this Liberal government do the right thing and cancel their carbon tax on all home heating?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I think it's unfortunate that it's only the Conservatives in this House that think it should be free to pollute in this country. It should not be free to pollute in this country. We need a plan, a comprehensive plan to fight climate change. That includes putting a price on pollution. It includes regulations. It includes investments in creating prosperity and jobs for the future, investments in ensuring affordability, just like the $250 million announced this morning to help to transition off home heating oil. That is something that will help people with affordability and fight climate change.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Well, instead of selling green fairy tales and telling Canadians to cancel their Disney Plus, the government should stop their inflationary spending and stop the plan to triple the taxes. Billions of dollars of cancelled projects because of this costly coalition's climate zealot ideology has made home heating unaffordable, while not hitting a single emissions reduction target. Why won't this Liberal government stop daydreaming, do the right thing, and cancel their carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as our Natural Resources Minister has said, we have the most ambitious climate plan in Canadian history. We've invested $100 billion since 2015, a $9.1 billion investment in our emissions reduction plan, Mr. Speaker. This is going to reduce pollution, this is going to drive innovation, and this is going to enable us to hit our very ambitious climate targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, 60% of Canadians pay more in carbon tax than they get back, and the Liberals plan to triple it. Home heating costs have already skyrocketed in Canada and will double this winter. Half of Atlantic Canadians use heating oil to heat their homes, and it's up 56% overall since last year. It's up 77% in Newfoundland and Labrador and 68% in Nova Scotia. Tripling the carbon tax will cost them $900 more a year just in tax to heat their homes. Why won't the Liberals cancel their carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister responsible for COA, I have had the challenge of going to Atlantic Canada and meeting with some people that have really seen the destruction in their homes and in their businesses. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's been really difficult to hear these personal stories. Once again, I'm really confused with respect to the Conservatives. It's truly important to make sure that we have a comprehensive plan to fight climate change, because we are seeing the destruction is extremely real. And that is why that we are really hoping that on this side of the House that we're going to be able to move forward as we are with an ambitious plan to make sure that we meet our targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, that minister just gave zero answers whatsoever about how to alleviate the cost of home heating on Atlantic Canadians and people right across the country. They need relief now. Canadians can't wait for programs that won't even cover half of the $10,000 to $20,000 it'll take to install a new home heating system that will still need a backup. They can't wait a year to install new windows or re-insulate their home, or years to replace their furnace. Canadians live in the real world, not in a Liberal fantasy. In that real world, it gets really cold in December. Canadians are freezing and the Liberals are freezing them out. So why won't they cancel their cruel carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, in Atlantic Canada just faced the worst climate catastrophe in their history, Mr. Speaker, just 1 month ago. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there with $300 million to help them to recover and rebuild, Mr. Speaker. And we're also going to be there to help them with the transition to greener forms of energy. Mr. Speaker, there was a wonderful announcement this morning that is going to help Canadian families, is going to help Atlantic Canadian families. We're there for Atlantic Canadians, Mr. Speaker, ever and always.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, COP27 vient de...
Mr. Speaker, COP27 just ended. The Canadian Minister of the Environment launched a challenge to the entire planet. He asked all countries to impose a carbon tax like his government is doing to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of the Environment tell us how many countries accepted this invitation to impose a carbon tax? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, affordability is extremely important. We've taken important measures to deal with these issues, including doubling the GST credit. No matter what the Conservatives say, 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off thanks to our fight for the climate. They are misleading. They misled Canadians when they campaigned against the carbon tax. The Conservatives are breaking promises that they made during the election campaign to those who elected them. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to welcome the minister's efforts to speak in French. But no matter which language he uses, the answer is the same. No country accepted his invitation to oppose a carbon tax. The Liberals have been in power for 7 years. The carbon tax has been in place for 7 years, and the result is that emissions have not gone down. And we are 58th out of 63 countries to fight climate change. Can they understand that tripling the carbon tax is not good for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my counterpart said, he knows that there are many countries throughout the world who impose a price on carbon. Many countries in Europe have a price on carbon. That's part of our climate plan, a comprehensive plan to fight climate change in a way that will accelerate the energy transition and prosperity for Canada. That's something we are working on every day. And perhaps...
Monsieur le Président, en matière de santé.
The Honourable Member Jonquière. When it comes to health, the minister came out a changed man after his meeting with François Legault after the Sommet de la Francophonie. He said that Quebec is doing a very good job in collecting data, a very good job. It's amazing how things move forward when we talk to each other. Mr. Speaker, just imagine how we could move forward if the Prime Minister brought together all of the premiers to resolve the issue of transfers together. My question is a simple one. When will the Prime Minister convene a public health care summit? It's been over a year. We've been waiting for this. The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. Our healthcare system is dealing with significant challenges. Our government is ready to work with provinces and territories to discuss these priorities. We want to get results for health and improve health services for all Canadians. We want to reduce wait times and support healthcare workers. We want to improve services to families. And we want to improve mental health services as well as addiction services. And we want to help Canadians receive care closer to home. And I'm out of time. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. That's a really nice grocery list, but that's not what we're talking about. This is the first time in over a year that the Prime Minister has found anything good to say about Quebec or any other province when it comes to health transfers. All it took was one in-person meeting, Mr. Speaker. So let him organize meetings if they can lead to an agreement on healthcare funding. I have a very simple question for my colleague. Why is the federal government stubbornly refusing our proposal for a minister's summit on health funding? What is there to be afraid of? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. Working together is the right road to take. As my colleague mentioned, federal, provincial, and territorial representatives have worked together to develop an action plan to improve use of health data. We also want to more effectively use data for health and digital health. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, we need to act now. He's really indulging in a lot of distraction. For over a year now, we've been needing increased funding for healthcare. In the meantime, people are endless waiting lists for surgery. There's people who think they're sick, but they can't get a diagnosis. There's healthcare workers who are thinking about changing jobs. What all of these people are expecting from their government is to work together for better funding for healthcare. How much more precious time will the federal government waste before convening a public summit on healthcare funding? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, as we've seen, there was an excellent meeting between the Premier of Quebec and the Prime Minister of Canada. We do want to work with the other levels of government. I will say that the Bloc is looking for an argument, whereas we are looking to cooperate. While the Bloc Québécois is playing politics, we are trying to find solutions.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, according to StatsCan, families in Atlantic Canada are hardest hit by the Liberals' carbon tax when it comes to home heating fuels. On a year-over-year basis, families in New Brunswick are facing increases to their home heating bills of over 50%, and it's over 75% in Newfoundland and Labrador. Liberals believe heat pumps will solve this problem, but their carbon tax is already forcing families to choose between heating and eating. When will Liberals do the right thing, cancel their carbon tax, and give families in New Brunswick and Atlantic Canada the break they need this winter?
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is clear on this side of the House is that my colleagues opposite are suffering from the ostrich syndrome with their head in the sand. I think we really have to recognize that the climate change is real, and we really have to take action. Once again, Mr. Speaker, as the minister responsible for COA, I have seen firsthand the devastation on the ground. And I think really what we do need right now in the province of New Brunswick is for the province to return the money on the federal tax to its constituents in New Brunswick as opposed to keeping it in the federal coffers. That's really what would be helping Atlantic Canadians right now.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, no one is taking that minister's advice. No one in Atlantic Canada wants to see home heating fuels double this year. Right. Nobody is asking the federal government to make heating more expensive. The Liberal carbon tax is fueling inflation. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada says so. It is driving up the price on energy. It is driving up the price on food. It is driving up the price on life. When Ontario, Alberta, and New Brunswick were able to reduce taxes on gasoline, home heating fuels, we saw prices go down. Under this government, they're going up because they keep raising the carbon tax, and they're going to triple. They need to stop.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Anybody that witnessed Fiona in Atlantic Canada would understand there truly has to be measures taken. And this government has taken measures to make sure that we're going to be able to live in Atlantic Canada. And in fact, the heat pump announcement is a very important part of making sure that we help Atlantic Canadians heat their homes this winter. We have and will continue to address the climate change issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, what that minister just said was a pile of baloney. He should do a meteorology course. Back home today, winter's setting in. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are cutting their Disney Plus subscriptions left, right, and center. But what they're finding with their Disney Plus savings is that it doesn't even give them 1 gallon of oil per month. Wow. Will this left-wing government do the right thing and cancel their plan to put carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians' fuel this winter?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the one thing that we can agree on across the aisle is that affordability is very important.
No baloney.
Fried bologna sandwiches first.
You've got all day. Take your time. Okay? The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the one thing that we can all agree on across the aisle is that affordability is extremely important to Canadians and certainly to all political parties. We have taken significant measures to address current affordability concerns through doubling the GST tax credit and this morning through the investment of $250 million to accelerate the transition off of home heating oil. It is also the case, no matter how much the Conservatives attempt to mislead folks, that 8 out of 10 Canadian families in places where the federal backstop is in place get more money back than they actually pay in the price on pollution. It also bears stating that the Conservatives misled Canadians during the recent election campaign when they campaigned on putting in place a carbon tax. Seeing their...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite Patrie.
Mr. Speaker, we've just wrapped up COP27, and the world can see that on the climate crisis, the Liberals say one thing and do another. Apart from Japan, Canada is the only country, the country that gives the most to oil companies in the G20. According to the Climate Change Performance Index, Canada ranks 58th out of 63 countries evaluated. Bravo, impressive. And what's more, the Minister of the Environment was inviting oil company lobbyists to the Canadian Pavilion during COP, even though we were talking about a catastrophe. When will they get a serious and coherent policy and wake up? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important to fight climate change, and as I said, we have implemented a detailed plan to fight it, and it will accelerate the prosperity for Canada, and our government has committed to eliminate public financing of fossil fuels by the end of 2022. We've already gradually emulated subsidies for the fossil fuel sector.
Timmins James Bay.
Well, winter's hitting hard across northern Canada, and Canadians are struggling with the rising cost of home heating, particularly in rural regions like my own where people are on fixed incomes. Oil companies are making record profits. Canadians are paying through the nose. And, of course, the Conservative solution is to make pollution-free for big oil, which is great for the shareholders. Now, as for the heat pumps, if people can't pay their bills now, they're not going to be able to afford the rest of the cost of the installation. But there is something this government can do. They can work with New Democrats to take the GST off home heating so that seniors and the working class can have a better deal this winter. Will they work with us?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, and a number of members have mentioned COP27, and I'd like to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that we have been praised for our international leadership in helping developing nations adapt to climate change. Mr. Speaker, you don't like coal, neither do we, and we've been praised for our leadership on the Powering Past Coal Coalition, Mr. Speaker. We're on the offense, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately the Conservatives are ragging the puck.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians continue to weather the post-pandemic storm, increased cost of living and housing affordability is top of mind in my community. In Richmond Hill, emergency housing operators such as Blue Door and 360 Kids strive to help the most vulnerable children, youth, and adults in the face of poverty vulnerability. This is why I was pleased to see the government take action in the new cost of living measures, including increased financial support through the Canada Housing Benefit as a way of helping the most vulnerable in our communities. Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion tell this House about the impact of this support will have on the lives of...
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question, but also for his strong advocacy on this really important issue. We understand as a government that Canadians are facing more pressures when it comes to paying the rent. That is why we introduced legislation to provide a top-up of $500 to the Canada Housing Benefit, a top-up that will help 1.8 million Canadian renters pay their rent. And I'm pleased to share with this House that this legislation has now received royal assent, and payments will launch at the end of the year. In this side of the House, Canadians know that our government always has their backs.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The terrorist regime in Iran killed 55 Canadian citizens, and tens and thousands of Canadians gather in solidarity, the people fighting for their freedom in Iran. The IRGC is threatening Canadians on Canadian soil. Our security agency is sounding the alarm bells. These hostile activities undermine our national security. The Prime Minister knows of these lethal threats on innocent Canadians. It's time to end the platitudes and the empty rhetoric. When will the government prioritize the safety and security of Canadians and list the IRGC as the terrorist organization that they are?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we believe in action, and that's why we have an effective range of sanctions which are taking place on those who commit the atrocities in Iran. Because of these new sanctions, the framework we have put in place, we're able to target the core leadership of the Iranian regime. They'll not be able to hide in Canada. They'll not be able to hide anywhere. Their assets will be frozen in Canada. The message is clear. There's no place for them in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Global News reported on November 7th that the Prime Minister had been briefed last January about federal candidates receiving money from Beijing. We started asking questions a week later on November 14th, but it took till yesterday, November 20th, for the Prime Minister to say, quote, "I do not have any information, nor have I been briefed on any federal candidates receiving money from China," end quote. Why did it take the Prime Minister 2 weeks to say that he had not been briefed on election candidates receiving money from Beijing?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be unequivocally clear that Canadians can count on our government to remain vigilant when it comes to safeguarding free and fair elections in Canada. As my honourable colleague knows, we had an independent body look very closely at the allegations of foreign interference and confirmed that that election was free and fair. But we remain soberly aware of the threats that hostile actors pose, which is why we're cracking down on foreign funding which could influence elections, which is why we will continue to leverage every single authority at our disposal to protect fair and free elections in Canada. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the 2011 election was free and fair, but that didn't prevent an investigation from taking place about the Guelph robocall scandal. Yesterday, the Prime Minister also said, quote, "I've asked my officials to examine these media reports and give all possible answers, everything they can, to the parliamentary committee that's looking into this," end quote. Will the government assure this House that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will get all the answers and all the documents they are seeking and not defy the committee, this House, and you, Mr. Speaker, as they did with the Winnipeg lab documents?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you heard the Prime Minister say, of course we're going to cooperate with the Parliamentary Committee when it comes to disclosing all of the allegations that have been addressed by an independent body which confirmed that the election in 2019 was both free and fair. Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague and all members in the House that this is not a partisan issue, that every member in this House has to work together to safeguard all of our democratic institutions, including elections, so that every Canadian can have their voice represented in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, we will spare no effort in securing that objective. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. 2 weeks after the allegations of Global News, the Prime Minister finally denied being specifically aware of the clandestine network of 11 candidates. The PM was asked to give all the information that they can share with the Parliamentary Committee. Can the Prime Minister confirm that all the documents will be shared with the Proc Committee and that they will not use their majority coalition to hide documents like the Liberals did during the Winnipeg debacle? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government respects the process for parliamentary committees, and of course we will collaborate with the committee to conduct a review, but we've already launched an independent and nonpartisan process that confirmed the results of the 2019 election and said that they were free and fair. And we will continue to use all the tools to safeguard all our democratic institutions, including elections. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, at the end of COP27, the Minister of the Environment said that he was disappointed that we did not go further. But it's his fault that we didn't go further. He fought to prevent countries from writing in the final declaration that fossil fuel use has to be reduced. He censored countries that wanted to acknowledge the obvious, namely that we must reduce our dependence on oil and gas. Is that Canada's role in the fight against climate change, censoring countries that want to succeed? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of praise coming from the international delegations on Canada's various efforts at COP27. And Mr. Speaker, you get no argument from this side of the House. There is more to do, and that's why we've invested $9.1 billion in our emissions reduction plan, why we're capping oil and gas emissions, why we're eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, we're investing in clean technology, Mr. Speaker. We want to take advantage of that $2.5 trillion clean energy economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members that it is not an Olympic event where you hold up the score. That is a prop, and it can get you thrown out of the House. I just want to point that out to all of you.
The honourable member for Avignon-La Matisse-Matin-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, at the same time that the Minister of the Environment was censoring the planet at COP27, Canada was continuing its efforts to turn Newfoundland into an oil Klondike. 5 oil companies have been authorized to dig around Baie du Nord for new oil. The Liberals have the nerve to justify this by saying that we'll always need oil for its byproducts like bicycle chain oil or latex gloves. This is no joke. It's the parliamentary secretary that said that. Mr. Speaker, in order to use the billions of barrels that they want to extract in Newfoundland, how many jars of Vaseline will they have to produce? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important. We do have a comprehensive and aggressive plan to fight climate change. Of course, we have to reduce GHGs. We have to work with our allies like we have done at COP27, and we have to make sure that there is a prosperous future for Canadians. We have to accelerate our energy transition, and our plan is doing exactly that.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, Statistics Canada reported that the homicide rate in Canada is the highest it's been since 2005, the last year that the Liberals were in government, in their previous government. In fact, 32% violent crime has risen since these Liberals last took government. But now they want to make it worse. They're letting violent criminals back onto the street after committing serious drug, gang, and gun crime. Will the minister listen to communities, to the police, to victims, and abandon his plan to let violent criminals back onto the streets?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-5 received historic royal assent last Thursday. And for the first time, Mr. Speaker, we have given back to judges the power to make the punishment fit the crime and allowing all of the judicial system to focus more closely on the serious crimes that the honourable member is referring to. Mr. Speaker, this is a crucial step past the failed Conservative policies that have only led to the over-incarceration of Black and Indigenous peoples in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward in the right direction for a more just Canada.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, that's just factually incorrect. The mandatory minimum penalties this government's eliminating were mandatory minimums put in place by the Prime Minister's father. So when he speaks under this government, the maximum sentences are increasing, maximum sentences of 10 years or more. Do you know how often that's been given out? 0% of the time. So when this minister talks about increasing maximum penalties, what he's really saying is we're not going to do anything about violent crime. Will the minister please abandon his soft-on-crime approach and take gun crime seriously in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite the honourable member to read Bill C-21, which is our attack on gun crime, Mr. Speaker, in which we increase the maximum penalties for very serious gun offences. Mr. Speaker, another important part of Bill C-5 was the reintroduction of the possibility of conditional sentence orders, which allows, again, Mr. Speaker, our judges, based on the person in front of them, to actually fashion a punishment that fits the crime and, again, concentrate our valuable judicial resources on serious crimes. It's a direction that even Justice Michael Moldaver has exhorted us to do, because that's what the system...
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable...
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. When you listen to the Liberals, they seem to live in a world where everything is fine and nothing is wrong. But let me bring them back to reality. After 7 years under this Liberal government, the violent crime rate in Canada has increased by 32%. Yes, 32%. And what's the response to that? The adoption of Bill C-5, which abolishes minimum sentences for legal importation of firearms. You really have to be out of the loop. When will they put violent criminals and protect honest Canadians and do their job? Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing. For the first time in the history of our country, Mr. Speaker, we are going to repeal minimum sentences and give the judges the flexibility to make the punishment fit the crime. Mr. Speaker, we had to get rid of the failed conservative policy that did nothing but lead to the over-incarceration of blacks and Indigenous peoples in our system. With Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker, which received royal assent last Thursday, we are going towards a fairer and more equitable country.
Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, le don d'organes et des...
Speaker, organ and tissue donation is an important part of our healthcare system. In the last session of Parliament, Bill C-210 was unanimously passed, allowing Canadians to indicate on their income tax return their desire to receive information about organ and tissue donation from their provincial or territorial government. Can the Minister of National Revenue tell us more about where we are now in terms of working with the provinces and territories? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Yukon for his question and for the work he's doing on behalf of his constituents. And I'm happy to announce that Nunavut and Ontario have agreed to participate in the organ and tissue donation initiative. This initiative will begin with this territory and province in the next reporting period. And therefore, we will work with other provinces and territories to address the donation shortage and increase the potential to save lives, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The Hortons could not afford a home in Ontario, so they found their dream home on a lake in Nova Scotia. The kids love skating and swimming on the lake. Life was good until this year. The increased cost of everything, like a 68% increase in the cost to heat a home in Nova Scotia, forced the Hortons to have to choose between paying their mortgage and heating their home. The Hortons want to know, why won't this Liberal government do the right thing and cancel their planned carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary.
Motion, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's been some discussion today about the fact that there is the problem is a carbon tax. Well, the good news is there is no tax on carbon in Canada. There's a price on carbon pollution. That's the problem. The problem are emissions, not a price on carbon. Now, this very day, Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Parliamentary step from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, some people are saying that the problem is our price on carbon pollution. That's not the problem. The problem is emissions. Every decision we take with regard to the environment on this side is about reducing emissions. Just this very day, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship in Nova Scotia announced a program to help Nova Scotian families and other families to switch their oil heating furnaces to heat pumps. This is exactly the kind of action that we're taking that both solves the affordability problem for Nova Scotian families and lowers emissions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Well, this member knows that heat pumps don't work when it gets below -10. Right. He should do his homework. Right. The Liberal inflation is causing the Hortons to have to sell their home and move to a smaller place. They are working harder and falling further behind. They want to save a little money at the end of the month, but home heating increases are eating up their paychecks. Melody Horton has a simple question. Why won't this Liberal government do the right thing and cancel their planned carbon tax on home heating?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know what doesn't work when it comes to climate action? Climate inaction. And what we saw in Nova Scotia today is action, exactly the kind of action that this government is committed to. And if I could offer Ms. Horton some advice, if her MP can't connect her to this new program, she can talk to me.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, because of Liberal-induced inflation, Canadians are struggling. With winter coming, it's already cold. Canadians are having a hard time heating and paying their bills. Canadians need help now, and they cannot pay more. our leader and my colleagues and myself from the Conservative Party have a very simple solution. Remove the carbon tax from Canadian home heating bills. Will the Liberals show some compassion and follow our recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, our government has implemented a plan to fight climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell them that the only plan that the Conservatives and their leader have to make life more affordable is to incite Canadians to invest in cryptocurrency. And, Mr. Speaker, the roles and responsibilities of a leader have consequences. When will he apologize, their leader apologize, because some people spent their life savings because they followed his advice? That's criminal.
Or Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, with one of the world's most comprehensive and detailed climate plans, a wealth of natural resources, and a skilled workforce, Canada is establishing itself as a global supplier of choice for clean energy in a net zero world, with governments worldwide looking for reliable, affordable, non-emitting forms of energy. Could the minister please inform this House on actions taken by the government to increase clean fuel production in this country?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, thank you to the member for Hamilton Mountain for her very thoughtful question and for the work she does on behalf of her constituents each and every day. Clean fuels like hydrogen will play a crucial role in fighting climate change, and our government is taking concrete action to support the development of the sector. Last week in Vancouver, I announced $800 million in project funding to advance Canada's clean fuel sector for 60 clean fuel funding projects across the country. These projects will not only bolster Canadian competitiveness in the clean fuel space at a time of rising global demand, they will also create sustainable jobs and grow the economy, all while lowering emissions and protecting the environment for future generations.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this government is sitting idly by while Canadians with disabilities live in poverty and die. Liberals move quickly when supporting their wealthy friends, but tell people with disabilities that help is years away. A growing number of persons with disabilities are losing hope as they contemplate medical assistance in dying, not because they want to die, Mr. Speaker, but because they can no longer afford to live. Why are the Liberals okay with this?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with C-22 and the Canada Disability Benefit, we have an opportunity in this House to bring about once-in-a-generation change and lift hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities out of poverty. And that's exactly the work that is just wrapping up at committee. And I look forward to having it back in the House for third reading. I look forward to once again having all party support. This could be transformative for our country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it needs to be said there's no such thing as a credible climate plan that doesn't include phasing out oil and gas while supporting affected workers. At COP27, the federal government claimed at the last minute to support text to phase down unabated fossil fuels, yet back home, it approved new oil exploration permits off the coast of Newfoundland. Is this government ready to talk seriously about equitably phasing out fossil fuels, or are they going to continue to protect the profits of their friends in the oil and gas industry?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, this government is entirely committed to the fight against climate change. It has been something that we have been working on for the past 7 years. We have done so with our allies around the world, in Europe, in Japan, in South Korea, and with countries across the globe. It is a critically important issue. It is something that we actually have invested enormous amounts of time, energy, and resources in doing. Canada has one of the most detailed climate plans in the world. We have an aggressive target. We are absolutely fundamentally committed to doing so, but doing so in a manner that recognizes this is a transition, recognizes that we actually have to ensure prosperity and jobs for future generations, and we are doing just that.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for questions today. And don't see anybody getting up on a point of order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask everyone to, there we go. Thank you. Very good. Jeez, it's on autopilot. This is wonderful. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité. L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs about Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. The committee studied this bill and decided to report to the House with amendments. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to table in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology regarding Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies. The committee is reporting this to the House with amendments.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Menstrual Products. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce this bill, An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Menstrual Products. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for seconding this bill and her tireless advocacy for gender equity. Menstrual products are a basic health necessity, yet 1 in 3 Canadians struggles to afford them. To help address period poverty in Canada, this legislation would require federal employers to supply free menstrual products to everyone with access to their workplace, including employees, contractors, and members of the public. This bill is a result of the vision of 2 bright high school students from Vancouver Kingsway, Vivian Namenko and Chanel Kershaw, who attend Sir Charles Tupper Secondary School. Vivian and Chanel are this year's winners of my Create Your Canada contest, which invites high school students to participate in our democracy and offer their ideas for a better Canada. I hope all parliamentarians will support their thoughtful and creative initiative that is long overdue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is now deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon are happy the Government of Canada listened to their petition and amended the air transport agreement with the Government of India. These petitioners are again calling on the Government of Canada to establish direct flights between Amritsar and to Canadian destinations. It makes economic sense. It makes societal sense. It's good for Canada. It's good for India. Let's get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Caledon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of Ahmadiyya Muslims in Canada. Ahmadiyya Muslims in Pakistan have been effectively denied the right to vote and essentially have been disenfranchised from equal participation. To register to vote, Ahmadiyyas must either renounce their faith or agree to be placed on a separate electoral list and accept their status as non-Muslims, thus stripping away their religious freedom. The petitioners urge the Government of Canada to urge the Pakistani government to create a fair and democratic election process for all Pakistanis without discrimination or prejudice, and urge the Pakistani government to immediately repeal Section 48A of the Elections Act and permit Ahmadiyya Muslims to vote alongside all other citizens of Pakistan.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And along the same vein as the member from Caledon, I'd like to present a petition today
that advocates the Government of Canada to advocate through this House of Commons to urge the Pakistani government to create fair and democratic election processes and process for all Pakistanis without any discrimination or prejudice or mention of anyone's religion. And secondly, to urge the Pakistani government to immediately repeal Section 48A of the Elections Act and permit Ahmadi Muslims to vote alongside all other citizens of Pakistan as a part of a joint electorate. Mr. Speaker, through Section 48A of the Pakistani Elections Act established in 2017, Ahmadis must renounce their faith to be included in any voter list and be subjected to having their name and particulars available to the general public, thus inadvertently creating a target list for Ahmadi Muslims in Pakistan. Mr. Speaker, I see to hear to it that this petition moves forward and that we obviously stand up for all minority rights throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House to present petitions from concerned constituents who are calling on this government to follow the lead of the European Parliament and banning the unnecessary use of animals in experimentation. The petitioners point out that there are newer methods that will decrease the concern of biohazardous waste and zoonotic diseases, and they look for a phasing out of experiments of using animals in biomedical research, toxicological testing, or education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 853, 855, and 861 to 864. In addition, we ask that the government's response to starred question 856 be printed in Hansard as if read. And then furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, the government's responses to questions numbers 851, 852, 854, and 857 to 860 could be made orders of return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered.
And, yes. Yeah. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons.
32, the Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022, and on the amendment of Mr. Hallan.
Very good. Now we'll return to debate. The Honourable Member for Yukon has 5 minutes of questions coming to him. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the fall economic statement, there's a lot of supports that are there to assist Canadians at a time in which we recognize inflation is having such a profound impact. Even though Canada, relatively speaking, in comparison to countries, whether it's the USA, many countries in Europe, is doing quite well in terms of the inflation rate being lower than those countries. But still, we need to understand and appreciate the difficult times many Canadians are having during inflation. And my question to my colleague is, would he not agree that the quicker that we get pass this legislation through, the better it is in terms of providing the supports that Canadians need at this time?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing up the question of timing and the importance of coming to a vote and an agreement on moving forward on this fall economic statement and the implementation thereof. We know that people need help right now. We know that we are in an affordability crisis as we move towards a new economy, and therefore time is definitely of the essence. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Free. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Just a moment. The Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to make a joke, but I'm not allowed to say my name, which is Julie. In any case, the question I will put has to do with persons aged between 65 and 74. The increase in their pension benefits. I'm wondering whether my colleague actually knows that the people most affected by this two-tier retired persons system are women who their entire lives did not make much money and yet had to feed and support their families. Those women between the ages of 65 and 74, they are mostly negatively affected by the government's refusal to increase their pension benefits. Is my colleague aware of this? And will he commit to pressuring his colleagues so that the persons aged between 65 and 74 also receive an increase in their retirement benefits? The Honourable Member for Yukon. Thank you to my colleague for her question and also for her advocacy. As I explained in my speech, our government is focused on helping Canadians who need help the most in the current time. This includes increasing the GST credit, dental care, and daycare. All of these measures will make life more affordable for Canadians.
Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I know that he wasn't able to have his whole speech today, but I know from last week we were able to hear parts of it. I do have a direct question about the opportunity the fall economic statement would have provided Canadians in relation to the drug poisoning crisis. I know this member knows very well the need to address the drug poisoning crisis across Canada. Families across the country, from coast to coast to coast, are being affected by this. It was absent in this fall economic statement. What measures will the government take to ensure that we actually have a plan to help save lives?
Member for Yukon has less than a minute to respond.
Thank you very much, and I do thank my colleague across again for his advocacy on a very important issue to my heart and to a need that we need to move forward on continuing to address the mental health crisis and the opioid crisis. So it is a critical part of that is continuing with the discussions with the provinces and territories on the $4.5 billion mental health transfer that continues to be committed to by this government, and those discussions, in addition to the healthcare discussions, will be continuing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the 18th or 19th time allocation measure, which we've experienced here in the House. Well, we've lost track because it's becoming a habit. It's become part of the House procedures. I think that this is the new normal since the start of the pandemic and hybrid parliament. Well, before that, time allocation was something exceptional, but now it seems to be routine, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to interrupt democratic debate and to get in the way of something that's important in Parliament, namely debate, and to the clash of ideas. That said, I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-32. The Bloc Québécois had huge expectations of the economic statement. It wanted to see an increase in health transfers. It wanted to see a willingness on the part of the government to respond to the demands of Quebec and the other provinces in the area of health care so they can shoulder their own responsibilities. In Quebec, the population is aging, and there's a huge need in terms of mental health services. There's not enough support out there. But unfortunately, there was nothing about that in the economic statement. My colleague from Shefford has repeated this. The Bloc Québécois has repeated this. It's one of our priorities, so we really don't understand why there was no mention of health transfers in the statement, and also why not to help persons aged between 65 and 74, because these people need to have a little more spending power, especially given inflation. Inflation has gone up, so they need help. And really, to increase retirement benefits would have been a really good thing for them. But again, here, or rather, and if the government had acted on that, he would have shown that it would have shown that it recognized the contribution of seniors. Madam Speaker, we also would have liked to have seen the government reform the employment insurance system. So I'll take my time today to speak to the EI system and to the fact that we absolutely need to reform it. As we speak, about 40% of workers have access, are eligible to EI benefits. And it's actually a sad reality because the EI fund is an insurance program. In other words, workers see their paychecks, have their paychecks deducted of an amount that goes into the EI fund. It's a form of insurance in case they need it one day. Unfortunately, we have this fund, which is actually quite full right now. There's a lot of money in it, but the money's not going to people who need it. And this, it's unfortunate that people can't access the fund when they need it. We've been asking for years for the government to make it easier to access the EI fund, and we don't understand why the government hasn't budged. There's something here I'd like to talk about. It's a little particular. In 2015, the Liberals, which is the year I decided to re-enter politics, so that year, the Liberals campaigned on the promise to completely overhaul the EI system. Well, they repeated the same promise in 2019 and then again in 2021. So really, we've seen a pattern of promise after promise, but nothing gets done, despite the fact that the government had set aside $5 million to hold consultations across the country on workers' needs, employers' needs, the needs of civil society. And yet, at the end of the day, 10 months later, there's been no progress. There's nothing on the table. There is no proposal to overhaul the EI system, even though my colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville, rather studied it at committee. Many committees were heard, and they told the government what needed to be done. They spoke to the gaps in the current EI system, and they said the EI system has to be modernized and adapted to the new labor market. So we have several demands, Madam Speaker. For instance, someone who's paid into the EI system his entire life might suddenly be out of work. The company is shut down, and this worker would have a right to EI benefits, representing 55% of his income. We would like that number to go up to 60%. And I remember back when the benefits went up to 55% of earned income. However, witnesses have said, stakeholders are saying that this amount has to go up, so we have to help the unemployed more. In its reform, we want the government to end the waiting period. It doesn't make sense anymore. Again, in the system, bureaucracies are slow, there are delays, and nobody chooses to become unemployed. It happens because the company has shut down, a person has been laid off. There are all kinds of reasons why a person might lose their job, and yet there's a waiting period. It doesn't make sense. So instead of receiving benefits right away, well, it can take up to 6 weeks. And that's when things are going well, when performance indicators are being followed, when service standards are being respected. That was back in the day. But now, if somebody becomes unemployed, say at the beginning of June or mid-June, well, this person is not going to see benefits come in before mid or the end of September because everything is just so gummed up. So, Madam Speaker, when the EI system is reformed, we'd also like to see persons who are hit with a critical illness to receive 50 or 52 weeks of illness benefits in case they can't come back to work. You might know that in the previous Parliament, I introduced a private member's bill to that effect, and now today, Bill 215 was studied in committee. It was supported by committee, and by virtue of this bill, persons who fall critically ill would receive benefits so they can get better, get healthy again, and not have to worry about their income. However, today, and this saddens me, is that some people today are at the end of their 15th week of illness benefits, and yet their cancer treatments aren't done. Their chemotherapy isn't finished, and yet in week 16, no more money will be coming in. It seems to me the minister should be sensitive to the situation, and it's unacceptable to me that the government keeps on promising that it'll make changes in the summer, in the fall, in the winter, and nothing happens, even though some money was set aside in the budget. And if the government actually did something, it would give hope to people, especially those who, for instance, are starting their chemotherapy now or other types of treatment, so that they have a bit of income coming in while they're healing and going back to full health. One of my constituents, there was a woman called Marilyn who had cancer a few weeks ago, and she had to mortgage her house to actually afford to get treatment. Madam Speaker, I have to tell you that she appeared for a committee 2 weeks ago, and her cancer has come back. Unfortunately, she will not be able to heal or get enough treatment in the 15 weeks of sick leave, and for me, that's unacceptable. So, Madam Speaker, we at the Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-32 because there are good measures in the legislation. However, I implore the government to do the right thing and quickly agree to reform the EI system and to put in place a program for special benefits for workers who fall critically ill. Questions and comments?
Peter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad that the Bloc have decided to support the fall economic statement. That's really encouraging to see that. In regards to the gist of her comments today with the employment insurance and benefits, the minister has been very clear talking about the importance of reforming and making changes to the EI system. I think that what we often overlook is during the pandemic how EI and programs such as CERB were brought to the table in ensuring that supports would be there for Canadians going through the pandemic. And there have been modifications to the EI system over the last number of years. And I'm wondering if she could provide her comments. I can appreciate she wants to see an overall reform, but that is going to take some time as we continue to move forward. But at the very least to acknowledge there has been significant modifications and changes over the last number of years.
The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Now, during the pandemic, the government reacted quickly and brought in special benefits through the EI system, but they've just come to an end, which is making life pretty hard for a lot of people who are still in need. But before the pandemic, the EI system already needed to be updated. We've been asking for this for years. It's an old program which needs to be modernized. I know the minister cares about the program, but she's stuck with an old IT system which prevents her from being reactive, from helping workers in order to update, to modernize the EI system that meets the needs of workers. She also said that she is limited by the people she's working with in her own department. Why? Because they need training, they need mentorship. Well, frankly, those are not good reasons. They're not valid reasons. I'm sorry, we have to move to questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member spoke about health care and the lack of investing in health care, and is one of the primary concerns of the bloc. So I'm fascinated as to why the member is supporting this bill when there's really nothing to address further health care, specifically people. And we're missing in Canada 60,000 nurses, 14,000 doctors, midwives, professionals, everything from cardiac to dermatologists. We have a big problem with people. What is the member's solutions to fixing people, and what should we be driving the government as our side believes we should be on fixing our healthcare system?
The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. I think the solution, Madam Speaker, is pretty well known. It's been called for by all the premiers of each province and territory to have what's necessary in health transfers and funds so that each province, with its own priorities and specific needs of the people of the province, have good services, quality services, and that needs health transfers without conditions, because each province is different, has different social problems as well. So I agree with my colleague that there need to be health transfers, and I hope the government will be listening to Quebec and the provinces.
A brief question. The honourable member Churchill, Kiwananook, Aski.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for having shared her thoughts. I'd like to ask a question. Does she think the government should go much further to ensure that the wealthy in our country pay their taxes? We know there's a measure in this legislation before us, but there needs to be much more needs to be done to address inequality in our country. What does she think? The honourable member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share the concerns of my colleague. I think the measures announced in the fall economic statement aren't very ambitious to deal with all of the money that's going to tax havens. And so we call on the government to be a world leader and do everything they can to deal with tax avoidance.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals are driving this government like a rental. They don't drive it if it's Canadians' money, their savings. They drive it like they stole it, buying the flashiest items without taking care of the tires, the engine, and the oil. And today, with the government moving closer on debate, it's just returning the car once more, the rental, with smoke pouring from the hood and the tank empty. Conservative plan for Canadians and the skyrocketing inflation is quite simple. Invest in Canadians by fixing the basic problems. Stop spending excessive amount of money and stop the tax increases to Canadians. From every item of spending, we propose that the government must find an item to save. Stop the triple increase to tax increases to gas, home heating, and groceries, and ensure that we give Canadians back control of their lives once again. The car is broken. Inflation is at a 40-year high. We have immigration problems, a big broken system that's resulting in a lack of workers, a lack of 1.03 million workers in this country, costing this economy upwards of $30 billion. We have a housing crisis. We have over 1.6 5 million homes that are short in this country. And from that, a homelessness problem of, in my region, over 500 homeless at this point, and around the country, we're seeing homeless in every single aspect of this country. A healthcare problem where we have Canadians who can't find a doctor, a nurse practitioner, a midwife. You know, Canadians who are guaranteed under our system to have universal health care and can't get the health care they need. And we have massive problems right now in the cost of everything. Did you know Canadians pay the highest in cell phone bills in the whole world? There's no one else who pays a higher cell phone bill per month. And we have a problem where we can't even get a passport in Canada. You know, Canadians are hurting. 20% of Canadians right now are using food banks. Some Canadians are using food banks while they work 40 hours a week. We have problems with ensuring that we can just get the basic services in Canada. And when we talk about this update to the budget, the economic update, you know, we're really looking for solutions that are going to help Canadians, the most basic of solutions that can give Canadians the most basic of needs that they should have in this G7 nation. We're looking, first of all, of what's driving this budget. So this budget is $20 billion in new spending that it had in the budget that we passed in March. And why? Well, because the price of oil has gone up. Because oil itself is driving our country's economy. The 585,000 workers that work in that field, the fact that we had inflation, and because of the war of Ukraine, we've had a $20 billion windfall. And that $20 billion has gone in this economic statement. And not once or not anywhere in this statement are we fixing the basics of problems, the housing problem, our health care, immigration, and just bills for Canadians that are the highest in the world. When we look at our immigration system and we look at where the biggest flaws are, I'm going to focus specifically on housing and what the aspects of that have been. When we talk to the Canadian Construction Association, when we talk to builders, even in my riding, skilled labor is the biggest gap that we find when it comes to housing. Yes, we have problems with regulations from the provinces. We have problems with municipalities getting homes up, but it always stems down to the basics of needs, which is a skilled builder and a worker. When it comes to immigration in this system, we are short at least 1.2 million, but right now we have a backlog of close to 2 million workers at this point. With 2.4 million workers in a backlog in our immigration system, and 1 million of those applicants waiting longer than the IRCC service standard. There's nothing more important than housing in Canada. We have more Canadian homeless than at any time in the history of this country. More Canadians on precarious footing with their rent and mortgage payments as interest rates rise. And every month we see more people that fall through the cracks and end up homeless. The Auditor General this week released a report on homelessness stating that the accomplishments of the government have been grossly exaggerated. The federal agency is leaving the government's efforts to reduce homelessness by 50% by 2027-28. Do not know if their efforts have even reduced homelessness. The CMHC has spent $4.5 billion and committed another $9 billion, but can't tell Canadians who benefited from that money. Infrastructure Canada spent $1.4 billion between 2019 and 21, yet cannot say whether homelessness increased or decreased as a result. CMHC, which is overseeing the majority of the $78.5 billion of the National Housing Strategy, takes a position, as the Auditor General stated it, that it is not directly accountable for the targeted 50% reduction in homelessness. So the question is, then who is, if they aren't? And here we thought this government was good at convening. Spending money and thinking that alone gets results is ludicrous. Canadian taxpayer dollars is a means and not an end. And labor shortages is above all doubts one of the biggest barriers for housing, also the biggest barriers for our healthcare system, and is contributing to inflation. The Governor of Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, stated as much last week when he stated that labor shortages itself are contributing to inflation. And yet, in this economic update, we're not dealing with the problems of immigration, meaning the backlogs, meaning we're not getting enough workers in, not enough healthcare workers, and anyone that we need to help build this country out of this inflationary problem. When we talk about healthcare, and we talk about the 60,000 nurses and 15,000 doctors, You know, one of the biggest problems also that we have is that interprovincially we're not allowing trades or nurses or doctors to move from province to province, and that's a big problem. When we look at laborists, and I have the Family Military Resource Center in CFB Trenton here in my riding, and we have a lot of our military personnel who will move around from postings from base to base. Their spouses, normally who are trained as nurses or paramedics or doctors, take sometimes up to 6 to 8 months to find that qualification transferred from, say, Nova Scotia to Ontario. Again, we're not addressing those biggest targets when we need paramedics and we need nurses and we need professionals into our healthcare system. When we look at legislation that we need, and we need to talk about that in the budget, that should be something that is certainly included in what we're looking at. And cost to Canadians right now. In Canada, we have the highest cell phone bills in the whole planet. When we look at carriers across the world, of 121 telecommunication carriers, Rogers, TELUS, and Bell are number 1, 2, and 3 for priciest cell phone carriers in the world. And the results are quite something. Canadians are paying triple what Australians are paying for cell phones, for 25 gigabytes of data and unlimited text and talk, and we're paying almost double what Americans are paying. And the reason for that is lack of competition. We certainly allow the big three, and we're seeing that play out for the Competition Tribunal right now, dominate the market, and Canadians just simply don't have a choice. This government has had 6 years, and it promised us, actually this year, the Prime Minister stated in April that they had reduced Canadian cell phones by 25%. What actually happened was when you had 2 gigabits of data, that actually went down 25%, but no one uses 2 gigabytes anymore. It's like having a VCR or having a Pearl BlackBerry. Technology evolves, and when it comes to the data that Canadians use, when we see that evolution, they're certainly not seeing that savings. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is forcing Canadians to live, Madam Speaker, sorry, to live in a haze, to stay in the shade. Canadians are forced to sit around and wait for better days. They could use a break, they could use an amen. All they can do is sit around and wait for better days. There's nothing wrong with this country that can be fixed, which is what is right. We might have a party that has driven government like a rental, like they stole it, but we can right those wrongs with a government that knows it isn't a rental. It is a government that needs to invest in it like it's Canadians' family's minivan, that needs to have an investment into its tires, its engine, and its oil, and to ensure that Canadians can get from point A to point B, can heat their homes, can take care of their families, and can make sure that they get back to doing what we do best, which is living in the best country in the world. Madam Speaker, we can do a lot of great things for Canadians. We can invest in them. We can make sure that we get the labor, the nurses, the doctors. We can make sure we build homes. When it comes to homelessness, we need to ensure that we invest in roofs over Canadians' heads. It means we're investing to ensure that we have a roof and we have shelter, and we can make sure we take care of Canadians. But it starts with spending money correctly and make sure that we take care of Canadians' lives, their savings, their pocketbook, and their paychecks. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech on the fall economic statement today. And he did underline a few very crucial areas that Canadians are concerned about and that our government has moved forward in the fall economic statement and various decisions that have been taken lately. One is housing, of course, which we brought forward the first housing strategy, national housing strategy, and we're seeing various, the rapid housing moving forward very quickly as well. And he talked about immigration, so I'd like him to talk a little bit about the immigration that we have opened up, the express entry, which will help identify the needs of Canadians and then be able to fulfill that need gap if you want. 60% of the people coming in through immigration is already based on the needs of Canadians. So there's some good stuff inside the economic statement I'd like him to talk about. One is immigration. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Speaker, and talking is one thing, but action is another. The economic statement states we need this, but we're 1 million immigrants backlogged right now. So when we talk about bringing in 500, now let's be clear about that number, 200,000 of those are skilled. We have about 75,000 for refugee, and we have about 75,000 for family reunification, but we're backlogged 1 million. So we need these workers today, and although this budget has had a 30% increase in the last 3 years of money and an extra 2,500 employers in IRCC, we're not seeing immigrants into this country, and employers right now are screaming, and the cost of that is about $30 billion. So it's nice to have in the budget, but what we need actually is action. We need to make sure that we think a little differently, get workers here and get them working. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. I agree with him. We have a bill that doesn't have much vision at all. So I'd like to have his opinion. In the bill, there's 115 mentions of inflation without ever offering solutions for people who are vulnerable. And there's about to be a recession. Does he agree with that statement from the bloc? The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree with the bloc. We have major problems coming here, and to my point, where the government needs to have a little bit more action and look at the basics. We do have an inflationary problem, and our solution is very simple: create more of the stuff that money buys. And how do you create more stuff that money buys? You have workers that can work in businesses. Quebec had a report that came out last week that said that the lack of workers in Quebec is costing the Quebec economy $9 billion, and this was just last year. And the reason for that was that manufacturers, and they're short about 16,000 manufacturers in Quebec, could not fulfill contracts or could not sign new contracts, and those contracts were worth $5 and $2 billion. So obviously, and if the Governor of Bank of Canada is mentioning this, the lack of workers is contributing greatly and mostly to inflation. We need more workers, fix immigration, train more people, get more workers, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, winter is coming, and many Canadians are worried they won't be able to afford to heat their home. Conservatives suggest that removing the carbon tax on home heating as a way to make life more affordable for Canadians. But New Democrats know that in provinces and territories that have their own carbon pricing, like in British Columbia, actually the carbon tax in BC was brought in by the right-wing BC Liberals, that the carbon tax actually doesn't apply to home heating, and that removing the GST on home heating would be a better way to offer Canadians financial relief from coast to coast to coast. We've suggested amendments to Conservative motions to this effect, and they've rejected them. So why are the Conservatives gatekeeping mechanisms that would help Canadians heat their homes this winter, and their own litmus test on with their own litmus test on climate policy?
Member for Bay of Quinte, a brief answer.
Well, thank you for the member's question. It sounds like then he agrees with us that removing unneeded tax on home heating is one way to alleviate Canadians, and we certainly have always stated that. We believe that we need to eliminate taxes. That's a great way to help Canadians and to ensure we stop excessive spending. So, at the end of the day, Canadians need to heat their homes. Someone in my riding I talked to on the weekend went from $2,500 a month in home heating. They're going to $5,000. The triple increase of carbon tax is going to hurt them. So we are certainly pushing to eliminate that, make things more affordable, and then we'll fix the other problems when we get to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to get up today and take part in this conversation. Had the opportunity last week to engage in some of the questions and answers, and it was interesting to see emotions rise a little bit when I talked on the Liberal side, when I talked about the Trudeau legacy. Of course, in our area, our part of the world, when we talk about the Trudeau legacy, emotions rise as well. Of course, I was talking about the Pierre Trudeau legacy, but confusion arose because when we're talking about incompetent Liberal governments, it's hard to determine one from the other, and I think that on the Liberal side that was a difficulty. When I made those comments, it was actually interesting because a Liberal MP who I was asking the question to answered, responded. There are not a lot of answers over there these days, but responded, and clearly reading from Prime Minister's office talking points. I'll read a couple of quotes from her answer. Quote, "Canada is the third largest triple economy in the world," whatever that means, I'm not sure exactly. She referred to the Moody. She said, quote, "The Moody has reaffirmed just after the statement the, quote, AAA rating deficit." Now, In the world of deficits, this government, certainly their recent deficits deserve a AAA rating. I think she might have been misreading the PMO talking points that she had, but it's an important point. In the terms of credit ratings, of course, are AAA until the time that they're not. And when they're not, governments and countries get in trouble, and we saw that with the Trudeau legacy. And I think it's important to talk a little bit about that legacy, as it seems that many members of the Liberal Party today have virtually no understanding, no recollection of what happened during those years. So during the 15 years that Pierre Trudeau was the Prime Minister of this country, Canada ran deficits in 14 of those 15 years. Coming into that time frame, there was almost no debt in Canada, very, very low debt. And the Trudeau government ran deficits in 14 out of 15 years. And then we came to 1984 and Conservative government. And the Liberals like to point out that the Mulroney deficits were at the time the highest in Canadian history. But what they don't point out is that because of rising interest rates, because of inflation, similar to what we're seeing right now, the deficits that the Mulroney government ran were basically interest on the Trudeau government debt, the debt that Trudeau ran up in the 14 or 15 years that he was here. And if you fast forward about 15 years, you get to another Liberal government, and that's where the lesson on credit ratings come in, because you get to the Chrétien-Martin government in the mid to late 90s, and suddenly Canada's credit rating was lowered. And the government was faced with a really difficult decision, and of course, at the time had to slash $35 billion from transfers to the provinces for things like healthcare and social services and education. $35 billion slashed because the Trudeau government had ran up deficits or debt in 14 out of their 15 years over time. This is exactly the situation that we're facing right now. If I was to talk about the Trudeau legacy of an inflation crisis, a housing crisis, an energy crisis, there'd be lots of confusion, lots of members on the other side who would stand up and say, quit talking about us. But I'm talking about the Pierre Trudeau government when I'm talking about the Trudeau legacy, but it's almost indistinguishable from the current Liberal government that we have right now. You take a look at our interest right now on our debt. Our interest on our debt, we're almost going to spend $20 billion more in interest alone in 23-24 than we were spending in 21-22, just 2 years earlier. Almost $20 billion more. We're going to be spending almost as much on interest as we spend on the Canada Health Transfer, and we all know the challenges that the health system is having in Canada. We cannot afford to be spending that much on interest, but we're going to be because of decisions that this government has taken over the past few years. We take a look, we stand up in question period, Madam Speaker, day after day after day, and we talk about the fiscal crisis facing the country. And you know what we get on the other side in terms of responses? We get just absolutely meaningless language, mind-numbing references to having Canadians' backs, as they talk about spending money as though the current Prime Minister is writing checks from his own personal bank account. But that's not the case, of course. That money all comes from Canadians. It doesn't just come from Canadians now, it's actually coming from Canadians in the future, Madam Speaker. And so there's this sort of mind-numbing reference to that. There's this reference to tax refunds and tax rebates, which is basically we're collecting tax and then we're blessing you by giving it back to you, your own tax dollars that you've spent. There's references and a lot of criticism from the other side when we talk about the amount of spending that the government's doing and the lack of fiscal responsibility. There's a lot of criticism on the other side. They'll list off yet another new spending that the Liberals are doing and that their government is doing, and then demand, why can't Conservatives support this thing? Well, Madam Speaker, I'll tell you why Conservatives can't support that, because right now, Canadians, no Canadian, we're in 2022. If you look back 7 years and we talk to our constituents, I'm sure those on the other side that were here in 2015 talk to their constituents as well. It is very rare, almost non-existent, to have a conversation with a constituent who says, my life is better off today than it was in 2015 from a financial standpoint. We are facing crisis after crisis after crisis. And when you take a look at program expenditures in the government, in 22-23, sort of post-COVID, I know that's our hope, post-COVID, at least post-massive COVID spending, we're going to be looking at 72% more in program expenditures than the 2014-15 budget put forward by our Conservative government, a budget in which we balanced the finances of the country. And so we're spending 70% more and we're obtaining less results. And Conservatives are just not going to continue to give, or not going to give, a blank check to this government to spend even more with the results that they've gotten over time. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm really looking forward to hearing from questions from the other side. Maybe it's questions and comments, so maybe folks might decide to comment on how they've come to a realization. Maybe they'll make a commitment to go back and take a look at the record of the Pierre Trudeau government of the 70s and 80s. Maybe they'll go back and ask their government, with all of the spending we're doing and all of this, this fiscal situation that we're in right now, how come we not even find the $4.5 billion that the Liberals promised in their election campaign for a Canada Mental Health transfer? Where is that $4.5 billion? With all of this spending, they can't even find the money to pay for things that they promised in their election platform a year ago. So, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude my comments there, my remarks there, and really look forward to hearing some thoughtful questions from the government side, hopefully.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Markham Unionville. Oh, did I get it right? Wrong? Sorry. The
Don Valley North. Don Valley North.
Don Valley North, yes. The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to the honourable member's remarks. He talked about history. Harper government entered in a surplus. The previous Liberal government left, I think it was $13 billion at the time. So they start off really well with a surplus to manage. But I checked their record. Under Harper, the 9 years they were in government, not a single year's unemployment rate went below 6%. And we just saw that the constant dropping unemployment rate under the Trudeau government prior to the pandemic, and now we're seeing the 5-point-something as a new norm for Canada. So I think we've done quite well. So I want to ask the honourable member, and by the way, the real debt to GDP for the federal government is 31%, which is just released on the public accounts. My question to my honourable member is that which program he's proposing to cut, perhaps in an amendment that he thinks is a waste of money to...
I will let him answer because I got to put some more questions through. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I love the opportunity to stand up and talk about the Harper legacy if we want to talk about that. First of all, we cut virtually every tax Canadians can pay. I think over 60 different taxes were cut under our government. We dealt with a global economic meltdown in a world-leading way that...
The honourable member had an opportunity to ask the question. I don't think he needs to try to answer it. And I would also remind the honourable parliamentary secretary as well that I didn't recognize him. So at this point, he should wait if he has questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Madam Speaker, I get equally excited as they do talking about the Harper record. So, when the world dealt with a global economic meltdown, we laid out a 7-year plan. We followed that plan to a T. By 2015, we balanced the budgets. In contrast, as this government faced a global challenge, a significant global challenge, what they did was they brought out the checkbook and they responded by just cutting checks with no signal in any way that we would ever talk about getting back towards balance. In fact, the Prime Minister talked about it being an opportunity, and they've experimented with all sorts of new things that they've never run on as we went through that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that the upcoming year will be full of economic uncertainty. I'd like to hear from my colleague because we in the Bloc Québécois, despite this uncertainty, we fear that it will become an excuse for austerity in sectors that are essential, such as the 3 priorities of our party, the health transfers, which is non-negotiable. We are in this situation after Liberal and Conservative cuts, so we need to reinvest in our health system despite possible future economic uncertainty. Then there's also EI, it needs to be reformed because in a crisis we need to protect people losing their jobs. So we need to reform the EI system. And finally, we need to assist seniors who are directly affected by inflation, which affects their fixed income. They are concerned about the coming year. What does my colleague think of those three priorities?
Then Wetaskiwin.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. Just a couple of comments. First of all, during the Harper era, we increased health transfers by about 6% per year for almost every year we were in government. So in terms of the plan that our leaders laid out, he simply said after 70% increase in program spending over the last 8 years and just an endless succession of spending plan after spending plan after spending plan and massive deficits, we're going to have a sensible plan that says for every dollar we spend, we're going to find $1 of savings. And we did that when we were in government. I sat on a cabinet committee charged with looking at ways that we could find efficiencies so we could get back to balance in 2015. And that's a sensible way to approach fiscal planning for a government.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Speaker. Real quickly, with regards to the Harper era, I had an independent study done by the Library of Parliament on the bringing in the HST. It was $6 billion in expenditures that was required for a couple provinces, and if it was to be paid over 10 years, it would actually cost $10 billion. So I'd like the members' thought about that. Was that a good idea in the sense that we are still paying debt on bringing in the HST?
The honourable member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin, a brief answer.
Well, I'm not familiar with the specific study that the member is talking about at this point in time. Be glad to talk to him afterwards. But again, I would reiterate that during our time in government, we cut virtually every tax that Canadians could pay, and I think that that's a plan that is prudent for this country as we take a look at responsible spending moving forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to stand today and critique the fall economic statement as we get to the dying minutes of this debate on the bill. Now, I got to say that we've had a lot of concerns about the fall economic statement because the Liberals NDP coalition government failed to address the concerns of Canadians, which is how are we going to control cost of living, how are we going to get inflation under control, and how are we going to get government spending under control. And we didn't see any of that in this fall economic update, and that is why we will not be supporting this bill. Now, we know that this government, under the current Prime Minister, has ran up more deficits than every Prime Minister before him. That this Prime Minister and this Deputy Prime Minister as Finance Minister has increased our national debt by over $500 billion to where today's national debt sits at over $1.1 trillion. That is something that is, in my opinion, child abuse to the next generation, that our kids and grandkids and our great-grandkids are going to be saddled with the debt because of this orgy of spending that we've witnessed from the government. Now, we know that whenever we run these high deficits and we get inflation out of control because there's too much money in circulation, that the Bank of Canada then has to intercede. And of course, what do? They jack up interest rates. And we're seeing interest rates from the Bank of Canada go up, which is impacting on mortgage rates, which is impacting on lending rates, which is impacting on every Canadian, whether they own a business, own a home, and are trying to get a job, because the costs of government continue to accelerate the cost of living crisis right here across the country. Now, we haven't seen this type of inflation since the government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and I've always wondered why Liberal times are always tough times for Canadians. But I think like father, like son. So we have the tripling of the carbon tax, which will impact every Canadian's life in a negative way, because everyone has to eat. And I tell you that we continue to witness that the cost of food escalating out of control. When we look at the net cost of the carbon tax, in my riding in Manitoba, they're going to be paying $1,145 per year per Manitoban more than what they actually get back in rebate checks coming from this government. And not everyone has the opportunity to take the train or jump on a bus, because they live in rural parts of the country. They have to drive to get to work. You know, maybe they're retired and living on a fixed income and they need to actually, you know, drive to see their doctor in the city. They wanted to retire, you know, maybe out at the lake. And I got in my riding the beautiful shores of Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba. And they, you know, Canadians and especially people in Winnipeg want to move out there and enjoy their retirement time. And it's going to cost them more just to commute back and forth to the city where their doctors are, to do shopping. And this government seems to callously don't care. Now, you know, this is hurting those seniors. It's hurting rural Canadians who try to drive around and get their kids to hockey or to soccer, you know, to sporting events. You know, sometimes they want to drive into school. It's not that they can just jump on a bus and get there, because they have to drive. There's no other options. And the idea that everybody's going to be able to switch to electric vehicles that still haven't been tested in the severe climate that we have here during the winter months of Canada, they haven't actually taken a hard look at how we go long distances, and especially in rural areas where they don't have rapid charge stations, or how the electricity that's going to recharge these vehicles are actually generated. Is it, you know, clean hydro like we have in Manitoba, or is it coming from, you know, thermal fired generation plants because that are using natural gas, or even worse, using coal? So, you know, you have to look at the overall carbon footprint that that's creating. No one's getting hurt more than this, though, than farmers producing food and the cost it's impacting on food inflation. And I have to remind Liberals all the time that when they actually go and put a carbon tax on the price of growing that food, you know, they thankfully you know, because we just recently passed a bill here from the Conservatives that would actually reduce the carbon tax that's being paid by farmers, especially on heating their buildings and drying their grain. But still, after that food is grown on the farm, it has to go on a truck. Then it's hauled to a processing facility. Often it gets put on a train after that. And every time you haul it, there's carbon tax. And that's going to continue to increase the cost of production, going to increase the price of that food stock, whether it is bread, whether it is beer, whether it is vegetables. You know, everything, every time that it goes through an energy system of transportation or processing, will increase disproportionately that cost of food. Now, Madam Speaker, in the last 4.5 minutes I have here, I want to talk a little bit about national defense. As a Shadow Minister of National Defense, I am concerned with that some of the spending that's in this fall economic statement doesn't recognize the threat environment that we're currently in, doesn't recognize that you know, not just because of the war in Ukraine with Russia's aggression and their genocidal war atrocities that are being committed by Putin's war machine in Ukraine, but we also are seeing, you know, a lot of saber rattling coming out of China these days, out of Beijing, with President Xi talking about Taiwan and trying to take Taiwan in by force into that system. So we need to make sure that Canada, through our Canadian Armed Forces, is prepared to protect Canada in our Arctic, on the Pacific, and on the Atlantic. And we are seeing again this year that the Liberals are allowing defense spending to lapse. This is the biggest lapse spending that we've seen since they took office, at over $2.5 billion, Madam Speaker. And last year was $1.24 billion. And if you take that, since they introduced their defense policy, SSE, they've allowed over $6.8 billion to lapse. He said they'd never allow a cent to lapse. But here's money that should be invested in an expedient manner in our Canadian Armed Forces to buy equipment to deal with the recruitment crisis, and yet we're not seeing that actually turn into assets that our forces can use to defend Canada and project our interests around the world while we fight beside our allies against adversaries like we're witnessing in Ukraine today. And it is because of their slow investment or inability to invest in the proper procurement. We don't have our surface combatants even designed, finalized on it yet. We aren't seeing NORAD modernization done in an expeditious manner. In an expedient manner, I should say. And we know that NORAD is critical to continental security. It's critical to our relationship with the United States. And we still haven't seen how we're going to update our North Warning System. We're not seeing how we're going to make sure that we have submarines that can go under the ice and other monitoring systems, whether it's unmanned vehicles or not, to monitor what's happening in our Arctic Sea. We're not seeing the investment in that continental security, not just in the Arctic, but also making sure that we get more of our assets to our borders and to help with our continental security. Case in point is that in this economic statement, they did announce that they are going to extend the lease on the auxiliary offshore replenishment ship that we have, the Asterix, which is privately owned with federal leasing. But it ends in 2025. We still don't have our first joint supply ship in the water. And why would we only want to have one vessel when we are trying to project our abilities beyond our shores? And so if we want to have a blue water fleet, then we better have offshore oil replenishment capabilities in the Atlantic and in the Pacific. And we need to make sure that we have the ability to also deal with things like maintenance on those vessels once they're out to sea. So having one on each coast isn't actually enough. You actually need to have at least one more extra ship to deal with the need to provide that scheduled maintenance that happens through their life cycle, and you need to have that extra ship to actually sail. So not thinking long term of why we need another AOR is something that we have to do. But we still haven't signed the lease on our F-35s. The government's been sitting on its hands instead of signing the contract to make sure we buy the F-35. The surface combatants need to get in the water and get built. And there's no money in here to deal with the real crisis happening today in the Canadian Armed Forces, which is recruitment. Chief of Defense Staff General Wayne Eyre has said that this is a crisis. I say it's a catastrophe, and we need to deal with that very quickly, Madam Speaker. So, we have a lot of needs, but we're not getting no vision, and it seems that everything these Liberals touch, they break.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and to the Associate Minister to National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his presentation today. And I try to follow, but at times I got caught between spending and investing. He's saying we're spending too much, we're investing in our country. And so that by itself is definitely a different approach between our government and the opposition, because we're investing in Canadian. We invested in improving our CPP, for example. But let's look at our economic situation today. We have the lowest unemployment in 40 years. We've rehired over 400 new jobs since the pandemic, which was a major increase. We have the AAA rating, so we have a strong economy. We've been there through the pandemic. We are there now with affordability. But I have in trouble because he's saying you're spending too much, and then he's saying cut, cut, cut. So which one is it, and which areas are the Conservatives going to cut as we move forward? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, just say to the Parliamentary Secretary, if you want to look at things that Liberals have touched and Liberals have broke, one of the things they broke is Veterans Affairs. We already have a bunch of our veterans that are sitting and waiting, not in weeks, not in months, but years before they actually get any pensions. And I had one RCMP veteran that contacted me. He's been waiting over 2 years now to get his pension from Veterans Affairs. How is that compassionate? How is that actual, management that you can rely upon? It comes down to, again, these Liberals, despite throwing money right, left, and center, have never been able to provide the services that Canadians expect. Under their leadership, under their time in government, things have gotten worse, not better.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Beauport.
Questions and comments, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I understood my colleague correctly with regard to the national shipbuilding strategy, well, my question is as follows. Since 2015, the Davie Shipyard really increased its system, its resources. In fact, they won an award for North America's best shipbuilding yard. Despite this fact, and despite promises going back to 2019 and many other provinces we've heard since then under the umbrella agreement, there are all kinds of delays. So I'm wondering whether my colleague feels that if the Davie Shipyard had absorbed the cost earlier, there would be no delays or fewer delays?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. I'm a big fan of Davie Shipyard. I believe that. They proved themselves on being able to deliver on time and on budget when they delivered the Asterix. We've actually campaigned in the last election on having them also deliver the Obelix, so we could have two offshore auxiliary replenishment ships, one on each coast, plus have the joint supply ships that are being built out at Seaspan in Vancouver. And we think that that is the right mix of ships that we need to maintain our Navy in both the Atlantic and the Pacific and have that ability to deploy those assets, all our assets that we have within the Navy. So I do believe that Davie has a role to play, and it's one that I think we need to investigate even further because, as I said, there's no plan in this economic update on where we're going with our surface commands, where are we going and getting submarines, because we need to actually deal with the proliferation of submarines by our adversaries, and the best way to fight a submarine is with a submarine, and we need to get some new submarines.
Fancher, the member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate that my colleague talking about lap spending and ensuring that the men and women that serve Canada's military get the right equipment. But when he talks about lap spending, I want to remind my colleague that they left $1.2 billion unspent that was dedicated to veterans, and he just scolded the Liberal government when it was his government under the Harper government that cut a third of Veterans Affairs that led to the backlog today, Madam Speaker. And the Liberals are just as guilty for not fixing the mess that the Conservatives created. But really, my question, Madam Speaker, is about young people and students. And this legislation, it includes framework for removing the interest on the federal portion of student loans, something New Democrats have been fighting for.
I'm sorry. I did ask for a brief question. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I'll give a very brief answer, Madam Speaker. I'll just say this, that when it comes down to veterans, that was 7 years ago, and the backlog we're dealing with now that has grown so much is all on the shoulders of this Liberal government. When I'm talking about RCMP officers that are waiting for their pensions for 24 months, that all happened under their leadership, and that has failed in every way to our veterans in the armed forces and our veterans in our RCMP, and they're failing our current serving members in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of my colleagues who are present today and what I think is a very important topic on the Fall Economic Statement. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to preface how important this tool is for Canadians and how important the value of respect is, not just in this place, but across the country. Madam Speaker, we've seen this last year was in many ways horrific for many Canadians. We've seen some Canadians go to the food bank for the very first time. We've seen some students unable to begin their next year of studies because the cost of tuition is too high. Madam Speaker, what we've also seen is workers who are rightfully demanding increases to their wages as the cost of living crisis continues to clamp down on them, ask for the basic respect they deserve. Madam Speaker, New Democrats stand with them, and I hope members of this House will also stand with them. And in order to do that in a way that I think is responsible and balanced, and to provide Canadians with a wholesome opinion on this Fall Economic Statement, I want to talk about that principle of respect throughout my speech today. I want to talk about some of the things that New Democrats fought for, some of the things workers fought for, some of the things students fought for, and some of the great achievements New Democrats have been able to achieve in this Fall Economic Statement. But, Madam Speaker, this is simply not enough. And I want to speak into ways we can actually improve programs so that these actually help Canadians. I want to talk about the big wins that Canadians can hope to see relief. To the students in particular, the removal of interest on student loans is a massive victory for you. I want to thank all the students from coast to coast to coast who made this possible. Your advocacy and your work to ensure that students aren't left behind has been heard, and we will ensure that this remains. However, we have to also look at some areas in relation to student debt that was lacking in this Fall Economic Statement. Madam Speaker, we know that just south of us, students in the United States have been given a forgiveness of $20,000. Something New Democrats have fought for a long time and was not mentioned in this Fall Economic Statement. And I'll return to that subject soon, Madam Speaker. I also want to highlight the fact that we are seeing signals. It may not be the golden goose we all had hoped for in many ways, but we have seen some good signals in relation to clean tech and clean hydrogen. This is important for my province of Alberta. Madam Speaker, regular workers don't often check into the proceedings of the House of Commons here, but Madam Speaker, what they do and that they will see is the investments that are happening at their workplace, the investments that clean hydrogen will actually make for them and their families. This is important for communities like Alberta. This is important for communities in places like Saskatchewan. Again, we also seen the doubling of the first-time home buyers tax credit, a good incentive for young people. Madam Speaker, this is a good first step. But the question for New Democrats is it enough? And quite frankly, I'll speak to that in a second in ways that we can hopefully find better outcomes. We also seen the making of financial institutions just paying a little bit more. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Recovery Dividend is an important tool to ensure that those companies that make profits of over $1 billion pay their fair share. However, it's interim, and it's not far-reaching enough. Madam Speaker, we know from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that if we were to expand this important windfall tax on other highly profitable industries here in Canada, we would see an income of over $4 billion in revenue to help Canadians who need it most. Madam Speaker, what we're also seeing is an important tax on those who are flipping houses. It's critical in a housing crisis like we're in right now to actually tackle those who are driving the cost of housing up. It's important that we take a real financial approach to ensure the market cannot continue to gouge Canadians. And Madam Speaker, that falls to the very premise of what New Democrats have been fighting for in this place a long time. And that's to ensure that all parliamentarians, and I really encourage my parliamentarians to engage in a respectful, healthy dialogue on this really important topic about differentiating between needs of Canadians, food, housing, and wants. New Democrats believe that the free market has a role in Canada, but it should not be used in for goods that Canadians rely on. Madam Speaker, what an example of that is something we don't have to look very far back in our history to realize. The price of bread was fixed in Canada. Imagine that. When families are struggling to pay for their bills, to put food on the table so that they can have a dignified life in this country, companies are abusing that trust of Canadians and fixing the price of bread. My friends, it's important that we talk about these issues. It's important that we talk about the difference between what Canadians actually need, food and housing, and wants. We need to find a way to ensure that the government continues to play a role in ensuring that those needs are regulated in a way that all Canadians can have access to them. This is the compact we make as Canadians to one another, that we'll be there for each other when we need it most, on those things that matter most. Madam Speaker, that is the calling we have today. It's important that we tackle the issues that are present to Canadians, from the cost of living, but also to the existing problems we're facing in our social safety net. Madam Speaker, our cherished public health care system is crumbling right now. And I want to remind Canadians how important our healthcare system here is in Canada. It hasn't always been this way. Madam Speaker, our healthcare system in Canada wasn't always freely accessible and publicly administered. It was something Canadians, people from the prairies in particular, my home province of Alberta, our relative provinces of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, were able to fight for, and they never gave up. It's something that we must continue to defend. Madam Speaker, I am disheartened and sad about what is happening in my home province of Alberta and what could be happening in provinces across this country. The chronic underfunding of our public health care system is leading to it breaking so that it can be replaced. This is not fair, Madam Speaker, to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who rely on our public health care system to get the results that they need to ensure they continue to survive. Madam Speaker, it's a matter of life and death for Canadians. We need to ensure we have a robust public health care system in Canada that's publicly funded and publicly administered. That means the federal government needs to come back to the table, invest in the solutions that we need, and partner with the provinces, something I hope that we can see and continue to fight for as New Democrats in the future, but sorely lacking here. Madam Speaker, we know that in just this year alone, that what we're going to see beyond the cost of living crisis is Canadians needing more support. We don't have to look any further than the food banks, Madam Speaker. 73% of people in Alberta, the amount of reliance on on food banks in Alberta has increased 73%. 73, Madam Speaker. That is an outrageous number and something we must truly have compassion for. Madam Speaker, simultaneous to this unfortunate squeeze that so many Canadians are enduring right now, we don't see the same for Canada's richest CEOs. CEOs are laughing, popping bottles in their offices right now because they're raking in some of the largest profits on things that are public needs almost ever in Canada. Let me just mention a few. I mentioned earlier groceries. Loblaws their profits increased 17.2% this year, Madam Speaker. We also seen the CEO of Loblaws rake in $5.4 million in their compensation. Outrageous, Madam Speaker, that Canadians can barely squeeze by while CEOs are continuing to rake in millions with no compassion for Canadians. We also know that, Madam Speaker, Canadians continue to see as they continue to see the cost of goods increased, they also know it's partly because these same companies are using inflation as a cover to increase prices. Madam Speaker, almost 25%, as a matter of fact. And I'd like to conclude by mentioning workers and the importance of workers, Madam Speaker. While workers from coast to coast to coast are battling to ensure that their collective agreements can actually withstand terrible Conservative governments, like what we've seen in Ontario, the use of the notwithstanding clause preemptively against workers is unjust. Madam Speaker, we're here to defend workers and all Canadians.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I take umbrage at the comments about the Conservatives, but let's talk about something we can agree on. The member talked about the price of bread and how this is, it's unthinkable that people fix the price of bread and it's important to Canadians. I think that's true. But why does the member support the government to put a tax in place that increases the cost of growing the wheat, milling the wheat, cooking the wheat into bread, shipping the bread to the grocery store? Why is he supporting the government to raise the cost of bread in Canada?
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that important intervention, and I think it's important to understand that we can, in fact, disagree while not being disagreeable. And I understand that this member has often contributed greatly to the dialogue in this place, and I respect that. And in relation to the cost of bread, and in relation to the issues that we're seeing and my support for this fall economic statement, it falls on the fact that Canadians are hurting so desperately. And I, as a member of Parliament, know that Canadians don't want to have to continue to suffer, and these benefits are critical to their support. When it comes to things like removing student loan interest, that is something that many students will benefit from. And it's unfortunate that the Conservatives will continue to block important services and important programs that every Canadian deserves right now.
Comments, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member's comments and really appreciated the range of topics that he was able to cover, and I hear him on the fact that we have a lot more work to do, and I am committed to doing that work. We've heard from the Conservatives time and time again today about Canada Student Loans and interest and how students should be paying their fair share and paying interest on student loans. They would be paying back the principal indeed, but this is a policy that many students in the riding of Waterloo that I also have been fighting for. So I would like to hear the members' comments about, during this affordability crisis, actually removing interest from the federal portion of Canada Student Loans. What kind of benefits and impacts will this actually have on students? And I'm sure he can relate to some within his riding. Thank you.
Our member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that important note. It's important to remind members of this House that students have disproportionately been impacted by COVID-19. When it came to paying tuition, that was another double whammy on their lives, simultaneous to the issues of inflation. It's the least we can do, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they're not paying interest on those loans. Madam Speaker, I would go further, though, and add that it's important that we begin the process of ensuring that the government looks at the principal of those debts and ensures that we can find ways to actually reduce that debt load that young Canadians and many Canadians are suffering right now by forgiving $20,000. Thank you very much.
Time for a brief question. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to hear my colleague on the following. Would he agree with me on the fact that in C-32 there are 5 tax measures, but it's just reheated. These are just reheated measures that we've heard in the past, that there is nothing new here that will really counter inflation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. One particular tax that I think is important to actually realize here, and it's one point I want to also mention, the Bloc supporting this. One important tax that's in here is the Canada Recovery Dividend. That's an important measure, Madam Speaker, to actually see those insurers and the banks who are profiting over $1 billion, the kind of revenue the government needs. This is an important tax measure that will continue to fund the programs so that regular Canadians do not have to. Madam Speaker, I want to add, in addition to this, we also think that some Canadians should actually benefit in terms of the crisis that we're facing, which is the home heating costs. We actually want to ensure that the removal of GST. We actually proposed an amendment to the Conservatives' Opposition Day motion that would see that happen, and they defeated it. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that the tax system works for Canadians, and these are measures that will do that.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38, doit faire connaître à la Chambre.
I must inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight.
Center, oil and gas industry, and the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the environment. Resuming debate, la reprise au débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolet, Sorel. Yes, you have a good memory, Madam Speaker. My writing name is pretty long. Madam Speaker. This is a bill that's long but not full of substance, as my colleague said earlier. There are 25 measures and about a dozen non-financial measures. May seem to be a lot, but this is just tweaking, as my colleague said. Legislative tweaking, as happens often in this Parliament, to deal with a court decision, a treaty, a new agreement to address something in a law. These measures set out in the spring 2022 budget, which hadn't been included in the first Budget Implementation Act adopted last June. Like the Fall Economic Statement, C-32 has no measures to deal with the new reality in the economy, with the increased cost of living and a possible recession. So it's a disappointing economic statement. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't deserve to be applauded or lauded. And at the same time, it's not a total disappointment because there are a few positive measures. The Bloc Québécois deplores an economic update that mentions inflation 115 times without offering solutions. There are no additional measures for vulnerable people like seniors, those who've lost their job. No possible solutions for these people when a recession is expected in 2023. A Quebecer concerned about the increased cost of living would find little comfort in reading this economic statement. You'd have to content yourself with it being an update to the Spring Budget Implementation Act. The Bloc had called on the government to focus on its fundamental responsibilities towards vulnerable people, to increase health transfers, I'll come back to that later, to support those who are over 75 sufficiently, and to reform employment insurance, which is the best stabilizer during a difficult economic period. These proposals were rejected, and so we can only say that this is a missed opportunity to help Quebecers and Canadians in facing the difficult times they are facing already and which are feared for the coming months. In the area of health, there's still a standoff between Quebec and the provinces and the federal government. The Bloc Québécois had asked the government to accept the unanimous request by Quebec and the provinces to immediately and sustainably and without conditions to increase health transfers. Let us remember that in 1993, Minister Paul Martin, decided to eliminate the federal deficit and did so by cutting health transfers from 50% to 25% for the provinces. This was a major difficulty for provinces at the time, and since then, no government has decided to return to that goal of 50%. We'd be happy with a return to 35%, and the government is not putting in place that funding, but rather has reduced it to 22%. That's unacceptable. That absolutely needs to be corrected. It's an injustice. It is sick people who are suffering because of this and health staff. Emergency room doctors are telling us that hospitals are at a breaking point, but the federal government is not taking action. It prefers to extend the funding crisis to try to break the consensus of the provinces, to convince them to accept diluted agreements. And I'll remind you that in the Canadian Constitution, it's very clear in sections 92 and 93 that the only role of the federal parliament is to transfer money to the provinces without conditions. I often wonder, when I look at the different political parties here in Ottawa, if you are proud to be Canadian, I'm very proud to be from Quebec, but if I had a Quebec constitution, the first thing I would do to express my pride would be to respect it. So why is it that here, at the federal level, where there's an extremely clear constitution when it comes to health transfers, why do you choose not to respect your constitution? Are you proud to be Canadian? Or are you not? When you're proud, you respect the constitution of your country. Now let's talk about the two classes of seniors. This is an attack on the universality of programs in health. Those who are 65 to 74 continue to be deprived of the increase in their pension that they would need more than ever. The fixed income of seniors doesn't allow them to deal with the increase in cost of living in real time. They are the most likely to have to make difficult choices at the grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the gas station. The government continues to penalize those who are less well off and want to work more without losing their benefits. Inflation, contrary to the federal government, doesn't discriminate against seniors based on their age. Currently, the rate of replacement in Canada, the proportion of income that a senior keeps after retirement, is among the lowest in the OECD. the pension should mean that there wouldn't be a decrease in economic activity as the population ages. Contrary to what the government says, it is not by depriving those who are 64 to 74 that we will encourage them to continue working. It's by not penalizing them when they continue to work. There are many solutions that could help seniors, and I'd like to mention a letter that I received from Robert Bernachet in my riding, a proposal that I find very good, very simple, easy to understand, and easy to implement. And for now, the federal government is not listening. Here is his letter. Allow me to share an initiative that could help seniors who are 64 to 75. They don't have access to the increase in the old age security pension because the federal government limited it to over 75. Given that increases by 10% in old age security are reserved to those who are 75 and up, and that there is an injustice for people who haven't reached that age, do we need to remind people that we have a universal system for old age security? Given that there is currently no government measure that is permanent that would allow seniors who are between 65 and 75 to increase their income to deal with growing inflation, given that the message sent by the federal government and the provincial government to retirees who are 65 to 75 can be summed up by saying, if you want more money, go work. This would increase the labor force and increase your income. Given that many people between 65 and 75 don't want to go to work, if they did, they already would have done so. These are the same seniors who built the Quebec and Canada of today. They've given a lot, and now they want to receive help. We, the retirees between 65 and 74, call on the government to amend access to old age security to include the following. When the rate of inflation is over 3%, the following measures will apply. Retirees from 65 to 75 who earn less than a certain amount on their tax filing will be able to have an amount of up to $2,500 from their RIF without any decrease in their old age security. This will apply to the tax year 2022. An adjustment to the non-refundable tax credits will be made so that $2,500 will be deductible. I hope you will advocate for this new measure as you've advocated for self-employed people in 2019. Thank you for reading. I hope the government will understand the message. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He delivered it very well. But that's what we would expect from such an experienced parliamentarian. He delivered a speech that's of great interest to Canadians, and I'd like to thank him a lot for his work and for his words. I want to address a few points from his speech, and I'd like for him to comment on them. So our investments in health, we've seen it's over $2 billion. So this would be to deal with surgeries that were delayed due to, of course, the pandemic. And $4.5 billion that were added during the pandemic to assist Canadians. And regarding C-32, the Canadian Workers' Benefit will also really help workers in need. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. $2.5 billion when you've cut half of health transfers from 50% to 25%. That's a lot more than the money you say you've given. But the role of the federal government is to transfer money to the provinces. It's not to give directly or say that this type of care is better than this other type of care, or that this type of collaboration is better than this other type. It's just about transferring without condition. When you say the government acted during a crisis, it's also in the Constitution that during a crisis, the federal government has an obligation to act by transferring money for health. I'd like to remind the member to speak through the chair and not directly to the parliamentary secretary.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. There was nothing about new funding for health. All Canadians are concerned about the condition of our system now. What does he think about that? The honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Yes, I talked about the health transfer that we are calling for. That's called for by all provinces and Quebec. There's a call for a new transfer that would be $28 billion additional dollars to the provinces. Suppose the federal government says it's not feasible immediately, they could at least promise it and give a certain amount over 2, 3, 4 years to reach that goal of 35%. Let's remember that it was 50% in 1993. So this is critical, and it's called for by the provinces, and currently it's more and more dire with what we're seeing. I read something about Ontario. It's very serious. In Quebec, it's serious in all hospitals. There's a great need for this money that's due, and it's clear in the Constitution that it needs to be a transfer without conditions. Questions and comments?
Member for Courtenay Alberni, a brief question.
Well, Madam Speaker, relative to the disease caused by mental illness and compared to G7 and OECD peers, Canada is underspending on mental health. France spends 15% of its healthcare budget on mental health. The UK spends 13%. Now, my colleague, who I respect a lot, he talked about no strings attached on mental health transfers, but currently mental health spending makes up between 5 and 7% of healthcare spending, depending on the province or territory. And mental health care stakeholders saying we need a target of at least 12%. Last week, the Bloc voted against the unanimous consent motion I put forward, with universal mental health care. Does my colleague recognize the economic and social costs of underinvesting in mental health?
A brief answer, the honourable member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Yes, for mental health, it's a dire need. The increase in need is significant, and the amount of money that needs to be dedicated to this must be much more generous. But once again, this is under health, and health is a provincial jurisdiction. It's very clear in the Constitution, in Section 92. So if the government wants to be generous and understanding and listen to the provinces, it just needs to transfer the money. And we have the knowledge to provide assistance to those who are suffering from mental illness.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to join in the debate today on Bill C-32 as the government tries to push through some of their fall economic update. Not only are we talking about yet another bad bill, but again, they're trying to rush through the process of us reviewing it. We saw this morning that the government wants to cut short our debate by limiting it until the end of the day. And to be clear, when I say government in this case, it applies to something more than what the Minister of Finance or the government House Leader, as cabinet members, are supposed to represent when they introduce their bills or motions. It is something more than the wider Liberal caucus in this place that has stood by and supported the government's decision, no matter the cost that it brings to Canadians. What is happening right now actually goes back to the agreement made earlier this year with the NDP. And yes, Madam Speaker, we are starting to see the NDP Liberal coalition back in action. It reminds me of when, not too long ago, Canadians first learned about a deal between the Liberals and the NDP. Everybody knew it was a convenient arrangement for these two parties to help each other stay in business, but they have been downplaying it from the time that they announced it. They tried to pass it off as a working agreement on a small number of points where they had some mutual understanding. But over here in the opposition, we have already seen what is going on, and Canadians outside of this place can see it too. The NDP and the Liberals won't dare to call themselves a coalition, but the whole time they have behaved like they are a majority government in Parliament. Back in the spring, it didn't take long for them to bring forward a motion to push through government bills. The most shocking part of it might have been that it allowed a minister to move without notice a motion to adjourn the House until we would resume months later in September. Such a motion would be decided immediately without debate or amendment. So from early in May, the opposition was left waiting to see if the government would suddenly shut down Parliament for months. And it was a strange thing to give the government such power if there was never actually a chance or a need for it to be used. At the same time, the motion also allowed them to change the parliamentary schedule with giving next to no notice. A minister could rise right before the minute of adjournment and declare that we are sitting until midnight on one of their government bills. And as you know, Madam Speaker, this introduced a lot of uncertainty into the whole process, not only just for us members, but also for the parliamentary staff like our interpreters who have had to work all throughout these proceedings. The Liberals and the NDP would have to explain to me the practicality of a lot of this happening without them working so closely together to coordinate the agenda and prepare for any last-minute changes. It would be exactly like if they were all part of a government trying to keep the opposition on its toes and undermine our important work. As we have heard from this government so often, they made it seem like it was only temporary, that it expired before the summer break. Then, we all came back, and it seems to be happening all over once again. First, the Liberals and the NDP used the special motion to rush Bill C-31 through the House with late-night debates and committee meetings. The result is more inflationary spending, which might fulfill part of their political agreement, but is not the right solution for what Canadians are going through and asking for at this moment in time. But that wasn't enough for the coalition. Last week, they passed another motion that's similar to the one that they used before the summer. So now they can play games with the opposition again until the end of June. It's a clear pattern, and it's even more troubling to see it come from a party that's supposed to be in opposition and still officially pretends that it is. But instead, they're enabling the Liberals to avoid accountability as a minority parliament. That's what they're doing again with Bill C-32 today. But none of this will stop us Conservatives from doing our jobs and doing our best to stand up against the desperate decisions of a government in decline. Right now, there's a cost of living crisis caused by inflation and interest rates, and they're failing to address it. The cost of groceries went up at the fastest pace in 40 years, and people have had to pay the highest gas prices ever. While Canadians are forced to cut back on spending, we aren't seeing the government show fiscal restraint or providing tax relief. Instead, they continue to waste taxpayer dollars and weaken the foundation of our economy, and especially by attacking our energy sector. And with that in mind, Madam Speaker, it's ironic to read this part of the economic update, and I'll quote, there is no country better placed than Canada to weather the upcoming global economic slowdown and thrive in the years ahead. We have the most talented and resilient workforce in the world, and we are a country that skilled workers want to move to. We have the key resources the global economy needs, and as we enter an era of friendshoring and our closest partners shift their strategic reliance from dictatorships to democracies, they are looking to Canada to provide them with those resources, end quote. And Madam Speaker, it's actually the last part of that statement that I find the most interesting. With this government from day one has spent the last 7 years attacking the development and the growth of our natural resources sector here in Canada. During that entire time, Conservatives have defended Canada's great potential to supply the world's needs for our industry, following higher standards for respecting human rights and the environment. We keep saying it, and the government ignores it time and time again. And even now, Madam Speaker, I doubt that they really even care to get it. The sad reality is that they are hurting the same sector, which would strengthen our economy and support our allies all over the world. We have already seen that the federal government's past decisions have limited Canada's ability to help Europe as much as we otherwise could have during an energy crisis. But what is worse is that the government still doesn't have the willingness to rise to the occasion with Canadian energy. And we saw that when the German Chancellor personally came here on a special trip and the Prime Minister gave him a disappointing response. He came here looking for Canadian LNG to help wean them off of their dependency on Russia, and they were told no. The Liberals are not going to reverse their anti-energy policies, which they will continue to expand. One of the new and subtle ways they are doing this is actually through a shares tax. They're not saying it openly, of course, but the industry has raised it as a concern. What is even more telling, though, is that opponents of the energy sector have also pointed to this tax as something that specifically targets Canadian oil and gas. The likely result is that there will be damage done to Canadian jobs and industry more than anything else. It is also, Madam Speaker, going to help drive carbon leakage into other areas ran by dictators like some of these overseas places that we are importing oil from and other countries are dependent on, when they should instead be focused on Canadian oil and gas. As usual, the Liberals pretend to go after big business while their policies make life more expensive for all Canadians, including the most vulnerable. It is exactly the opposite of what is needed while facing economic hardship. But this is the same government that weakened our economy before it had to go through stressful events, and then they decided to make it worse with wasteful spending. Their economic update proves that they haven't learned much from their mistakes. And case in point, the Liberals are going to raise the carbon tax, even though it's been a big part of the problem for the cost of food and for fuel. They say it's an environmental plan, but it's really nothing but a tax plan. Along with that, the Liberals are failing to support workers and communities affected by their mandated coal transition. I represent some of those communities alongside the member for Souris Moose Mountain. Rockglen and Willowbunch are such communities that are in my riding. And this year, Madam Speaker, the Environment Commissioner's audit has shown that so far the transition program is shaping up to leave these communities and their workforce behind. In fact, it goes so far as to say that there's a complete lack of plan, and that over the pandemic they've taken the last 2 years completely off, while not even allowing an extra 2 years now for these communities in lieu to be able to get their orders in line to be able to meet this transition from the government, but without the government's actual help. There are a lot of talented people who are doing the best they can to prepare for this coming change. And again, as I just alluded to, still no planning and no attention from this government. These places still aren't getting the answers they need for the future. When I look at the economic update, it still seems like this is not a real priority for the Liberals, and they will continue to break their promise to these coal communities. These are the things we need to talk about while the government tries to shut down debate. These are things that should have been brought up in the fall economic update and have not been brought up, which is why we need this time to be debating this here today. The Liberals are once again missing an opportunity, and they'll continue to use the same kind of decisions that brought us to here where we are, where they limit debate along with the help of the NDP. And Canadians, they can't afford it anymore. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What the Conservative Party has done is they've made it very clear. If it was up to them, there would never be a vote on this particular piece of legislation. Much like the fall interim budget back in 2021, Madam Speaker. With that fall budget, the Conservatives continued to debate it well into 2023. There are measures within this legislation that is there to help Canadians during a time of inflation. That's what's in this budget, fall economics update. My question to the member is, will he not recognize that at some point in time, even opposition members need to recognize that it's time to let legislation go through? If there's any justification whatsoever for the time allocation, all one needs to do is take a look at the Conservative Party's behavior from last year. They have no intentions on passing it. It has nothing to do with debate time, Madam Speaker. It has everything to do with filibuster.
Member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, that right there indicates everything that is wrong with what is going on with these time allocation issues, and particularly with these bills that they're ramming through. This one in particular, the cost of living elements that they're talking about is going to cost the taxpayer over $11 billion. Many of them are one-time handouts or maybe a two-time handout. These are things that are actually going to continue to further drive up inflation because they have to borrow this money in order to be able to hand it out to Canadians. They continue to run these deficit budgets, and these plans are driving it up. That's why we want to debate these bills for an adequate amount of time, because there are many great ideas that we have on this side. I'm sure my other opposition parties have many great ideas that they want to get communicated across, and when they limit the debate, that can't happen.
That's right.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On this topic, I have a more speculative question for my colleague. Last week, a motion was forced through for the government to be able to unilaterally decide to have the House sit until midnight every night. And not just into December, but actually all the way into June. These motions that give the government all the power are supported by the NDP. So what I have a hard time understanding is why an opposition party would support this kind of motion. So what does my colleague think the NDP got in return?
Hills Grasslands.
Well, merci beaucoup pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
A very interesting tactic by the NDP to continue to enable the government to push through bad decisions like this. And yeah, it really eliminates debate, allows them to force through any agenda that they want. We're seeing more often from this government that they're wading into areas of provincial jurisdiction, which I know is of particular concern to the Bloc and especially to me and my constituents back home. They want to see the federal government remain focused on federal issues, allow the provinces to work on provincial issues, and to offer the support back and forth as the support is needed, which is what the Constitution says that they are supposed to do. So, yeah, I'm very concerned about it as well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague, who I enjoy working on right to repair legislation with. But I will take an issue with the Harper administration that was propped up by the then Liberal minority group used closure on debate numerous times. The Harper over 100 times with regards to when they had a majority. And so my question quite simply is this: is it the Conservative Party's position to actually end this practice forever in the House of Commons? Is that something that the Conservative Party has a position, is actually not to have closure of any debates? And why did he participate in those votes when they were actually propped up by the Liberal minority at that time, and then the Conservative majority?
Honourable member, I know there's other individuals who seem to want to be answering, but I would just want to remind the honourable that the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands is quite able to do that, and he has less than a minute to do so.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And yeah, I know my time in this House only began in 2019. I definitely do not enjoy standing up and having to do these closure motions. So, you know, it's my hope that this government and the NDP would actually put an end to this practice here in this Parliament, so that we can get forward to adequately debating and using the time that we have to debate on important piece of legislation, one like you mentioned on the right to repair issue. But we're here today on the government's economic update. There's so many gaps that you could drive a truck through in this economic update, and leaving a lot of people behind. And, you know, there's a lot of virtue signaling from this government, and we're not able to get the results for Canadians because they're ramming through this piece of legislation like they have with other ones in the past.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, with particular focus on how this NDP Liberal government claims to put Canadians' interests first, yet continue to push forward with their uncontrolled, insatiable inflationary spending. We have two simple demands from this NDP Liberal government to address the affordability crisis. One, stop the taxes, and two, stop the spending. Madam Speaker, the cost of living crisis did not come without fair warning. We Conservatives have a long record of warning this NDP Liberal government of the consequences of their actions. Needless to say, the direction demonstrated by this government has been that of irresponsibility, mismanagement, and carelessness. Skyrocketing inflation and affordability crisis is likely to be mishandled yet again unless this NDP Liberal government continues to listen to common sense, realistic, Conservative solutions to truly support Canadians across the country. So this is what we have to say. The economic update does nothing to remedy the homegrown affordability crisis, and there is running theme of deflecting the blame altogether. Whether it be the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, the inflation being a problem around the world, this Liberal government chooses to blame everything else but their inflationary spending. The inflationary deficits, totaling about $500 billion, have sent more money chasing fewer and fewer goods. These inflationary practices are hiking the cost of everything while leaving Canadians with Band-Aid solutions that provide them with no long-term support. The Liberals' tax and spend agenda is completely unsustainable, and Canadians deserve better than choosing between eating or heating this winter. Seniors deserve better than barely scraping by
at the cost of groceries. Families deserve better than paying for ever-climbing carbon tax. Students deserve better than facing a bleak housing market post-graduation. Canadians have never paid so much into taxes because of this government. With record-breaking price hikes for gas, groceries, and home heating, it is no wonder that more and more Canadians are turning to the food bank for extra support once they've exhausted everything else that they could possibly have saved money on. The Prime Minister has managed to pack on more debt for Canadians than all the past Prime Ministers combined. That is why we Conservatives are championing the interest of hard-working Canadians by advancing two demands from this government: stop the tax hikes and stop the inflationary spending. The government loves to masquerade their inflationary spending as helping Canadians, but they tend to neglect saying that they're putting more debt and hiking inflation of the so-called affordability measures. If the NDP Liberals were actually sincere about supporting Canadians through the cost of living crisis, then they would cancel all planned tax hikes, including the tripling of the carbon tax. Canadians are already struggling with inflation. My constituents have been talking about how much it costs to heat their homes nowadays. Since when has the heating during winter become a luxury? Canadians work hard. They have demonstrated resilience and hard work to support their families and help their neighbors throughout the pandemic. And even now, when the price of everything drifts farther and farther out of reach, ironically, this directly coincides with this NDP Liberal government's drifting further and further out of touch with how much it actually costs to live under their inflationary nonsense. Canadians deserve better than choosing to heat their homes for the winter or putting food on the table for themselves and their families. Furthermore, we Conservatives are calling on this NDP Liberal government to stop the inflationary spending and strongly consider reinvesting that back into Canadian economy by creating more things that money can buy, more Canadian energy, more Canadian products, and more Canadian jobs. We are also calling on this government to manage their inflationary spending for once by matching with new spending with the equivalent savings elsewhere, to rein in on inflation, as well as to stop the inflationary deficits that drive the cost of everything up. It's no lie that Canadians' paychecks are no longer going as far as they used to, and Canadians' dreams of a brighter future are fading. None of our practical solutions to curb inflation were reflected in the fall economic statement, and for that reason, we Conservatives cannot stand by the inflationary updates as outlined in C-32. The NDP Liberal government had every opportunity to understand that their approach does nothing to serve Canadians, and yet they move forward with their problematic plan anyway. From the lengthy lineups at airports to the painfully slow passport processing to the waste ArriveCAN app and even now in C-32. This NDP Liberal government has proven that they are incapable of addressing inflation and meeting the basic needs of Canadians. The cost of the government is driving up the cost of living for Canadians. The Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of time. Winter is here and the government should do everything better to prevent Canadians from choosing between eating or heating this winter. This government likes to pretend that there was no other choice than to double the debt. While the Prime Minister spends $6,000 a night on the most expensive hotel room in London, Canadians are barely able to afford home heating or a roof over their heads. When Canadians are struggling to pay for groceries, this government tells them to tighten their belts and further by canceling their Disney Plus subscriptions. The Liberal government likes to call the carbon tax a price on pollution, while they are chauffeured everywhere they go. Canadians, on the other hand, have to pinch pennies at the pumps. This government once stated that the country's debt would not exceed $10 billion. They lied. In fact, over 40% of new spending was not related to the pandemic at all. That's $205 billion of inflationary spending. On top of that, interest rates are skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace. Mortgage payments are becoming unaffordable, and most young people don't even think about buying a home at all anymore. Canada is one of the largest, richest, most proudly diverse countries in the world, and yet Canada has had the second most inflated housing bubble. Canadians deserve better than just being able to afford to get by. They deserve security, opportunity, and a fiscal responsible government. Instead of printing more and more cash to throw around, we Conservatives believe in creating more of what cash buys, bolstering our economy and making more quality jobs and opportunities for Canadians. Madam Speaker, we are lucky enough to be in the country so full of resources. So why are we not investing more proudly in Canadian products, such as food and energy, instead of importing oil from other countries? The NDP Liberal government loves to claim environmental protection for the tripling carbon tax, but chooses to import oil from other countries that costs more in funds and emissions to ships, trains, trucks into Canadian households. Instead of providing people with one-time rent support checks that only help a fraction of Canadians, we Conservatives urge this government to cut the red tape, quit the gatekeepers, and get shovels into the ground to build more affordable housing for Canadians. It's time that the Liberals understand that the real consequences of their wasteful spending and listen to Conservative solutions. It's a time for the government to show more compassion and stop the inflationary recklessness. It's time for the government to stop spending and stop the tax hikes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today. Considering Canadian inflation is lower than our neighbours to the south, the UK, Italy, Germany, and that our inflation rate went unchanged last month from the month previous, yet the work of government continues, will the member finally admit that to Canadians that inflation is in fact a global crisis fueled by pandemic shutdowns, disrupted supply chains, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and finally get on board in a collaborative, honest approach to help Canadians weather this storm?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, that is a very nice response to a question. I have to admit, Madam Speaker, that they talk about how it's a global phenomenon, like they had nothing to do with this. No wonder why the member talks about the Disney Plus channel to remove that, because I think they live in a bit of a fantasy world where they say they have no control over the finances or the inflation of this country. It's kind of shameful that they stand here and compare us to other countries. It's not about other countries, it's about Canadians and how we're suffering with the high inflationary rate. And they're talking about, well, we've done nothing to go and say that it's our fault. It's sort of funny how they always talk about it's not their fault for the inflationary crisis, but anytime there's a positive, they always say, well, that's because of our programs. Once again, I'm sorry, that is a bad statement and a bad question. Thank you.
The questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my Conservative colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois had three expectations with regard to this statement. One, healthcare transfers without conditions as asked for by Quebec and the provinces for a long time, and that's still the consensus. Second, an increase in retirement benefits to seniors without looking at their age, because now seniors between the ages of 65 and 74 don't get an increase. And third, a reform of the EI system. Three very simple demands from the Bloc Québécois, but nothing of these were found in the economic statement. I'd like to know what my Conservative colleague thinks of this, and I'd be happy to hear his views. The member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question from my Bloc member. I think it's very true that there's many things that are happening in this House that the Liberals brought forward that are not helping Canadians. And I think that's a prime example how the member brought up 3 points that the Bloc had wanted. And that's actually a very good point, the fact that they talk about how much money they keep spending and how much they're helping Canadians. Well, if that's the case, then why are seniors in my riding saying that, how come I'm under 75, I didn't get any bonus or any increase? How am I suffering? How is it my fault? My costs have gone up just as much as the people that are 75 and older. So it's quite surprising how, once again, the Liberals have failed to help our seniors, help healthcare. There's many problems in healthcare right now. I know Alberta's going through that right now provincially, trying to find out how they can make the improvements. And is the federal government going to be there to help them? Probably not, once again, because it's not in the fall economic update as well. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this afternoon the Conservative speeches have made me nostalgic for a time when Conservatives were as interested in solutions as they were slogans. So my question, member from Yellowhead, is, does he realize that taking the carbon tax off home heating fuel would do nothing for people in my province of British Columbia or for Quebec or for the Atlantic provinces? And why have the Conservatives rejected our idea that we should take the GST off home heating fuels of all kinds during this winter, those who heat with electricity as well as fossil fuels? So are they really interested in solutions? Would they drop the rhetoric on the carbon tax and support the NDP plan to take the GST off home heating?
Member for Yellowhead has less than 1 minute to respond.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll try my best to answer those questions. I don't think that we were against the GST. The problem is the fact that it's such a small part of the carbon tax. Like, I know most people are telling me about the carbon tax on their utility bills is almost the same amount that they're using in fuels. So the GST really isn't going to amount as much as they'd hoped for. That's why we were asking for the carbon tax to be off home heating, because that has a direct impact on many Canadians right across this country. You're right, certain provinces do have their own climate crisis or their carbon pricing in effect, but the point is that they could look at that as well in those provinces. So in order to go and have a better solution, we definitely need to, okay, Madam Speaker, I will wrap it up there.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat Cardston.
In Warner, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in this House and speak and represent the incredible people of Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner. And today, as we debate the Fall Economic Statement, Bill C-32, I find it challenging to speak on this government's financial priorities. The priorities of this Liberal government differ dramatically from the priorities of Canadians and the official opposition. We fundamentally have different beliefs and generally disagree on the role that government should play in the lives of Canadians. This is a politically charged financial statement with two objectives. First, for the Liberals to spend enough money to buy the support of the NDP so that their Liberal NDP political love story can continue. And second, the objective is to divide Canadians based on an ideological framework regardless of the financial or political consequences. Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired. We've been stretched emotionally, spiritually, physically, and now physically pushed beyond our limits, especially over the last 2.5 years. Like an overworked body, we need time to rest, time to recover. We need a sense of normality and hope. But that's not what's happening here. Canada is facing a cost of living crisis brought on by years of overspending, excessive borrowing, and money printing. Although they'll tell you it's quantitative easing, which has created the highest interest rates of inflation, the highest rates of inflation in decades. Of late, the Bank of Canada has been raising interest rates at an unprecedented pace, and they aren't done yet, all in an effort to curb the inflationary trend. This government has doubled Canada's debt in the last 7 years, and this Prime Minister, as has been said many times before, has added more debt than all Prime Ministers in the history of Canada combined. For those trying to keep track of that at home, that's over $500 billion. The Liberals will have you believe that they had no choice given the pandemic. However, 40% of all new spending and all those measures have nothing to do with COVID. That's over $200 billion. The resulting national debt interest payment costs have doubled. And next year, those interest payments will nearly be as much as the Health Canada transfers to the provinces. Just think of the impact of that. I'm sure that members of this House recall the Prime Minister, the current Finance Minister, and the previous Finance Minister touting how inexpensive it was for the government to borrow money. Well, this is no longer the case. Now Canadians are stuck repaying their bills at a time at these new and much higher interest rates. The only person with any fundamental financial understanding back then and now was the Conservative leader. He warned the finance minister back in December of last year, and even then she was asked, so what would be the total cost if there were a 1% average increase on interest rates in Canada, and what impact that would have on Canada's national debt? She was literally unable to provide any number. The crushing part, Madam Speaker, is that rates didn't go up 1%. They're up 3.5%. And a finance minister that couldn't fathom a 1% increase when questioned was clearly unprepared for that eventuality. Now we are in a situation where the reality is substantially worse than that, and yet she remains equally as oblivious to the situation and as arrogant to her colleagues as she was a year ago. In her fall update, she should have been singing the praises of the leader of the opposition. After all, he was clearly the only one with both the foresight and understanding that interest rates would not remain at historic lows forever, and the conviction to ensure that the government had a plan. Madam Speaker, during this time of self-induced financial uncertainty, this government needs to partner with Canadians and not continue to punish them. Take the small business owners, for example. They are the unsung heroes of Canada's economy. They employ nearly 2/3 of the workers across the country and take on incredible risk to provide the necessary goods and services to our communities. Yet under the Liberal government, small businesses are being punished with rising payroll taxes, increasing carbon taxes, labor shortages, and staggering inflation, which is driving up the cost of everything. This fall economic statement was the Liberals' chance. It was their chance to let Canadians know that the Government of Canada is a strong and stable partner, and the Liberals failed. It was their chance to rein in spending and focus on getting the country's financial house in order. They failed there too. It was their chance to acknowledge that a carbon tax only hurts Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. But no, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals let those Canadians down too. Sadly, the Liberal plan does nothing to address the cost of living crisis and government overspending. Rather, it shows that government revenues have increased by $40 billion this year alone. This means that inflation is increasing the cost of everyday essentials, but it also means that the government, there's increasing taxes, and the Liberal government is profiting from increased inflation on the backs of already struggling Canadians. Canada's Conservatives had two clear expectations, as did Canadians, and demands of this government: stop the taxes and stop the spending. Stopping the taxes means that no new taxes, and includes the cancelling of all planned tax hikes and the increasing of the carbon tax. Stopping spending means that no new spending, and any new spending by ministers must be matched by an equivalent saving. None of those demands were met in this fall economic inflationary update. As I stated recently in this House, all that Canadians really need to thrive and survive is individual freedom and good government. And I believe good government is the one that is a government for the people, not of the people. A government that is transparent and acknowledges that every time a dollar is given away, it must first be taken from a Canadian who went to work to earn it. A government that makes life more affordable for Canadians, not by creating more cash, but by creating more of what cash can buy. A government that understands that ethically produced and environmentally responsible Canadian energy helps fuel our economy and should fuel the world. A government that knows that carbon taxes will not tackle climate change, but rather a government that focuses on promoting Canadian technology to the world, making alternative energy cheaper, not by making Canadian energy more expensive. A government that is committed to reforming the tax and benefit system so that those who work can keep more of what they earn. And a government that offers Canadians hope and creates an environment to succeed and prosper. Madam Speaker, freedom and good government are exactly what the Conservative leader, my Conservative colleagues, and I are intent on providing Canadians. Buckle up, folks. The fight to get Canada back on track has started. And it starts with removing the carbon tax, which is further burdening already struggling Canadians. It starts by helping this finance minister understand that she and her plan to print, borrow, and spend on political pet projects needs to end. And it starts by voting down this misguided and hyper-partisan fall economic statement. I ask my colleagues to please join me in ensuring that this bill doesn't pass. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's many aspects of the Conservative Party's positioning on this fall economic statement, which is quite upsetting, and I'm sure a vast majority of Canadians would concur with that if they only knew in terms of what it is the Conservatives are proposing. When they talk about wasteful spending, what they're really talking about is the record high transfers to health care, the establishment of a national child care program, investing in dental work for children under the age of 12, providing rental support, providing the GST credit rebate for the next 6 months. Many measures are permanent, other measures are temporary to help Canadians deal with the inflation that we're experiencing today. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is why does the Conservative Party not want to support Canadians, whether it's health care or through this inflationary situation?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I think this member fell on his head one too many times. He's missing the point. What's happening here is we have a government who thinks that if you don't spend recklessly, that you're not helping Canadians. You know, Canadians don't need more taxes. They don't need more interest and inflation.
We have a point of order from the Honourable Member from, Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I've been listening to the debate and comments made across both sides. Most of it is pretty constructive, but the member just used the language I don't think it's respectful, and I don't think it's suitable for this House.
Thank you very much, and I did hear what the member did have to say, but when we're talking about other members of this House, we have to be respectful as well. The Honourable Member for Carson, Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Madam or Mr. Speaker, and yes, you're right. I could have used other language that could have explained that my honourable colleague is completely out of touch, and he certainly is. You know, he suggested that the Conservatives intend to cut health transfers. I mean, what rock did he just climb out of? Like, nothing ever has been said about that. In fact, Conservatives have been pushing for a greater health transfers, for increased health, including mental health, addictions, and all those things that this government seems to be lost on.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was actually quite fascinating to hear the Conservatives. For every new expense, money has to be found elsewhere. In fact, we agree with them. We need to find more revenues. We could go after tax evaders. We should go after digital giants who aren't paying their fair share of taxes. But for us, some expenditures have to be made. For instance, healthcare. We're in a crisis right now. Costs are going up. Money has to be transferred to the provinces and to Quebec. We have to help our seniors and reform the EI system. If it was possible to find money elsewhere and to spend it, we would do it already.
Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my Bloc colleague for her question or her statement. And I agree. I think it's not going to take long to look at the wastefulness of this government and find not millions, or not hundreds of millions, but billions of dollars in absolute waste that has gone on under this government. Waste that could be going to health transfers, waste that could be going to dealing with the opioid crisis we have in this country, and the addiction and poverty and homelessness, and all the things that we talk about. We have an infrastructure bank that, they had, $30-some billion in there, and we don't know what projects are being done. So there's plenty of dollars available from this government if they would rein in their wasteful spending.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I think is a very good intervention. And as a matter of demonstrating and trying to role model respectful behavior in this place, I think his intervention did add value to the discussion on the fall economic statement. In one area in particular, I'd like to actually hear the members' comments on, and I know it's something that we often hear slogans for, the triple, the carbon tax, etc. I do know how important it is to actually see a cost on pollution in Canada and across the world. Mr. Speaker, we are facing truly a catastrophic weather events across the world, and we know it's driven by climate change. We know it's driven by pollution. The Conservative Party in the last election ran on a cost of carbon. Now we're seeing a flip-flop on that. But in a matter of respectfully asking, New Democrats, knowing this consideration and knowing that we wanted to actually make life more affordable, Canadians attempted to offer an olive branch to the Conservatives. We attempted to work with the Conservatives to get GST off home heating. Mr. Speaker, that's 5% off of home heating that New Democrats have fought for a long time. And I know the Conservatives deep down want to ensure that there's affordability for Canadians, but why do they continue to vote against measures that are so important to Canadians at getting that result, like getting the GST off of home heating?
We are out of time, and I'm going to allow an answer. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that the Conservatives have been, we want, carbon tax cut, obviously, and giving GST rebates is a great gesture. However, it doesn't go far enough. There's a lot of things we can do yet with this government and cutting costs that will make a huge difference. And one of them is getting rid of the carbon tax, period. It's important to recognize that we need to be pushing for the technologies that are built in Canada on making a difference in the climate change initiatives across the world, and gaining the respect across the globe for our technologies going to environmental friendliness in industry that'll have huge impact globally, and that's where I think we should be pushing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to speak to the fall economic statement, and I'm lucky I got the chance before the government shut down debate, which they're doing today. So in my usual format, I will look at the different sections of the fall economic update and tell you what I think about it. Now, to start off, the first section is called Sound Economic Stewardship in Uncertain Times. And that sounds like something everybody would want. I mean, these certainly are uncertain times, and so sound economic stewardship sounds like just what we need. The problem is, the document has nothing to do with sound economic stewardship. We've got more inflationary spending after economists and experts have said more inflationary spending is just going to cause more inflation. And we have the highest levels of inflation we've had in 40 years. And so, I expected more, but I'm not sure why, from a prime minister who spent more money in his term in office than all other prime ministers have spent put together. But the earning power of Canadians is at the lowest point it's been in decades. And I'm very concerned that we've not taken the appropriate actions in the fall economic statement to address a sound economic stewardship. We have a debt that is so large that we will pay $22 billion of interest on that debt next year. And in 2 years, that will be $44 billion that we'll be paying for the interest on the debt. Not the debt itself. We're not paying the debt down. Just the interest on the debt. $44 billion. That's more than all of the health transfers to all of the provinces. So, I really think that was a missed opportunity. But let's move along to the second, making life more affordable, okay? So, again, it sounds like a really good idea. I think Canadians would say, we need life to be more affordable. But as the Liberals always do, what they say sounds good, but what they actually do is not that good. And so we got 50% of Canadians that can't pay their bills. Personal debt is at an all-time high. And what do? They increase the tax that's going to drive up the price of groceries, gas, and home heating. Is that going to make life more affordable for Canadians? No, it's not. It's just going to make it worse. And so I really think that the government needs to listen to what Canadians are saying, understand the dire straits that many Canadians are facing, losing their houses, having to choose between heating and eating, something needs to be done, and the something is not what was in the fall economic statement. Now, I would say there's a lot of wasteful spending going on. I was shocked to find that out of the $450 billion that we pumped out the door during COVID, definitely there were supports that were needed in a pandemic. But when I heard the parliamentary budget officer say that 40% had nothing to do with COVID, I mean, that is an incredible amount of money. And so we have to stop wasting money. And I agree that climate change needs to be addressed. I agree that we need to reduce emissions. But, we spent $100 billion, and the Liberal government has failed to meet any of their emission targets. We're number 58 out of 60 on the list of those that went to COP27 with Paris Accord targets. So we spent $100 billion. What do we get for it? Absolutely nothing. And so we've got to be better about spending the taxpayers' money to get a result. And I know members today were saying, well, yeah, but it's a real emergency. We've got flooding, we've got wildfires. And you could ask yourself, how high does the carbon tax in Canada have to be to stop us from having floods or stop us from having wildfires here? Mr. Speaker, as a chemical engineer, I will tell you, Canada's less than 2% of the footprint. We could eliminate the whole thing, and we are still going to have the impacts of floods and wildfires until the other more substantive contributors in the world, like China, who's 34% of the footprint, get their act together. Now, we can help them get their act together. If we replaced all the coal that China's using and all the coal plants they're building with our LNG, it would be jobs for Canadians, and it would cut the carbon footprint of the whole world by 10 or 15%, Mr. Speaker. That is something that would be worthy of doing. But it wasn't in the fall economic update. The other thing, I don't know if... there's problems with math on the opposite side, but the Prime Minister ordered 10 vaccines for every Canadian. And I don't know if he knew that like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 max maybe were all we were going to take. And so now all the rest of them have expired and they've all been thrown away. What a huge waste. They could have gone to countries that, don't have vaccines or can't afford to buy them. So that's just one example of the wasteful spending. Now, the next section was called Job Growth and an Economy that Works for Everyone. And I think that sounds like something everybody would like. Every Canadian wants jobs, growth, and an economy that works for everyone. However, in the fall economic statement, we saw that we only have half the GDP growth that we expected and predicted earlier this year. So we didn't get the growth. And we certainly have lost a lot of jobs, and we got a few jobs back, but it didn't work for everyone. If you were unable to take a vaccine, you had a medical issue, personal choice, you got fired, lost your job. And just to make the pain double, even though you paid into an employment insurance program, you paid the premium, you should get the benefit, the government made sure that nobody that refused a vaccine could get that. And so it doesn't work for everyone, Mr. Speaker. Now, the last section is called Fair and Effective Government. Again, fair and effective government. Who could disagree with that? I want the government to be fair. I want to live in a fair democracy, and I want the government to be effective. That would be wonderful. But what do we have today? Passports take 7 months to process. 2.5 million immigrants caught in the backlog at IRCC. The average wait time for some of those types of permits is 82 months. The Phoenix Pay system, the ArriveCan app. I mean, everything is broken all over the government. There isn't any effective government happening. And so, yeah, I think we should have it, but it's not in there. And with respect to fairness, a fair government, this is the government, the Liberal government, that brought in the Emergency Measures Act that we're waiting for the final word on, but there's been lots of people that said there was no threat to national security, there was no emergency, the law enforcement people didn't ask for it, the provinces didn't ask for it, and yet they froze the bank accounts of Canadians without any warrants. That's not a fair democracy. The freedom of speech war that's going on in our country, Mr. Speaker, C11, C18, all these bills that the government brings forward where the government is going to get to control the speech of Canadians, of the media, this is all not fair. Fair democracy, we have evidence from CSIS that talked to the Prime Minister and said Chinese money from Beijing was funneled to 11 election candidates and no transparency on who they were, and that there was interference in the 2021 election. Again, Crickets, no transparency. So that's not a fair democratic government. So I could go on about rental and dental. Rental, where this government has driven up the cost of housing by, like, the average cost of housing rental was $1,000 in Canada, now it's $2,000. So with one hand, they're going to give a check for $500. But with the other hand, their policies cost an increase of thousands of dollars, $12,000 a month on the average in Canada. That's the way this government is working. Give a little, but take a lot back. And that's not what we want to see. So I cannot support the bill that goes with the fall economic statement. I think we have to do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honneur of the deputy.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount.
Interested in my colleague. She's an engineer, and the engineers, of course, think in a very rigorous fashion. So I was a little bit surprised with her comment to the effect that, and I'm paraphrasing, that Canada is only responsible for 2% of global greenhouse gases, and that's really, you know, it's not going to make a difference whatever we do because it's peanuts compared to what the big emitters like China are producing. So my question to her is very simple. Is she suggesting that Canada can, you know, take its foot off the gas and not do anything because we are really peanuts compared to the big emitters?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And I thank my colleague opposite. He's a very intelligent man, having been an astronaut himself. But what I would say is this, that Canada has green technology. I support that. We have nuclear technology. I support that. We have LNG and resources that we could be shipping around the world, and we would be helping those people that are the substantive portion reduce their footprint. And if we don't do that, we certainly will receive the impacts of climate change, flooding events and wildfires, but we can do nothing about it. Those impacts will come to us. The things that we can do is help reduce the overall footprint because, as I said, and you can Wikipedia it, we're 1.6% of the total footprint.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'd like to note that we have the pleasure of sitting since the beginning of this Parliament on the Canadian Heritage Committee together. So I heard her talk about coal, oil, and these types of resources, but I'd like to talk about something else. In relation to what the member for Shefford said earlier, we need to find the money where it is. So it seems that the digital giants, Mr. Speaker, aren't contributing their fair share for the tax system of Canada, so they are profiting. So we're looking at different bills at the Heritage Committee, as my colleague knows. I'd like to know if she thinks that it's time for digital giants to pay their fair share and contribute to the finances of the country, of Quebec and the provinces, so that we can finally improve important areas like health, where we've been waiting for transfers for a long time, and assistance for seniors, and many other topics that she can give us examples of, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Absolutely. Say C-18 is another bill, but the principle of the bill is to assist small media organizations. But really, another example of the Liberals saying one thing and doing another. So really, it won't help small organizations because Bell Media, Rogers, and CBC, they have all of the money. So I'd prefer that Facebook and Google give money from a fund, and small media organizations could make an agreement to divvy up the money. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill River, Kawana-Nukasky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives claim to defend working people who are bearing the brunt of this inflation crisis while billionaires make record profits. And yet we in the NDP, when we've called on all parties to get behind a plan to tax the rich, the Conservatives have voted against this. Why do the Conservatives refuse to make the rich pay their fair share?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I really believe that people should pay their fair share, but Conservatives are also advocates of reducing taxes to make A, a competitive business environment, and B, to help hardworking Canadians who are struggling. So right now, that's why we're asking to cut the carbon tax. It's inflationary, it's increasing the cost of groceries, gas, and home heating that aren't luxuries. Why is the member that asked the question propping up this government to put those taxes up on Canadians?
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise in the House of Commons and especially to speak to financial bills. And I always think back, whenever I get an opportunity to speak in the House on a financial bill, what our old friend Jim Flaherty must think of a bill such as this. And I think he'd have a wry little grin there and probably think that it didn't quite come up to the measure of what he would be able to do, perhaps. But I also think about Milton Friedman, father of modern economics in many ways, and really what he would say about inflation. Because if you go to Santa Claus parades or you go to events in your communities, what are people going to be talking about? They're going to be talking about the economy, inflation, carbon tax, and some world events. That's what they're going to talk about. And Milton Friedman, he's been dead a long time. Too much money chasing too few goods. And inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And I know the Liberal government has said many times, they've passed the hat on excuses for inflation, but they've kind of settled at their last result, or the last chance to say that inflation is a global phenomenon and we had no chance. But if you look at the G7 and G20 countries, they all spent. They mega spent. They spent huge proportions of their percentages of their entire economy. So if everybody's spending that much, you just need to look at what Mr. Friedman said so many years ago. It's quite simple. Even in their fall economic plan, I'll give them credit for one thing. Somebody in here slipped a line in, and it's in the foreword, and it says, but we cannot support every single Canadian in the way we did with the emergency measures at the height of the pandemic, which was spending a lot of money, some of it very valid. To do so would force the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates even higher. So they're admitting in one line, we can't do it all for everybody because it would raise spending too much. And on the second line, it's saying we'd have to raise interest rates to fight the impending spending inflation that would be caused. It would make life more expensive for everyone for longer. So, as a central bank fights inflation, we will not make their job harder. Well, that will be the first time in 7 years they've made that decision. Public debt. I know some of the other members have talked about this. And to service the debt, so the interest that you would pay, you've heard the numbers already, $24.5 billion this year, $34.7 billion next year, and $43 billion in 23-24. Now, we're not in a debt spiral like some of the other countries are heading towards yet, not yet, but that is a concern. That is a concern. And in their notations in the fall economic update, there are $425 billion worth of T-bills and bonds that will have to be sent out to the market in the upcoming fiscal year. Now, that is a lot of money to put out into the market and ask for people to buy the T-bills, etc. One huge concern out there is if there's no bids, and we've seen that happen in other countries where there are no bids on government debt. I think there probably will be, but that is an awful lot of money to put out in 1 year, which is a little surprising. In 2016, I looked this up because I still have Bill Morneau's first budget that he tabled. He had that nice book, and it's in my office. And I looked at it before I came over here. And when they inherited a balanced budget from the Conservatives in 2015. That's fact. I'll also mention inflation rate in October of 2015 was 1%. Balanced budget, 1% inflation. The debt, when Bill Morneau was first finance minister, was $1 billion. Okay, $1 billion for Bill Morneau, and now under this finance minister, 7 years later, 1 trillion, pardon me, I wish it was 1 billion, 1 trillion, now the number is 1.8 trillion. So that's $800 billion in 7 years. That's a lot of spending. That is an Olympic effort to spend that much money in that period of time. Net debt is 1.2 trillion. Now the other concerning thing with the net number, and that's what they always hang their hat on, is on the net, the GDP, debt to GDP. But the issue I think most of us would like to bring up, and I'm welcome to be corrected if I'm wrong here, is that a lot of the asset, I think about 2/3 of the assets that the government lists is CPP and QPP. So it's really not even a government asset if you think about it. It's kind of a dotted line to an asset. So really, if you took that out, the CPP and the QPP, the net debt would be a lot bigger. And I think what I saw in a report, the debt, we wouldn't be number 1 debt to GDP, we'd be more like 4 or 5 debt to GDP. So these are just some clouds on the horizon that if we don't take care of our fiscal house, we're going to have some long-term issues. Now, also in the economic report, they talk about what happens if things aren't as rosy as presented. And that's when it gets really concerning, because from now until 2027, believe it or not, the best case scenario is we're going to add another $200 billion to our debt. The worst case scenario is it's 50% worse, that we're going to add $300 billion to our net debt. And I think that is a concern, because next year, the worst case scenario is a $50 billion deficit. And so we keep adding these on, piling these on, piling these on. And I think a lot of people are looking at this and they're saying, well, what am I getting for my money? A lot of people in my area, if they're going on a vacation now, if they're lucky enough to be able to afford one, they do their level best to avoid Pearson Airport. They'll try Hamilton, they'll try something else, Kitchener. They don't want the hassles of the Pearson Airport. And I think to myself, here we are, one of the wealthiest nations in the world. We should have the best. Best ports, best airports, best infrastructure, best government service. You want a passport, it should almost be next day's service. Everything's a mess. Immigration. Look at how many unfilled positions there are in our country. We should have an ability. Our office is inundated with people that are at the end of the rope with trying to get somebody to come and work in their business, and it's just one mistake from immigration, another one, and we'd like to bring these hardworking people in and let them really put our economy to work. If you went around and you said to parents, what are some issues? What are some pinch problems in your finances? Healthcare might be one of them. Maybe not a financial one, but certainly concern. Emergency room. People, I'm sure everybody in here who has a kid or an elderly parent knows it's hours upon hours if you have to go to the emergency room. We have shortages in every position in healthcare. Would have been great to see a better plan from this government to really deliver an improvement to our health outcomes. And even the $10 a day daycare business. That really, I've got a bit of an issue with that, because there's about, according to Stats Canada, there's about 660,000 Canadian families that don't use the government-run daycares, and so they receive nothing. They don't get $10 a day daycare. So that's almost half of the kids out there don't get that. And then if you add in the kids, once you're in Ontario, say for example, and you're in JK at 4 years old, well, your parents probably need the extended day program. That's $28 a kid every day. And if you have two kids, that can be hundreds and thousands every month. And so, yes, if you're lucky enough to get one of those spots in a licensed daycare, you are going to pay $10 a day. The other problem is, in Ontario, we've almost got 100,000 deficit in ECE workers, daycare workers in the province of Ontario. So the future to increase this $10 a day is really zero if you don't have the staff to do the job. So I'm running out of time, I know that. There's a lot here. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being pretty critical here today, but there's plenty of material to be critical of. And that's our job over here. The Liberals will tell you how great they are, and it's our job to point out maybe some of their shortcomings. So how much time do I have there, Mr. Speaker? Okay. The last point I'll say is on clean tech, hydrogen, and critical minerals. I think you'd find a lot of commonality potentially in all sides. One of the issues we have is you can never get any of these projects done. To do these projects is years, if not tens of millions of dollars. So I'll thank you for the time, and I'll take my questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention this evening. And I mean, you covered a lot, or he covered a lot, and I think that was excellent and informative. I just want to really kind of dive into one specific comment that was made around the supports that were given to Canadians during the pandemic. So I'm just wondering, is the member asserting that we should not have issued the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, a benefit that his party supported?
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
No, I think you'll find on the record at the time Parliament gave unprecedented support to the government to do what was best for Canadians so that they could keep their home and not really go into a financial crisis. But I think once you got to a certain point, there was $200 billion in extra spending that had nothing to do with COVID supports, pandemic supports. And I think that's really where the problem is. The U.S. did the same problem, and that's why their inflation went crazy too. If they would have just kept it to what it was, I think we would have a different level of inflation at this time, maybe very little. And certainly you see the deficit spending in the first 4 years of the government, $100 billion in deficit, and that too, that's a lot of money. That is a lot. It's 30% of our total debt. So these little things make a big difference.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting to hear the member from Huron-Bruce open his speech by referring to Milton Friedman as the founder of modern economics. Of course, we're talking about the 20th century, not the 21st century. And I just wonder, in the years that have passed, the 50 years that have passed since Friedman advised Reagan and Thatcher, were the members familiar with a living Canadian economist called Jim Stanford, who's talked about how the causes of inflation have changed and about how applying the old solutions that Milton Friedman talked about will only cause greater pain for Canadians and greater damage to our economy?
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, sometimes things change, sometimes things don't change. I've met Jim many times. He's a nice fellow. All I would say to this is, if you read what he wrote many years ago, in some cases 50 years ago, and he's saying too much money chasing too few goods, anybody can pick up something and say, read it and think, well, yeah, we get too much new money being printed from the Bank of Canada, the Federal Reserve, the ECB, and they're chasing too few goods. Pretty simple. But I do respect Jim's writings, and he's done a lot of work through the years with the CAW and Unifor. So I wouldn't want to disparage Jim at all, that's for sure.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting speech. It seems like there's a new fashion with the Conservatives. The fashion is to eliminate some spending for every piece of new spending. It doesn't take inflation or economic growth into consideration, but we'll just ignore that. But I would just like to ask my colleagues, if you cut out all subsidies to oil companies, how much money would that free up for new spending?
Député de Huron-Bruce.
Well, I'll say one thing about that member. I can't compete with him in haircuts. He's got a great haircut. I got nothing to compete against this guy on that. But right to his question, though, right to his question, what I would say is this. Years ago, when we balanced the budget the last time after the last economic crisis, we had a very similar program. And we reviewed the expending, and there was tons of programs out there that delivered no services anymore to people, and we were able to balance the budget in really a fair way, and it really got Canada back on track and really slingshotted the economy for the next 10 years, in my opinion. So there are ways to balance the budget that is fair. And in fact, believe it or not, I think the Liberals are even taking the Conservative leaders' approach and doing that. They are taking new spending, but you have to find new savings. And I think that's a fair approach to take at these times. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to speak to this bill. The Liberal government's bill to implement the economic statement. Not surprisingly, the government is sticking to very liberal economic measures without a hint of conservative thinking. There is a sustained deficit trajectory over time, with the promise of a balanced budget in several years. So whatever the situation, the government is not going to put itself under too much pressure to act in a responsible fashion. There's also a major increase in anticipated government revenue from the carbon tax increase in the next few years. But that will stifle any financial flexibility Canadians might have in light of the Bank of Canada's rising interest rates. Mr. Speaker, this economic statement will do nothing to address the many problems Canadians face every day just to live with dignity. You may have noticed, Mr. Speaker, the increase in the price of groceries, especially meat, fruit, grain, and dairy products. The entire agri-food chain is under tremendous pressure from global markets and a tight supply of basic commodities, combined with exorbitant transportation costs. Not to mention the labor shortage in Canada. We're easily talking about an increase of $3,000 a year for a family of 2 adults and 2 children. Mr. Speaker, access to housing or a home has become even more difficult, given the Bank of Canada's increase of interest rates from 0.25 basis points to a rate of 3.75%. On top of that, the bank is planning 2 more rate increases in December and February. So for a family with a $400,000 mortgage, a 4-point increase represents an additional $16,000 in annual interest charges. This is, of course, in after-tax dollars. And on top of that, $3,000 in groceries, which means groceries and housing will represent an additional $19,000 in a family's budget. Mr. Speaker, we mustn't forget the additional transportation costs for families because of the increase in the price of gas and the carbon tax on top of that in Canada. For a family needing 100 liters of gas per week, that's easily $60 more, or another $3,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, if my math is right, I'm now at $22,000 more per year, and this only applies to basic needs for a family of 2 adults and 2 children. And we haven't even gotten to all the other goods and services necessary for the well-being of this small family. Those goods and services are also subject to inflation. That's easily $2,000 per year, which brings us to $24,000 a year in additional costs. This is a huge financial strain for the average Canadian family. I would have liked to have seen conservative ideas in the economic statement to reassure Canadians that the money taken from their pockets in the form of taxes would be spent judiciously and for the right reasons. This means avoiding Liberals' wasteful spending and their habit of buying too much and then throwing it away or paying too much for goods and services. Canadians want and deserve good government at all levels. to ensure that our social safety net can be maintained at its current level. Mr. Speaker, I have 5 children, and I am lucky enough to have grandchildren. When I go to bed at night, I think about my constituents who share their financial troubles with me. And I think of families who now have to go without food, and who, even when they've cut back on spending as much as possible, have to go to food banks, which they may find humiliating. Across Canada, food banks are experiencing a sharp increase in the demand for food support. That's a 35% increase over the pre-pandemic year of 2019. We are also seeing many more students and young families turning to food banks because of the rising cost of rent, groceries, and transportation. And winter, we shouldn't forget, will further increase the cost of living due to increased heating to get through the cold months. Mr. Speaker, all across Canada, people are getting poorer because of the inflationary policies of this Liberal government, which has been spending recklessly and blindly since 2015. And what's caught my attention recently is this Prime Minister's expensive tastes. He chose to stay in a $6,000 a night room at taxpayers' expense. And then I thought about the ArriveCan app. It cost $54 million when it could have cost only $250,000. I also think about the fact that twice the number of medical respirators was purchased at a cost of $403 million for no good reason other than poor planning. And, Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that our national debt has doubled since this Liberal government took office. It now stands at $1.2 billion. $1,200 billion, rather, which will add a huge amount in interest payments to the federal government's budget. The Prime Minister and his Liberal government will pay $43.3 billion in interest charges each year, which represents a great deal in terms of the portion of overall spending, and our social safety net will be at risk for decades because of these choices. The government must encourage Canadians to do more about the labor shortage. I don't understand why this government hasn't done more about this. And I would also like to remind the government about another reality. They are letting Canadians suffering from an illness down. Bill C-215 would increase benefits under the EI system for seriously ill people. With serious illnesses like cancer and illnesses where there's a period of convalescence and where 15 weeks is just not enough for people in that situation. The government is offering 26 weeks, and this will deprive more than 31,000 Canadians per year of the time they need to recover. This measure passed by the House reflects the desire of the House to move forward with these additional weeks, which would address the issue of financial security for future generations. I would also like to point out that the Human Resources Committee voted unanimously to support the measure and allow the bill to proceed to third reading. Under the parliamentary process, we now need the government's royal recommendation to move the bill forward. Mr. Speaker, as we debate this economic statement, which does not reflect the full range of the pressing needs of Canadians, I stand before this House to implore the government to reconsider and to reform the EI program by passing Bill C-215. It shows that the Canadian Parliament, including all parliamentarians, can do better together in the best interest of all Canadians. On this issue, it is time to put partisanship aside for the collective good in order to build the Canada of tomorrow with all Canadians on an equal footing. When they are facing adversity in the form of a serious illness, and also given the current economic crisis, let's be considerate and compassionate towards each other in the interest of building a better world here in Canada. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Merci, monsieur.
The honourable member for Sackville-Chesapeake. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's always interesting to hear him speak about the economy I'd like to bring to his attention that today, in addition to ensuring that everyone who lost their job during the pandemic was rehired, 3,400,000 new jobs have been created. We have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. We have a AAA credit rating. We are well situated thanks to our investments. He spoke about immigration. And we have made changes on immigration. We have made changes to help more immigrants come here to fix the labor shortage, which is exactly what my colleague was talking about. So there are good things in this bill which will help Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But when it comes to immigration, there are many ways to bring them here more quickly. I don't know if my dear colleague, if you are having problems in your riding, but in mine and in all ridings in Canada, there are many outstanding immigration files. And unfortunately, the department may take up to 4 years to fix them. So if we want to bring more people into Canada through immigration, we need to fast-track these files and do things much faster. And there's nothing about that in the economic statement. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to hear my colleague mention C-215. I'd like to hear from him what his opinion is on why this is not moving forward more quickly. The NDP favors the bill. We in the Bloc Québécois favor it. The Conservatives have even included it in their agenda. Why does my colleague think that such an excellent bill is not moving forward more quickly? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. The ball is in the Liberal government's court. Everyone in this House is in favor. The committee voted for it. We're at third reading, but we need, for Bill C-215, we need a royal recommendation from the Minister of Finance or from the Prime Minister, either way from the government. I very much hope that the government will join us before the holidays, will give us the royal recommendation, which will bring a great deal of financial relief to people facing serious illnesses, and which will offer more financial protection for all Canadians for future generations. It's a process that's been 50 years in the making, and let's not stop now. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really enjoyed what the Honourable Member had to say in his speech, particularly the value of the principle he mentioned about making sure all parliamentarians support Canadians in a nonpartisan way. So I really appreciate the member for his comments there, because I believe that he's sticking up for his constituents, and albeit I believe all of us are here to do that. But Mr. Speaker, one important piece of that is making sure that we actually have a strong revenue source for our national revenue. We heard numerous times from the leader of the Conservative Party rail against the banks and the profits of the banks. This fall economic statement offers a 15% tax by way of the Canadian Recovery Dividend, something New Democrats push for and something we support, which will ensure that Canada has a revenue of those who have gross proportionately have profited over $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why now are the Conservatives backing down when we have a chance to tackle the problems at the banks?
The member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. As I said in my speech, we want the money which the government is spending. We don't want that money to be wasted, and we want the government to pay fair value for the goods and services it buys. It paid twice as many respirators as it needed. It spent over $403 million it did need to spend. So it's obvious what's wrong. Canadians need to work and still have money in their pockets to look after their needs. I could go on much longer, but time is running out. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP and the Liberals are patting themselves on the back for this fall economic update. They shouldn't. This is a fall update. Canadians are falling, and the NDP Liberal government is failing. Canadians are seeing their standard of living erode, and the cost of living skyrocket because of inflation. If you want to get depressed, Mr. Speaker, go grocery shopping. Basic food costs are way up. Bread, apples, cereal up 17%, lettuce is up 21%, chicken 11%, cheese and bacon 10%, pasta is up 22%, and for those that want to cook from scratch because they're thinking they're going to save, well, flour is up 24%. The Abacus poll that came out earlier this month said that 50% of Canadians are finding it a lot more difficult, and 38 a little more difficult. It's almost 9 out of 10 Canadians are feeling the impact of inflation at the grocery store. 1 in 5 Canadians are saying they're having to reduce meal sizes or meals altogether in order to save money. Mr. Speaker, this is Canada. More people are going to the food banks now than in history. 1.5 million in October alone. And I know that this has been repeated with a number of speakers, but I think we can't just accept this. Oh, this is just another statistic. These are Canadians that are facing tremendous difficulty. Talked with our local food bank where I live in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and they said they've never seen anything like it. The Liberals just shrug their shoulders and don't take responsibility for this mess. They blame it on the Ukraine, upon COVID, anything but themselves. But the federal policies on inflation, this is what, again, going back to polls, said that 56% of their Liberals' policies are making things worse, with only 7% that said it's helped. And the summary of the Abacus poll is this right here. Inflation is making life difficult for millions and is the #1 political issue in Canada. The biggest impacts are felt in food, but millions are finding it difficult to cope with their energy and housing costs. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of inflation, Liberals are like a deer caught in the headlights, stunned and dangerous. I've seen deer sometimes in traffic, and they can bounce around anywhere. And what we're seeing is the Liberals making poor decisions that are causing a serious accident inside of Canada. And I wish I could just say it was accident. Let me explain. They printed hundreds of billions of dollars. They put it into the economy this past 3 years. And nearly half of that money that they've pumped into the economy has had nothing to do with COVID. Money supply has increased by 25%. Now, what does that mean? It means that there's a lot more money around for the same amount of goods as there were just a few years ago. So that just makes everything more expensive. It's like Canadians have had a big pay cut. Now, they may not have seen the amount of dollars on their paycheck go down. Matter of fact, it might even gone up a little bit. But because the dollars don't go as far, it is essentially a significant pay cut. And it seems that the Liberals have seen this pandemic as a time to go silly on Canada's economy. And that's a nice way, Mr. Speaker, of saying stupid. The finance minister said, it's no big deal to print money, to borrow money. Hey, listen, it's 0.5%. It's only at 0.5%. Let's just borrow and borrow and borrow and spend and spend and spend. Well, in the past, they said it's going to be like this for years to come. Well, in the past few months, Mr. Speaker, it has gone up 750%. Yikes. That's how much interest rates have gone up, 750%. So now, trouble. Interest rates alone and what the deficit is going to cost as much as what the government is spending on health care. In this very dangerous time, we're seeing war in Ukraine and threats elsewhere. It's more than they spend on national defense, which is not a priority for them at all. I will say that. Very significant. Canadians are very concerned with energy costs to heat their homes, keep fuel in their cars so they can go to work, go to the supermarket, take their kids to sports. And 75% of Canadians say that this is an important issue. They are absolutely oblivious to our call to axe the carbon tax, which will make everything more expensive and is making everything more expensive, from transportation and food costs to everything. Now, I must admit, it is very challenging for me, I'm sure my colleagues here, to listen to the Liberals pontificate about their plan to save the world by doubling home heating costs. They got a tax plan, not a climate change plan. And I said double, I should have said triple. Liberals, their plan, what they just promote. Well, we're number 58 of 63 on the greenhouse reduction target. They haven't met any of their targets. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And yet it's full steam ahead towards the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. Full speed ahead. I live in Vancouver area, highest gas costs in North America. It's been up to $2.50 a liter. Something has to give. But the Liberals, they basically saying, have thou no fear. The Liberal government is here. We got bags full of money to scatter. Tremendous, great causes, each one of them. I think that what they put those in there for is really for talking points. To say, well, listen, we're helping this people and this people for the policies that the bad policies we actually brought in. They've lit a fire, an inflationary fire, and they're pretending they're trying to put it out. They've doubled the national debt. They recognize that inflation is not great for them politically. So what do, Mr. Speaker? They said, well, now, how are we going to take care of inflation? Let's ramp up the interest rates. And that is causing real problems for people that are renewing their mortgages. In Vancouver area, people with, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 mortgages are quite common. People are now going to be paying hundreds, thousands of dollars more a month and a year. And the Liberals, they're just saying we're going to invest. They keep on talking about investing. We're going to invest in this, invest in that, and we're going to put money in here and put money in that. I always hear that it's invest. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, it's not their money to invest. It's taxpayers' money. And secondly, it's not just how much you spend, it's how effective you are when you're spending. It shouldn't just go to more bureaucracy. We've had a lot more bureaucracy, a lot bigger bureaucracy with worse results. And it shouldn't be there just to pad their friends' wallets. Whether it be MP Frank Bellis with a $250 million contract for ventilators that who charged twice the amount, or whether it be the ArriveCan app. Now, just bringing this in right here, the finance minister writes a letter and says that they had a meeting with Schultz, Chancellor Schultz, to get to get them to buy hydrogen, Germany. Well, they didn't say anything about Schultz asking if you can get LNG here to Germany. There's a war happening. The Prime Minister said, oh, you know what, maybe or maybe not there's a business case. Actually, he didn't say there is. He said not, basically assent. So what they do, they are now producing this. They are now building these LNG plants and getting the LNG from other countries that could have been Canadian jobs, could have been money that could have gone to help healthcare, could have helped national defense, could have helped all the ways. And not only that, because they have put such a war on, they talk about a war on climate change, it's actually a war on the resource sector, which is meaning that our Canadian dollar is not as strong and Canadians cannot purchase as much as they used to be able to. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech in the last 10 minutes talking about the economy. And I have to say, I've been listening all day to spending. In one breath, they're saying we're investing too much in Canadian, and the other one, they're saying we're not spending enough. And they're saying that they're the party of compassion. Well, let's look at compassion. What side is compassion? So when we brought forward the child care investment, they voted against it. When we brought forward the dental, they voted against it. When we wanted to top up for housing, they voted against it. We're talking about student loans that we took the interest off. They're against that. And they were against the GST, doubling of the GST for 6 months. And finally, they seen the light and backed off. So I'd like him to explain how come, if they're so compassionate, are they voting against all these bills that's helping Canadians through affordability? Thank you.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would just say that their policies have actually caused the problems in the first place. And if they just go back to the source, the root, and take care of their spending, yes, it's fine to help, but there should be some savings in other places. They're not. They have still got a $37 billion deficit, and it's accumulating.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Climate Action Network International for their work on the Climate Change Performance Index that was referenced by the member for Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows that ranks Canada at 58 of 63. It is a deplorable record. One of the reasons why that's the case is we continue to add new subsidies to the fossil fuel sector. One example is the new $8.6 billion tax credit for carbon capture and storage at a time when oil and gas companies are making record-breaking profits. I wonder if the member could comment on whether he's similarly concerned that wholesale margins in the oil and gas industry right now, the reason why Canadians are feeling the pinch at the pump is that those are up 18 cents a litre. Is he concerned about this too? And would he support a windfall tax on their profits so we can do more in taking action on the crisis that we're in?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I do agree that companies need to be paying their fair share. And I will make a note that this year, the Alberta government is seeing massive amount of dollars come in, revenue come in. And a lot of that is because of the incentives to help these in Fort McMurray is now covered and is going to the government and making a tremendous difference.
A commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Mirabel asked the question a little earlier. There's a new trend here of magical thinking on the part of the Conservatives. If we're going to invest here, we have to take money from there, as if it was as easy as snapping your fingers. So where does he see that money coming from? I talked about taxing digital giants. My colleague talked about going after tax evaders, subsidies for oil and gas companies. Could that money not be invested elsewhere to help sectors which are affected by the current crisis, people like seniors? So where would that money come from? The member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. It really shouldn't be the government's decision to say, we are going to invest here. When it comes to investing in resources, companies should make those decisions. But what's happening now is that there is no investment because no projects are being approved in Canada, and that's to our detriment. Resuming debate, the member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my constituents once again for giving me an opportunity to be here and represent them. Now, one of the things I've heard a lot this past summer has not been so much about the amounts of the billions of dollars being spent, although people do talk about that. But what I hear quite a bit is the level of competence of this government. And I think that's one of the things that we should focus on here is this government loves to talk about all the money they're spending everywhere and all kinds of things, usually not getting value for money. My colleagues have mentioned that already. And as we see a number of different initiatives, what a lot of my constituents realized this summer was that this government is broken. And we've said this before, that getting some of the most basic services, a passport which, you know, could be turned around in relatively a few days, absolutely was taking literally weeks and months, and some people were waiting 6 months. It was unbelievable. And, you know, we talk about this lofty goal of immigration of 500,000 people, but what we're not talking about is the 2.5 million people that are actually waiting to get in this country. And we need workers. We need workers in a big way. And yet, so, you know, what this Liberal government wants to do is talk about things, but not look at what is being delivered. And I think that's one of the things that we should be focusing on here is what are the deliverables? You know, what's happened? We all have had stories of people calling us with visitor visas, with immigration issues, work issues, people trying to get workers in this country. And we know we've got a major, major labor shortage. And yet it hasn't been, you know, this government has been incompetent or has not had to do the ability to deliver the most basic goods, the most basic services for Canadians. And, you know, if we look at this economic statement, of course, it promises to deliver more money. That's what it's going to do. Is they're going to deliver another $40 billion. And, you know, one of the things that my colleagues have mentioned over and over again is that this has been driving inflation. And if we look at what's going on and what's happening with a number of things, we see that as we continue to have too few goods being chased by too much money, this is a major issue. We also know that the Prime Minister has added more debt than all the previous Prime Ministers combined. And I want you to think about that for 1 second. I want to repeat that. This Liberal Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. And so if you think about that, what kind of debt was spent in the last 100+ years has now been sent and dealt with very quickly in a way that we have now, you know, and the government will talk about how all these things are so important. And yet when we look at what the Auditor General says, and what the Parliamentary Budget Officer have said, they said, you know, as a matter of fact, you know, 40% of all this new spending had actually nothing to do with COVID. So once again, this high-level story is that we had to spend all this money because it was for COVID, but then we find out that only 40% of that had anything to do with COVID. And I think that's absolutely a challenge. And so we look at what's going on with our country's debt interest. We know that's going to double this year. We're going to see interest payments go up, and we're going to see more interest payments, more money spent in interest payments than the Canada Health Transfer, and I think that's somewhat troubling. We look at what's happening with interest rates as they continue to climb, and we're going to see people with their homes and their mortgage rates and their mortgage payments doubling, some up to $7,000 a month. And as we look at, you know, what the Bank of Canada said, the Bank of Canada has basically said that we're going to continue to raise interest rates, and we're going to continue to hike them as we try and deal with inflation. And so if we look at, you know, what's been going on, we've got a major housing crisis in this country. We see that, you know, major markets like Vancouver and Toronto have been, you know, some of the most overpriced markets, not only here in Canada, but actually in the world. We look at, you know, what's been going on with money spent on homelessness initiative, and it's pretty timely, I believe. As we look at that, we see that the AG report that just came out in the last little while, you know, and I'm reading actually just part of the summary. I'm not going to read the whole report, but it says, as the lead for Reaching Home, a program with the National Housing Strategy, Infrastructure Canada spent about $1.36 billion between 2019 and 2021, about 40% of the total funding committed to the program on preventing and reducing homelessness. However, the department did not know whether chronic homelessness and homelessness had increased or decreased since 2019 as a result of this investment. That is a quote directly from the Auditor General. I'm going to read one more paragraph and leave it at this, but for its part, the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, as the lead for the National Housing Strategy, spent about $4.5 billion and committed about $9 billion, but did not know who was benefiting from its initiatives. This was because the corporation did not measure the changes in housing outcomes for priority vulnerable groups, including people experiencing homelessness. We also found that rental housing units approved under the National Housing Co-Investment Fund that the corporation considered affordable were often unaffordable for low-income households, many of which belong to vulnerable groups prioritizing the strategy. So you think about this, you know, what the government wants to tell you is they want to brag about how much money they've spent on homelessness, and yet we have no way of knowing if this has actually been and gotten to the people that need it the most. And I think that's one of the things we need to look at and we need to have a conversation about. We talked about the cost of what's gone up. We've got many Canadians within $200 of insolvency and not being able to pay their bills because of the high amount of inflation. We got 31% of Canadians that say they don't make enough money to pay their bills and debts. And this is certainly worrisome. We know we got paychecks that don't go as far as they used to. We got Canadians that are cutting their diets. We got seniors that are having to choose between heat or food. And winter's coming. And we live in a northern country, and we have to deal with that very issue. And I know that if we look at food bank usage, we've seen Canadian records at 1.5 million visits with over an increase of 35%. And 33% we know of food banks are actually children. And that is somewhat troubling. We look at that they normally make up 18 to 19% of the population. So as we look at these things, and we keep talking about this triple carbon tax because it affects and it's causing everything to go up. And if we look at what's going on with that, when you live in cities, you have options of public transit. I don't live in the most rural part. I do represent a rural riding. It is not the most rural in Canada. I would say that if you were in northern BC or northern Alberta or northern Ontario or Quebec, a lot of these places would be more rural. So we do have limited public transportation, but I can assure you that my mums and dads, the families in my riding, need to drive everywhere. They need to drive to take their kids to school. They need to drive to take their kids to sports and to take their kids to hockey. And they have to absolutely drive their car just about everywhere. So when you tell them that they have to pay more money in carbon tax, it's not an option for them. That's what they need. It's a way of life. We don't have the option of being able to go on public transit all the time in every situation. My friends talked about the availability of daycare. Once again, I won't hit that again. But I think that as we look at these things, we also have to consider the fact that we live in a northern climate. Right? We don't have an option of whether we heat our homes or not. It's something we have to do. And I think the Liberal NDP coalition fails to recognize the fact that individuals have to heat their, this is not a luxury good. And when you look at those things, we could talk about farming next. And one of the things about farming I find troubling was that this whole tariff on fertilizers coming from Russia. I mean, what a tariff is that, you're going to pay for it. The tariff wasn't to punish Russia in any way, shape, or form. I've had farmers reach out to me and say, I can't believe it. We pre-ordered our fertilizer. You guys decided to put a tariff on this fertilizer. This has done nothing but drive the cost of our food up. Think about that for 1 second. A tariff means you as Canadians are going to pay more for something that they had no control of. They weren't given 6 months, they weren't given a year to try and change where they may get that from. And so that's problematic when you look at those kinds of things. So here's a government telling you how much they care about you. Here's a government telling you, you know what, look at all this money we're spending. Here's a government telling you, you know what, the carbon tax is good for you. You just need to do it because it's going to make all things better. And in the reality, it's costing everyone more money. Food has gone up, and I could talk about restaurants that have reached out to me where they've had chicken up over almost 100%, their oil they cook in over 100%. That's not 8, 9, 10%. Those are major numbers. And so I would ask you to consider when people are talking about and governments are talking about how much money they're spending, I would ask, is your life better off? Do you have access to more services? Do you feel like this government is more competent? Do you feel that as a result of the money and the taxes you are spending, your life is better as a result? And I can guarantee you, if asked that question, you'll realize that this government is not delivering on what they're talking about. They're not delivering on what they're promising. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I think my time is almost done. We'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
We saved the best for last.
Camille,
Pursuant to standing order, I must interrupt the deliberations and put forth all question necessary to deal with second reading of the bill before us. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Blair, that Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament. May I dispense? Thank you, Ms. Spence. And the amendment by Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Chambers, move the following amendment. May I dispense? Thank you. The question is on the amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request recorded division, I would invite them to rise and bring it up. The Honourable Deputy Webb. Deputy House Leader.
I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, November 22nd, at the expiry of the time provided for in oral questions. I believe the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find leave to call it 7 o'clock at this time so we could begin the adjournment proceedings.
Is it agreed? Agreed.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to come back to my question to the Prime Minister about the need to address the subsidies that are being given to the oil and gas industry. I'll start by sharing why this is important. I'll start with sharing what the UN Secretary General recently shared with the world. He said, "We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot on the accelerator. We are on the fight of our lives and we are losing while our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible." He went on to say, the global climate fight will be won or lost in this crucial decade on our watch. We also have heard from the co-chair of climate scientists making up the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Jim Skia. Mr. Skia said, it's now or never if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius without immediate and deep emissions reductions across all sectors, it will be impossible. Now, while we have those global calls being made, profits in the oil and gas industry are off the rails. Imperial Oil, as one example that I mentioned to the PM in my question, their profits are up and totaling now $6.2 billion in the first 9 months of 2022. That's compared to $1.7 billion in the same period in 2021. It's 4 times higher. Why? Well, it's obvious. They're gouging Canadians at the pumps. In the same period of time, we know that wholesale margins, i.e. profits, are up 18 cents a litre. Now, turning to promises that are being made. We had the PM at Glasgow last year at COP26, where he promised to end international financing of oil and gas. That hasn't happened yet. It's also promised in the supply and confidence agreement between the Liberals and the NDP that provides them the confidence of this House to phase out public financing of the fossil fuel sector, including early moves in 2022. This would be a great time for those early moves because instead what we're seeing are new subsidies being added. 2 examples, $8.6 billion more in a tax credit for so-called carbon capture and storage. This is a false solution being peddled by the oil and gas industry. Study after study shows, in fact, 32 out of 40 times this has been tried around the world, Mr. Speaker, emissions have gone up and not down. It's the #1 item in the so-called emissions reduction plan. Or we can turn to the $10 billion loan guarantee for the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We know there are solutions. #1, end the subsidies. Now. All of them. Introduce a windfall profits tax on these excess profits, as I'd asked the Prime Minister to do in my question, and then use the funds to invest in proven climate solutions. The Green Budget Coalition, for example, points to deep energy retrofits in residential buildings that would return $2 to $5 in taxes to the public coffers on every dollar spent. In a just transition for workers, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives calling for a just transition benefit. The fact is, our kids' futures are at stake. This is about the world they're going to grow up in. And so I understand the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance is with us tonight. I would love to hear from him to share more about when will the government stop dragging its heels on ending these subsidies.
Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. I'll start by sharing the sentiment of my friend from Kitchener Centre with regards to the urgency of this issue and with regards to making sure that we get this right for the sake of our children and all children across Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, Canada remains committed to phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. We have already taken action to phase out 9 tax measures supporting the fossil fuel sector. We've also pledged to undertake a peer review of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies under the G20 process. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada fought hard at COP27 so that the world did not backslide on the phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies. We reiterated our commitment to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2023, 2 years earlier than the G20 commitment. Now, Mr. Speaker, some have argued, including the speaker that just spoke, that our recent measures to support the emerging carbon capture, use and storage sector amount to an inefficient fossil fuel subsidy. This is not true. The fact is, CCUS is one of many tools in our toolbox to meet our climate commitments. And I would note that many respected global organizations support CCUS development. This includes the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Paris-based International Energy Agency. In fact, the agency estimates that this technology could be responsible for about 15% of global emission reductions. It's part of the plan. It also gives us a tool to lower emissions outside of the oil and gas sector. Steel production, cement, and other emission-intensive industries can benefit from this technology. This, in fact, builds on our world-leading climate plan, one that approaches reducing emissions and developing clean technology in all facets of our economy, and one that we further expanded on in the fall economic statement tabled earlier this month. While we are removing tax credits from flow-through shares on oil, gas, and coal, we are also creating new investment tax credits for clean tech and for clean hydrogen. We are also creating a sustainable jobs training center that will prepare our workers for the high-paying sustainable jobs that will be created as new economic opportunities emerge as part of our climate plan. In addition, we are investing in a world-leading innovation and investment agency and a $15 billion clean growth fund that will help Canada further tap into the economic opportunities that the clean transition provides. That being said, Mr. Speaker, our government's priority beyond fighting climate change and growing an economy that works for everyone is to make life more affordable for Canadians who are currently struggling with global inflation. Indeed, we are now moving forward with targeted measures, including new ones introduced in the fall economic statement. For example, Bill C-32 would make the federal portion of all Canada student loans and Canada apprenticeship loans permanently interest-free, including those currently being repaid. We are expanding our efforts with regards to affordable housing, and we are making sure that every child in Canada, no matter how wealthy their parents are, have access to affordable dental care. This is in addition to our investments that have lifted millions of children and seniors out of poverty, including an early learning and childcare agreement that will make our kids smarter and allow hundreds of thousands of parents to rejoin the workforce if they choose to do so. Finally, we've doubled the GST benefit to help 11 million Canadian households, including more than 50% of seniors, better handle the impacts of global inflation. Any responsible plan must tackle climate change in a way where no one is left behind in our economy, and that is exactly what our government is doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll pause just to say this word inefficient. I hope the parliamentary secretary might move away from it. It's completely undefined. It lacks credibility when we're talking about these subsidies because it really doesn't mean anything at all. And in fact, all these subsidies are not helping us make progress at a time when we need to act urgently and immediately. In terms of carbon capture and storage, I think the best analogy I can give the parliamentary secretary is that there are measures being taken, some of which he's mentioned. And those measures are kind of like after the snow has fallen and you start shoveling one bit at a time and you're making a little bit of progress here and there. The $8.6 billion to carbon capture is like when the snowplow then comes by and undoes all of your work. That $8.6 billion, not one environmental group in the country has called for those funds. You know who has? The oil and gas lobbyists who were at COP27. Unfortunately, those are the ones who are calling for carbon capture. When will the minister or the parliamentary secretary understand we've got to move away from exactly that?
Parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, and while my colleague may not like the definition around that particular word, inefficient, that's a longer debate that I can't explain in 1 minute, but we are committed to undergo a peer review of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies under the G20 process, and why we will build on the action that we've already taken. So there is a process that we're going under the G20. So while that definition may not meet his standards today, there is a process under which this is specifically reviewed. If Canadians want to know more, I suggest they read our emissions reduction plan, which lays out in detail how Canada will hit our targets right across every sector of the economy. And they can also tap into my own reports that I write at terrybeachmp.ca/reports. There isn't just a report on climate change. There's one on affordability, seniors, housing, the economy, and local projects that are important to all Canadians, but in particular to those projects that have been delivered in both Burnaby and in North Vancouver. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to take this moment to review a question I asked back in June, but particularly and unusually for adjournment proceedings, I'm following my colleague, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, who just in debate pointed out to the honourable parliamentary secretary the inadequacies of the current government's plan. At this point, I'm taking up on a similar theme, but based on a different question. I think I will be discussing and debating this matter with a different parliamentary secretary. We are now days from the end of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, disappointing, and in fact, at this stage in the planet's trajectory towards what the Secretary General of the United Nations calls the highway to climate hell. When you fail to do what's needed, it's not just disappointing, it's criminal. We are standing here on the very edge of too late, as we know. Back in June, this is the question that I put to the Prime Minister, which was in relation to the most recent report we have from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which should be understood as the largest peer review system of science that humanity has ever constructed. It's a very cumbersome process. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reviews massive amounts of peer-reviewed science and reports roughly on a full assessment every 6 to 7 years. So inevitably, with a cumbersome process of that nature, their reports always overestimate how much time we have and underestimate the level of risk and danger in which we find ourselves. So that makes me particularly alarmed that on April 4th, as I referenced in my question in June, the IPCC advanced the clock on too late and warned us that for humanity to have any chance of holding to what we agreed to do in the Paris Agreement, hold global average temperature increase to as far below 2 degrees as possible, 2 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, and preferably to hold to 1.5 degrees. Last year at COP26 in Glasgow, as we all headed home feeling that disappointment, the president of the COP from the UK said, well, 1.5 is on life support. Really, it's very hard to believe we could possibly hold to 1.5 at this point. And that's because the most recent information from the IPCC, which I referenced in my question in June, was that in order to hold to 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2 degrees, we must ensure that global emissions peak, hit their highest point ever, and begin to fall between 2020 and at the latest before 2025. The window on us having a livable world for our kids to avoid self-accelerating, unstoppable, irreversible climate breakdown, that window closes before our next election, thanks to the cozy deal the Liberals and the NDP have cooked up with no further action. The response I got from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in question period was that the government's ambitious agenda would ensure, quote, that we will do what is needed to reach our emissions projections. Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. The government's targets are not aligned with the science. The government's targets will amount to too little too late. And the government's proactive promotion of new fossil fuel infrastructure and new fossil fuel development, projects like the Canadian people paying billions of dollars to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline, putting in place fossil fuel infrastructure to take us to that climate hell, to developing Bay du Nord offshore Newfoundland. These are unforgivable, and I ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to clarify how we can claim to be a climate leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by saying I share the sense of urgency that my friend was just speaking about. As a person who sees it in the natural disasters that we are seeing in our country, as a mother, as someone who cares deeply about her community, about her country, and about this world. So I share that. And that is why I see it. I see the work and the commitment to doing that hard work. And it isn't easy. Anyone who says it is easy is actually missing the point. And I'm not suggesting my friend is saying that it is easy. I know that she recognizes that this is a big challenge that we are facing. But we are taking that on. You know, we set an ambitious and achievable emissions reductions target of 40 to 45% below 2000 levels by 2030, net zero emissions by 2050. That's backed by science. When we talk about the IPCC and the scientists who are doing that heavy lifting, we have on our Net Zero Advisory Board people who are also working on those reports that are helping to guide the work that we are doing. Since 2016, the Government of Canada has been taking actions, and the most recent one that you will have seen in the spring was the Emissions Reductions Plan. And that is a really important piece because I wanted to really reiterate, this isn't about just one sector in our economy. We need to take action across all sectors of our economy. This is a large transition that we're in the middle of. And as we do that, we need to make sure we have an opportunity as well, and we do have an opportunity to have a strong economy, to create sustainable jobs, and to make sure that our country is well placed to meet the challenge of the emissions that we must reduce and at the same time create those jobs. So when I'm talking about that, my home city of Toronto, the largest source of emissions is actually our buildings. People don't talk about the built sector very much. But right now, part of the work that we are doing is on a green building strategy. And in fact, just today, there was an announcement about further funding to help support Canadians in making that transition off of oil heating into heat pumps. That is part of how we can increase affordability, help Canadians who are trying to make those changes for the environment at the same time. Now, that's just one piece. Another part of it is how do we reduce emissions from our transportation sector, also a very large sector for emissions. We're putting in place a mandate, a sales mandate, that would mean that by 2035, all new cars sold in Canada will be zero emissions. And to back that up, because this is a whole thing, as I said, it's across all sectors, it's about addressing these issues in a very holistic sense. We're also building the charging infrastructure that is required to support those vehicles. It's part of a holistic plan, and that's what I would really like to emphasize. It's not just one thing. You can always pick at one thing and say the carbon price alone won't do it. We recognize that this is going to take many tools, and that is exactly what we're doing. And we have been putting that hard work, putting a price on carbon pollution, methane regulations, the sales mandates for zero-emission vehicles. I'm not going to get through the whole list in the time that I have, Mr. Speaker, but the green building strategy. At the same time, battery manufacturing is happening here in our country to help support that transition right across North America. We've invested in an energy transition center in Calgary that's going to be helping to build out that renewable energy sector that's doing so well, thriving in Alberta. These are opportunities, and we need to seize them at the same time as we meet that challenge to reduce emissions across our country, because it's our obligation and we have undertaken to do it.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, as predicted, government spokespersons raise the good things that they are doing, and they are good. Heat pumps are good. More charging stations for electric cars are good. You pile them up, and you have a drop in the bucket. Then you see the buckets of money going in to violating Indigenous rights, to forcing through the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which is only halfway built and the most dangerous terrain is yet to come, to spend $21 billion of public money on a project that the International Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, every international energy review has said, don't put any more money into expanding fossil fuel infrastructure. It is, in the words of UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, economic and moral madness. But this government is committed to madness.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my opening part, and I will repeat once again, what we are focused on is reducing emissions, and that is what we are doing, be it through reducing emissions from our buildings, be it reducing emissions from our transportation sectors, be it putting a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector. All of these pieces come together. It's building out our renewable energies, making sure we have an electric grid that can support it all. There are many pieces that have to come together. We are doing it. You can see the tangible pieces that are coming together to make it happen. We will make sure that we do everything we can to reduce emissions across our country.
Well, before we finish up, I just wanted to offer my congratulations to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands on taking on her new role as the co-leader of the Green Party. So I know the new old role, I guess, is what we want to do. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and accordingly, this House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.